It is Pride Month, and really important that we recognise the contributions of all people to our community, and really pleased to see us supporting that, and also that it's National Volunteer Week. I know a huge number of our residents and staff and members all do a lot of volunteering. I was running a coaching cricket session for 5 to 8 year olds last night. Isn't life an adventure? We all do these strange little bits in our communities, which are so important, and it's important that we recognise that volunteering role throughout. Okay, so we'll go on to our usual preamble, which is it is only the executive lead members present here in the Luttrell room that are taking decisions at this meeting. Others are here in attendance, and they are here to provide us with advice. There are no planned fire drills today. In the event of a fire alarm, please follow the fire exit signs and congregate in the car park. If anybody present might need assistance in exiting the building, then please let one of the Democratic Services team know. The agenda and papers have been published on the Council's website in advance of the meeting, and the Council recognises the importance of striking the balance between providing opportunities for the lawful expression of views, but any unacceptable behaviours will lead to meetings being adjourned while we resolve that situation. The Council will be making a recording of the meeting, and this will be published in due course. So we run our meetings with a hybrid format. So the lead members, according to law, are here in the room where they are only allowed to vote, but there will be officers online and in the room able to participate and observe. Other elected members and officers may contribute at any point, but please use the hands up function to do so. And you may only speak at my invitation. Can you please keep your cameras off, as that is distracting to the process, and please don't use the chat function for any other purposes other than the meeting. Okay. We have apologies for absence. I've got none recorded. Do we have any? No apologies for absence. Thank you very much. The minutes of our previous meeting, which was the 6th of May. And anybody spot any issues with those minutes? No issues. Proposed list, Lyshon, seconded by Heather Shearer. All those in favour? All those against? That's clearly carried. I assume that wasn't an abstention, Councillor Rigby. No, you weren't actually just distracted on your phone and forgot to vote. Not at all. That never happens, does it? The Yeovil water feature, is it running? Yes, rain doesn't count for a water feature, I believe. Are there any declarations of interest? Not seeing any, and so we move on to public question time. And we've got first public question is from Carol Edmonds. Carol, are you on the line? Not online. Okay. No, we'll move on. I'll just check at the end whether she has joined us. If we're able to contact, we will do. I think the answer is actually the same as will be to the next question. And I see Mandy Maskell is online. So good morning, Mandy.
Good morning. Can you hear me? This is the first time. Oh, perfect. Thank you.
You may put your camera on if you would like us to see you.
No, thank you.
Okay, you've got 3 minutes. I usually call it a country 3 minutes. Okay. Just if you go over slightly, I'm not going to cut you off. Okay, go ahead, Mandy.
Right, as a small business owner in Bridgewater, I've taken the time to read the technical reports relating to the consultation on Salmon Parade and East Quay. Having reviewed the findings, it's absolutely clear that the most effective solution for the traffic flow within the town is to reinstatement of the two-way traffic. The reports themselves acknowledge that this option would significantly reduce congestion, particularly around Cannon Roundabout, known locally as Cross Rifles Roundabout. However, despite this, the report states that the two-way traffic does not align with Bridgwater Vision. This raises several important questions. Does the Bridgwater Vision include the continued decline of small businesses and reduced footfall to the town centre traders? Does it include forcing residents and visitors to sit unnecessarily in traffic congestions when a workable solution has already been identified? Who exactly is responsible for shaping the Bridgwater Vision? More importantly, are the people of Bridgwater and surrounding areas genuinely being consulted? Or is this a vision being determined by a small group of individuals removed from day-to-day realities faced by local residents and businesses? When was the Bridgwater Vision determined? Was it established in 2008 and refreshed in 2009? If it was pre-2010, surely this in itself needs review, as there has been a massive increase in property builds and therefore more traffic on the roads of Bridgwater. A 16-year-old vision, considering Bridgwater's rapidly changing layout of Bridgwater, needs a review, as it is clearly outdated. From reading the consultation documents, the conclusion appears to be this: the best option acknowledged to be two-way traffic flow, but because it does not fit in with a predetermined vision, it is possibly being disregarded, which is extremely disappointing. There's also serious concern regarding the cost of the latest consultation. A cost of £40,000 was spent potentially at a cost to the taxpayers to reach a conclusion that many local residents and businesses already understood and voiced from the outset. At a time when public finances are under pressure, this does not represent good value for money. If Somerset Council and the Bridgwater Town deal had consulted and listened to the people of Bridgwater, £40,000 would still be in their bank account. The consultation was meant to start in January 2026 and has only just published reports almost 6 months later. At no point have any representatives of the consultation or Somerset Council spoken to any business owner, so we can assume that no resident has been spoken to either. This shows a lack of focus on what is best for Bridgwater and instead prioritises what is best for Somerset Council. In addition, the current road layout on the Salmon Parade presents what I believe to be a significant safety risk. Vehicles are permitted to park alongside the road, with drivers exiting the pavement side and passengers exiting directly into a cycle lane. This creates obvious danger, particularly for elderly and disabled passengers who may require additional time to exit the vehicles. The potential for a serious accident is clear. There is talk of pedestrian and cyclist safety, yet this clearly does not demonstrate either. We have also been informed that Bridgwater Town deal currently has £210,000 available, while estimated cost of reinstating two-way traffic is approximately £120,000. This would still leave a remaining £90,000. Given that previous statements have confirmed the final section of the works will be introduced of a one-way system in East Quay and Salmon Parade will not involve any constructions, simply lines and signage. So it is very difficult to understand why the reversal of this scheme cannot now be funded and implemented. If no major construction is required, the changes involve signage and road markings, and surely it's both achievable and financially sensible. Quite frankly, and this part comes from the guys on Eastover Indoor Shopping Centre, Councillor Mike Rigby and Councillor Richard Wilkins should be asked to leave their jobs. And Councillor Mike Rigby should not be a member of the Bridgwater Town Deal Board due to utter mess, chaos, lack of communication and listening skills demonstrated by both parties. Neither have listened to residents and small businesses in Bridgwater, which is incredibly sad, as they are working for the people of Bridgwater as well as the rest of the county. Footfall figures in Bridgwater, especially on East, will be incorrect. There is a footfall counter in New Road, which is halfway down Eastover. Eastover actually runs from the Mercure Hotel to the town bridge. How can a counter placed halfway down the street provide correct data? Somerset Council will not have the correct loss of footfall regarding the implementation of the one-way system, but I assume that this incorrect data strengthens what Somerset Council wants. Using incorrect data to achieve their desired outcome is disgraceful.
Mandy, I've given you about 2 minutes extra now. Are you close to finishing?
Yes, just the last bit.
Okay, if you could wind up your comments. I've given you a little bit of latitude.
Okay, I urge the Executive Committee to place the interests of Bridgwater residents, business, traffic safety and town centre accessibility ahead of an abstract vision that appears increasingly disconnected from realities and experienced by the community. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for your feedback and for your point of view. Amanda, I believe Richard Wilkins is taking this.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mandy, and it's good to speak to you again and hear your views yet again on the Celebration Mile. So thank you for your questions. We will, of course, be discussing this in detail later in the meeting, but I'll respond to your first 2 points now. So, no, the Bridgwater vision is not about the decline of businesses. It is about creating a stronger town centre by improving the environment, making it safer and more attractive, and supporting long-term economic activity. We absolutely recognise the concerns businesses have raised, and that is why we are reviewing the scheme to ensure that we strike the right balance between high-quality town centre environment and supporting access and trade. And to your second point, the Celebration Mile and Eastover scheme were developed over many years with consultation going back to 2009 and further stages in 2014, 2022 and 2023. From the start, the former district council, Sedgemoor Council, was clear that the aim was to create a more pleasant and attractive town centre, and this would require reducing traffic on certain roads. That also meant some car journeys would take longer using the main road. That does make some car journeys less direct, but also makes it easier and safer for people to walk around the town centre and into Eastover. And importantly, recent data shows the scheme has not, recent data has shown the scheme has not been the cause of traffic congestion as it was the initial concern. That's what the initial concern. It is important to recognise that other roadworks that were being undertaken at the time of Eastover regeneration and continue to be delivered by the council and utility companies. The purpose of this review is to look carefully at the evidence and decide the best balance between traffic movements and town centre environment, and the executive will consider the options and recommendations put to committee today. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to highlight that that report is on our agenda. It's at the end of our agenda. As I suspect there may well be significant input from members, and the guide time is 3:30. If you want to tune back in at 3:30, Mandy, I'm sure you'll be able to catch the debate, and you can catch up afterwards. But thank you very much for your question. And moving on to our second public question, which is from Andrea Hine. Good morning, Andrea.
Good morning. My name is Andrea Hine and I live on the Somerset Levels. I attended the March executive meeting this year and talked about flooding on the Somerset Levels and how this is becoming more frequent, and suggested that this is partly due to the massive increase in the house building in Somerset. I asked if major bills could be delayed or rejected until we have a robust drainage system to take this water to the rivers and sea. You answered my questions by clearly explaining the process for the planning applications. The recently upgraded North Petherton sewage treatment plant is a concern. The treatment plant was discharging vast amounts of water almost constantly into Park Brook during the flooding period this year. I thought this was still discharging after the floods, but Wessex Water confirmed it has not been discharging in March and April. But when we had the floods, this treatment plant could not cope with the volume of houses that now feed into this site. This water flows through Fordgate and floods houses, gardens and farms, and then enters the Somerset levels due to the lack of pumping ability at Northmoor pumping station. Furthermore, I believe that during the floods, this water could not discharge into the River Parrett at Newhouse and Sam Gamlin's outlets, as the water was so high in the river they were being blocked with silt. Therefore, the only route for this water was Elson's Clyce. This could not cope with the massive volume of water and made our flooding far worse. If this is, should not have any more major building applications approved in North Petherton and surrounding areas until the sewage treatment plant and this route the water takes is investigated and changes made to enable it to cope. The Planning Inspectorate should be made aware of this problem. It's not fair that existing residents are being sacrificed to allow new house builds. If building causes flooding somewhere else, how can it be morally right to approve more projects? You also advise Somerset Council are involved in 2 reports following the flooding, which is great. A report with other risk management authorities on what happened in this event in 2026 and recommendations to support future prevention and resilience measures in Somerset, and a report on how housing development impacts the Somerset levels and moors. Flooding is one of the most constant things going on through the minds of people living under a threat of yearly flooding. It's important for us to understand what's going on. If it's too early for a conclusion, then just reassurance there is a process, perhaps meetings are happening, and what the next steps are. Any news would be appreciated. Our flooding situations on the levels and moors is unique, and it could be fixed. But right now it's being solved during each flooding event at great cost with temporary solutions. This money would be better spent on a solution that solves the problem once and for all. Without changes, we are absolutely bound to be flooded again and again. There's nothing we can do individually or as a community. We know what the problems are and some of the solutions, and many people would love to help fix them, but we are not allowed. We must just watch it get worse, which is really frustrating. Or we all just want to know things are going to change. So my questions are, can the sewage treatment plant in North Petherton be investigated to ensure that it can manage the volume of water it now has to process, and the route this water takes is working as it should now at high tides and particularly in flooding scenarios? Until this is checked, please refuse major housing products that use this plant because it's causing flooding downstream to existing residents. 2, is there any news regarding the 2 reports that are being compiled with the council's involvement? If there's no conclusions yet, what is being considered and what are the next steps, please? And 3, a sneaky question, is there anything we can do as a community to get work started? Many thanks for your time. I hope you can help us.
Okay, thank you very much, Andrea, for your question. And Councillor Federica Smith-Roberts will respond.
Thank you, Andrea, for your question and coming along today. So in relation to your question about the sewage treatment plant, the management of the water recycling plant falls under Wessex Water, who have forecast and documented their actions on the site as part of their drainage and wastewater management plan process, currently under review for a second revision. In these instances, the most appropriate way is to engage directly with Wessex Water. Beyond this, DEFRA, through the Environment Agency, conduct monitoring and enforcement on Wessex Water, and again would be an appropriate body to discuss the specific concerns with. Unfortunately, the council do not have powers under the National Planning Policy Framework to reject planning applications based on sewer capacity concerns. This would be for Wessex Water and to a lesser extent the Environment Agency to determine. In relation to your question relating to the reports, there are 2 catchment-focused reports. The first is a report looking at the impacts of the January-February 2026 flood events on the Somerset levels and moors. Work on this report has only just recently been started. The second, which has been commissioned by Somerset Council using funds provided by the Somerset Rivers Authority, will investigate the surface water flooding impact on Somerset catchments and in North Petherton specifically from development. That work is starting this week. In relation to your third question about what the community can do, much of the drainage network in the UK is held under riparian responsibilities, and this is areas that can have major impacts on reducing flooding. Communities can play a significant role in ensuring the riparian responsibilities are understood and actioned, and what I'll do in the written response is see if we can get you some examples of how we can get some engagement on that with the community, Andrea. But thank you for coming along today.
Thank you. This is a difficult one because I'm the ward member as well as the chair of the executive committee. I'm just wondering whether if we could just check whether the report that the SRA has commissioned will include the Elsons Clyce issue that's been mentioned this morning. I understand that there is a significant concern. I visited residents that back onto Park Brook during the major incident, and the water was literally lapping at their back doors with their own private pumps running to keep it away. It's a difficult situation when we know that there's raw sewage in it that's come from a recently revamped sewage works from our friends at Wessex Water. So if we can make sure that those points are included, please. And we have Graham Godwin-Pearson. Good morning, Graham.
Nice segue, I think, from the last question, given that mine's about trees and trees help to prevent flooding. I'm Graham Godwin-Pearson from Axbridge, and I've watched as dozens and dozens of mature trees have been removed at Edith Mead over the last few weeks with no apparent succession planting. It got me wondering about tree planting since our local tree cover is miles off the national average. So my question's for the lead member for the Environment and Climate Change, really. I wonder if the member could provide a figure for how many hectares of trees, not hedgerows, trees, have been planted by and in association with Somerset Council since May 2023.
Councillor Federica Smith-Roberts to respond.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Graham, for your question in relation to the tree planting. I'm advised that as of January this year, the council have been involved directly and indirectly in planting 243 hectares of wood pasture and 16 hectares of woodland. Additionally, we've planted 750 urban trees, 89 school ground projects have taken place, and 4 kilometres of hedgerow.
Developers are very welcome. If you'd like to come and walk around and see the amazing work that's been done there. Edith Mead, I presume they've been removed by National Highways. Yeah, just wanted to check that.
No, that's absolutely right. Yeah,
Great.
there are about 40 trees there. I mean, ecologists tell you what you're supposed to do is plant new trees well before you take out the old ones to provide homes for the birds and the fungi and everything, and it doesn't seem to have happened. But
Okay, thanks. Could we raise that with National Highways, please, just to make sure that I'm sure they've got it covered, but we might need a reminder. Thanks very much, Graham. So we're on to agenda item 5, which is questions from members, which are written in advance. So we got Councillor Diogo Rodriguez. Good morning, Diogo.
Morning, Chair. Thank you. So my question, a total of £16 million was spent by the former Liberal Democrat run Somerset West and Taunton Council on delivering the Coal Orchard development between 2019 and 2023. And this included the construction of apartments and commercial units. In July 22, reporting by the BBC quoted the then Liberal Democrat councillor Bennett Allen as stating that the council, quote, should make a tidy profit from the development on behalf of taxpayers. During this council's financial emergency, the site was put up for sale, with the sale completed in April 2025. So I'm asking the executive to be honest with the public and confirm precisely which elements of the Coal Orchard development were sold and what the total capital receipts generated from those sales were. Thank you.
Councillor Rigby, I believe, is reaching for his microphone. Mike.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your question about the excellent Coal Orchard regeneration project. In order to answer this fully, we will need more time to collate the sales data from each of the apartment units sold under Somerset West and Taunton Council, along with the freehold sale of the blocks and commercial units by Somerset Council. Therefore, a written response will be provided.
Okay, do we have a time scale on the written response to that, please?
No.
Oh, is it as soon as possible?
Yeah, as soon as can be practically delivered, but I would have thought 2 weeks would be sufficient to sort of trawl through the data.
Okay, thank you. So a written response within 2 weeks. Apologies, we haven't been able to get you the final figure today, but I'm sure you'll appreciate legacy systems aren't always what we would like them to be able to extract information. Okay, second question is Councillor Susanna Harts. Good morning, Susanna.
Oh, hello, good morning. Are you able to hear me?
Loud and clear, Susanna.
Perfect.
Thank you very much.
So this things may have moved on slightly since I put this question in, but I shall read it as I put it in. We notice that 20.6 acres at Porchester Drove in Glastonbury has come to the open market with Lambert Smith and Hampton. This is land which Somerset Council has a charge against and land which was initially purchased using town deal funds. Could you please confirm that the reason for the sale of this parcel of land is for Somerset Council to claw back the maximum possible sum from the highest bidder? With relation to the statutory warning Somerset Council has already received from the external auditors around the poor performance demonstrated by this council as a so-called accountable body, could you also confirm that you do not intend to use reallocated town deal funds to purchase the same said parcel of land for the second time, please? As in my book, this quite simply would be neither an appropriate manner in which to spend taxpayers' money, nor the actions of a responsible, accountable body. Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Susanna, and call on Councillor Liz Lishon to respond.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Susanna, for your questions regarding the land at Porchester Drove in Glastonbury. So on question 2A, Somerset Council holds a first legal charge over this land. Due to financial and insolvency risks linked to the original project, the council appointed an independent Law of Property Act, LPA, receiver. That's Lambert Smith Hampton, as you have mentioned, to manage the asset. This is the reason for the sale. And on question 2B, the town deal grant arrangement linked to this land has been terminated and no further funding can be released under that arrangement. The council has not used any town deal funds in our offer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Liz. And moving on to Councillor Mark Healy. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, everybody. I shall be consistent, and again, it's nice to be last person on, I must admit. Thank you for that. Anyway, my question is, could I ask the Executive and Councillor Rigby, how many planning applications has the department reduced the backlog to date, please? The original figure and to date would be very helpful so the public are aware. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Healy, and Councillor Mike Rigby to respond.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for your question, Councillor Healy. The planning backlog peak at Vesting was 2,350 applications, with a risk that without urgent intervention, this would continue to grow. Through concerted effort and the use of the prioritising decision period last year, this has been reduced by 50%. The exact number will change day to day. It was 1,198 at the end of March this year. It is important to recognise that in addition to reducing the backlog, the team have been managing the incoming applications, which average 600 per month for main applications and total over 1,000 per month when all reportable application types are included. Thank you.
Can I just check that 1,000 isn't a backlog? That's the work in progress figure, isn't it? Is that typical for
the 1,000 per month is the number of applications coming in the front door, if you like, and then we've got to manage obviously that number to make sure that we're continuing to reduce. We're aiming for around 900. We think through the work we've done with Mondrum that that's a good steady state for a council of this size. So we're still a little bit over where we'd like to be, but I think it's important to note that with 1,000 applications coming in per month, we're still making progress.
That's really good news, and thank you for the update there. We're almost there, is what I'm hearing on as the overall headline on that, and there was a significant reduction. And can I congratulate the planning team and yourself and all involved with that to make that have been able to bring the service back to a more manageable situation. I know it was a difficult decision to bring in the prioritisation programme. I know that that there was risk involved, but I'm pleased to see that there has been a positive outcome. Thank you. Mark, we generally don't take
Sorry.
supplementaries.
Councillor Rigby wouldn't mind. Could I have that in writing, please?
All questions are in writing.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, we have agenda item 6, which is the executive forward plan, which we have for noting. Are there any lead members or associate lead members that want to raise anything on the forward plan? Not seeing anybody. Any other members? Not seeing anybody, so that is duly noted. And then we move on to agenda item 7, which is our corporate performance management report 25-26 quarter 4. That's pages 17 to 78 on your papers. And Councillor Liz Lysholm to introduce, and welcome to Sarah Hawkins as the presenting officer.
Thank you very much, Chair. So this is quarter 4, which of course is the last quarter of the previous financial year. In 26, so January, February, March of 2026. And this report outlines the performance of Somerset Council for that quarter 4. As usual, there is a wealth and breadth of performance information included within the report, providing a transparent and wide-ranging overview of strategic, service and organisational health performance. There are both positive areas of performance improvement and areas of concern. And I will be asking Sarah Hawkins, who is our Head of Assurance, Performance and Risk, to take us through those. The paper also includes our progress against the peer review action plan, which is our Appendix B. An update, including onward assurance of these actions and potential integration into the new corporate plan, will be included as part of the quarter 1 performance report for 2026-27. So I will, if I may, hand over to Sarah to take us through those areas of improvement and areas of concern that I know will be of particular interest to colleagues. Thank you.
Hey, handing over to Sarah.
Thank you, Liz, and good morning, everybody. So, as Liz said, this reflects the performance position as at the end of March, and all of the detail on all of the measures is outlined in Appendix A. Any measure that is currently ragged as red has a paragraph within the cover report explaining what's impacting the performance alongside any active and planned improvement actions. So I'm going to focus on some of the newly red rag measures and measures that continue to be red and are also declining. But before I do that, so overall, it is a mixed picture compared to the end of quarter 3. Across the 102 measures with a rag rating, 9 have improved, and I will touch on those, but 5 have also declined to red. The overall number of red measures has declined slightly from 32 to 30. Notable improvements are summarised in paragraph 9 of the cover report. These include response times to fly tipping, improving process times for housing benefit change in circumstances, and also an increased number of assessments completed in our Somerset Independent Living Centres. In terms of the new red ragged measures, so the first one, ASH 05, so the number of new placements in residential and nursing care for those aged 65 and over, that has been impacted by self-funders who've since fallen below the financial threshold. We've got ASH 18, so that's the average length of time in B&B for couples. So I should flag that this is the first time that we've split out the couples and the singles data. It hasn't been possible up to this point. In turn, the couples data is read on that basis. When we split them out, we're able to look at both sets in more detail. Performance continues to be impacted by an increase in demand, reduced discharge options, and work is continuing to look at how we increase access to tenancy support systems and increase the supply of temporary and permanent housing options. Also, you'll see CFE 12 and CFE 13, which is school attendance rates for children with a social worker who are either in children looked after or children in need and child protection. Again, for that one, targets have only just been confirmed. It's taken a bit of time to benchmark to make sure that we're clear on what the right targets are. So they previously would have been in the report without a target, but they are red. And then finally, CPE 44, which is the average house and relet time in calendar days. That's declined from 65 days to 75. If we looked at the in-house position, relet times have improved compared to Q4. In terms of the homes in Somerset relet, what we actually had was 5 properties relet that had voids over 100 days. That has had a big impact on those figures, but obviously those relets in themselves are good news. In terms of the measures that continue to be read, that are a continuing concern and declining, we've obviously got CFE 18, which is the education, health and care plans within 20 weeks, and also ASH 10, the number of overdue Care Act assessments. However, in terms of Care Act assessments, actually compared to last year, our productivity has increased with more assessments being completed. The volume and the demand continues to increase. In terms of the peer review, so the report also includes the progress against our Corporate Peer Challenge Action Plan. That's in Appendix B from page 65 onwards, and also section 16 of the cover report on pages 30 and 31. What we've actually included this time, because we're at the point where actually we've delivered a lot of those improvement actions, we've actually got narratives against those outstanding, so a bit more detail within that Appendix B in the report. It does remain strong in terms of the amount we're delivering, with 56 of the 64 actions due by the end of Q4 completed and 8 in progress. As Liz mentioned, an update including the onward assurance of anything that's outstanding will be part of the Q1 26-27 report, including consideration of how they potentially form part of our corporate plan. So an example would be some of those economy in place actions, which absolutely will be in our corporate plan. So we'll look to integrate those so that we've got a single focus going forwards. I think that's it in terms of the highlights. So just a reminder, so Executive Committee are asked to review the performance information provided within Appendices A and B and consider any matters that may need to be referred to scrutiny. Thank you.
By all means, yep.
So I just wanted to add to our introductions that this paper and the risk paper, both go to scrutiny next week, and the risk paper goes to audit later in the month. So although that is scrutiny after executive, it is just 1 week later. And that does not, of course, stop anybody spotting trends and bringing forward any of these measures for further scrutiny. So I know that I have said in the past that I found it easier to go scrutiny than executive. I think on the corporate performance reporting and the risk reporting, I do not think that that is affected in any way by scrutiny coming after executive. The opportunities for scrutiny are very clearly there.
Thank you very much. Oh, Sarah, please.
Apologies, I skipped over something. So you'll also see in the report detailed feedback from scrutiny included in section 19 and section 7. So there is additional information already added to the report as a result of the Q3 discussions with scrutiny. That's around fly tipping, revs and bends, planning, FOIs, all of which is aimed to aid improved understanding of current performance and the report as well.
Hey, thank you. Just wanted to ask around in the adult services KPIs we've got around our overdue Care Act assessments, and numbers going into, I can't find the right heading now, number of new placements in residential and nursing homes. I wonder would we be able to just comment on those figures and mitigation measures, please?
Yes, of course. The Care Act assessment figures are disappointing. We've worked hard to get them down, the delays down, but you don't always have the staff in the right place to do them. We have worse figures in parts of Somerset than others where the staffing has been a bit of an issue. I would also say that Care Act assessment delays do tend to rise in winter because we get more people applying for help during that period. We are working hard with the teams to bring these figures down to whatever, if there is any acceptable level really. But just to explain, with Care Act assessment, people ask for an assessment. They don't necessarily get care as a result of it, but they ask us to do it, and we then have to go through the process. It's not a tick box exercise. It involves the person providing quite a lot of information, including bank statements and other financial information, and that does quite often take some time to put together. So some of those will take a long time to do. We do about 400 a month, I think it's right to say, on, anyway. So we're doing the ones that are, that we're coming in. So we're doing more than actually come in, but we still have a backlog to get down, and we are working hard to deal with that. I think also we have issues with people's capital disappearing when they are in care homes, and that's another issue we have to take forward. And you have to redo the assessments every time somebody's financial situation changes as well, which they are supposed to report to us. You don't always find out straight away. The housing numbers, if that was another point you made, Bill, we are working on that, but with the scarcity of accommodation in Somerset is very difficult to deal with. But we are working on several strategies to bring more accommodation, and the only way to do that really in a sort of shorter time frame is to use existing properties. We haven't got time to build because that will take 4 or 5 years. We've got to use existing properties, and we are identifying as part of our homeless strategy more properties for use like that.
Okay, thank you for that update. Heather, I wonder would you be able just to comment on the children looked after data and the number in homes rather than foster care, please?
Thank you. Yes, indeed. I was actually prepping for the HCP question, so forgive me. I'll just tune myself into the other side of the service. In my head, I was prepping. No, it is absolutely the case that we still have children coming into residential situations rather than into foster care. And what worries us a lot is they're younger as well. But what I would like to say and make the point is that in spite of the fact that we are, to a small degree, bucking the national trend by actually having a net increase in foster carers this last year of 5, we are doing fantastically well on kinship and special guardianship. So we've actually acquired another 47 families who can look after children who are related to them. So we're getting better in those respects and doing really good work. But the numbers of children coming in are still higher than we would want. We're still underneath national averages, but that doesn't matter. The issue we have is that when we're bringing children in more quickly than we can find foster carers and places for them. And they're also coming in and what I've been really assured by is having external people helping us and looking through and checking our admission, if you like. How good are we at are we doing the right things bringing children in? And we can see no fault in that at all. The right children are coming into our care. Sadly, we don't want any of them in our care ideally, but when they present, we take them in and we look after them, give them the best chance possible. But we're getting more in than we have places for them. The other side of it, of course, constantly with children in our care is we don't want to keep them in our care. We want them back out again. And so we've brought to you previously things like our reunification kind of proposals where we've got more people now, but only recently come because the delays in recruitment, but in terms of the difficulties, let's say, in recruitment, we have got a team now of reunification officers who, and getting children into care can be super quick. Safely getting them back home will take time, and you don't want a breakdown in places. So that takes time, but we now have a dedicated team to do that, to help us with it. So that's improving, but that will take time to come forward. And I think it is, you know, it is, and we're doing things like Room to Grow. The government's not underwriting, but endorsing this as well in terms of, for those foster carers we do have, enabling them to take more children if they want to and if they can. And that's a really helpful thing. We've got a few people who've already taken advantage of that. But it's that kind of, it is that kind of onslaught where more are coming in than we can actually get places. And it is, you know, they're one of the difficulties we have been finding. Our commissioning team is working super hard with good providers locally to try to find new homes for children. And of course, homes for children, not like orphan Annie stuff where you've got dormitories full of kids. You're talking about a proper family home with 3 or 4 kids max that you would have in those the lovely homes for children to be in. And one of the issues we are facing at the moment is we do have delays in getting those, or in those homes getting their registration with Ofsted. It can take 18 months. Some of our children who are sitting waiting to come into us to that kind of placement are elsewhere because they're just not on stream yet. So we're trying as hard as we can. And of course, we're in competition with people across the border because we, you know, all the houses we have don't all have only Somerset children in them. So it's a focus of real concern, Chair, and we are keeping every eye on it as much as we can.
Thank you. I did want to go on to the EHCPs, but yeah, by all means.
So if I may, Chair, just ask my colleague Heather to explain more about the Ofsted delays in registration and re-registration. So that I understand, although we are able to provide homes for children in Somerset that are not part of what we don't want, which is the profit-making element of homes for children, are we held up by the Ofsted delays in registration and re-registration?
Yes, not in massive number, but yes, we are. Our commissioning team have done really good work to you know, build relationships with and encourage and get providers to come and create these homes that we could then, you know, in a sense, buy places in. But yes, at the moment it's taking about at best 9, but usually 18 months to get. I've got up to 18 months on home registration on occasion. I guess, you know, Ofsted will be struggling like a lot of us will with not quite enough bodies to do this kind of work. I guess I don't know what stops them, and we make representations to our Ofsted colleagues as much as we can, but there's a national delay on getting registration or re-registration, which is frustrating. I mean, when I at one stage, and forgive me, numbers move all the time, but when I remember having an assurance conversation in the service, and there were at least I think it was 3 children that we knew of who could go into homes as soon as they got the registration, but they couldn't go in until the registration was there. And so the frustration is, on occasion, that means they might have to be in an unlawful position. And nobody wants children in an unlawful position, but you have to keep, if they're in our care, we have to keep them safe. And so we do every safety plan, every safety check, keep an eye on them, but they are technically sitting in an unlawful place until we can get a lawful place for them.
I mean, it's really shocking that Ofsted is delaying the use of homes because there is an 18-month backlog in registration. I have professional experience of Ofsted through my career, and to find that Ofsted is actually the obstacle rather than the supporter of good outcomes for children is truly surprising and shocking.
I may be a bit of an apologist for them. Through the recent Ofsted inspection, colleagues from Ofsted would ask us really testing questions about where our children go, and even said, one person did say, I know we might be part of the problem on occasion. So there's an acknowledgement that there is an issue, but I think there's something about making that case as happily and as positively as we can. As I say, I don't know what the reason is, but it's something we're living with.
But ultimately, it has a real impact on children's lives that we cannot provide them with the care that they need when they need to come into the care of the local authority because of a bureaucratic hold-up with a government agency whose declared aim is to improve outcomes for children. Who inspects Ofsted? Never mind. Why is there only one monopolies commissioner? I know, etc. Liz.
I'm sorry to keep on this point, but I think it's incredibly important because as well as the best outcomes for the children, inevitably us having to put children into unregistered placements when we have those buildings that comprise Homes and Horizons has a financial impact as well. So for me, from a layperson's point of view, I cannot understand why Ofsted cannot help the taxpayer by prioritising those homes that are put forward by not-for-profits and councils rather than those who are put forward by for-profit companies. I think it's really simple.
And if I may, Liz, I don't want you to think we're just sitting here accepting it. Our DCS has made that very point quite clearly on a number of occasions in conversations, and I guess we're probably getting into writing with it too, but we had to be careful through our Ofsted inspection. But I think that has been made very clear. Claire has made that point repeatedly.
Okay, I do want us to move on to EHCPs because I do think though the figures that we've got in this performance report are incredibly disappointing. And I think we need to understand why we're in this position and what the plan is to improve it.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm more than happy to do that. Of course, this is for Q4, which was not very long ago, but things have moved gently on in that way. So I think the reasons for it are, well, two main reasons. If we have more applications coming in than we ever have had before, and that application that level of application will continue. It's even been acknowledged by the Department for Education that as a result of the way the white paper has been kind of dandled, if you like, brought forward, but then no action is going to be happening to any change to the system for at least 2 years. I think that has galvanized people to ensure they have the kind of cover they want and support they want for their children. I can't blame them for that. So I think more are coming through. We have also been trying to ensure that we're making the right decisions about because of the way the statute is framed. It's very hard to say no, we won't assess that child. So again, more come through the system for assessment. That's been also, if you like, at the same time as we have had struggles in trying to recruit and retain educational psychologists. We're at about 50% of the educational psychologists that we need for that very crucial element of the EHCP plan. We're improving their productivity. The small bits of green shoots are, I have seen some of the kind of average weeks to get through things come down, which is good, but not enough. So for instance, in recent times, it's not in the Q4, but in recent times, if 100 EHCP assessment requests come in, we're dealing with 150. Now that's better, but we have got a backlog. The backlog was also created in part, I think, through restructuring work that we put in last year in order to try to do all the things we're supposed to do in terms of make things better, but also save some income, as it were, as much as we could. And I don't think that we're identifying those parts of the structure that we need to change. So in terms of what are we doing about it, it is about we're trying to redirect as much of our current resource into this particular issue, obviously, and also to try and get them more productive. And at the same time, in the background, we're working on how do we make it work in the long term? And we have a number of related business plans, which are in with, some of them are already, we've had them in and out of finance to validate if they're valid or not. We're working with our colleagues in both legal and finance to ensure we have plans that are going to work going forward. But it's just not good. And I think it's not good for children. It's not good for families. I think another issue that also makes EHCPs harder to a degree, or that's awful, I don't mean that. Children whose families the families who are asking for education, health and care plans are also being disadvantaged by the fact that we still don't have necessarily the right numbers of educational places for them to go to. So depending on what their need is, it gets very hard to name a school, because which is a key part of the HCP process, because there may not be the right type of school for that child. So and also what we think is the right type may not be what the families think, and then that takes a long time to work through and get people to where we'd like them to be. So again, to make that better, the capital program, which you've seen in previous meetings, is around ensuring we can have the SEND units in as many schools as we can. And I know that Phil Curd is running around like a man possessed, doing feasibility and talking with schools to get these things in place. So that's going to create us over the next few years a number more places which will be right for these children, so they won't have to travel so far. But also we're trying to maximise all of the spaces that we have in our LA maintained special schools. And again, anything we can to expand those we will, but they're virtually full now. But the frightening thing at the moment now is also independent non-maintained schools are getting to capacity. So those are the privately run schools who have taken some of our children with greater needs or different challenges, and they're getting full too. So that's going on in the background as well, because the sufficiency bit is really important. You have to have it's part of the HCP.
Thank you for that update. Can I also just look at the purchase orders that are compliant data as well? Our target's 90%. I can see it's improving, but for me, that seems to be still a remarkably low figure when at 70% when we're looking at a target of 90%. Are we able just to comment on what actions, mitigations we'll be taking?
Thank you, Chair. We continue to work with services to try and improve compliance. We are strengthening the financial procedure rules to bring in the compliance around purchase ordering. We're also looking at some adaptations to the system, which is part of the Building Better Finance business case that's coming forward in terms of the system improvements we want to make in order to ensure that we've got the flow correct in terms of the contract being awarded, that generating a purchase order automatically and then flowing through more of a workflow. So I think we are still working on it, and we still are sending out the compliance reports to service directors on a monthly basis to ensure they are working with their teams to try and improve performance and compliance.
And do we have the assurance that those service directors are taking necessary actions?
I'm going to throw some caution that we have some services that are better than others.
Thank you for that feedback, and if we can perhaps take it offline as to which service directors we need to resolve things with. And do you want to jump in on that?
I was just going to say, I know it's a regular conversation at all service director and management teams, and there is a huge amount of work that has gone on. I think we are getting into a position where we know now where the blockages are. In some cases, there are some contracts which are the way they've been set up make it very, very difficult for them to ever be compliant. We've been doing work from my area, for example, on the election side. The contract we have, which is a framework contract with our supplier, they're incredibly efficient, which means they usually email us the quote and the invoice at the same time because it's framework contract, and therefore we know we've got to work with them and we need to work doing certain timelines. As soon as they do that, that can never be compliant with purchase order. So we've been working very hard on that company, working with us, trying to amend that. But in some of our other contracts, we can't change things that quickly. So what we need to try to do, I think, in some of the areas where we're seeing compliance as lower is understand is that because it's not being focused on sufficiently. We don't think that's the case, but it may well be there are some artifacts within the system, which mean it's really, really difficult because of the way services need to work or contracts are being set up. So part of the work that Nikki's talking about will be the finance business partners working with each of the individual services to really start to understand what's holding us back. If we do find areas where it's not got high enough focus, obviously we'll address that. But where there are some systemic issues, we might need to understand what do we need to do in the system or the contract process to actually change those as well.
Thank you. And the final one from me was around freedom of information requests, and I can't find the data because I've lost it in the papers. I can't remember who that sits under in terms of officers. It would be Alan. Page 62. Okay, thank you. I had it noted down and then I lost the page.
Sorry, Chair, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, I'm just concerned as to what further mitigations we've got to bring those numbers of freedom of information requests back to within target. We're at 70%. It is going up, but our target is 95%.
Thank you, Chair. So there are a number of actions in play. Firstly, we went through the MTFP process to secure additional resources, and that was approved through council. And as a result of that, that recruitment is taking place. In addition, we are also prioritising those inquiries that come in that are relatively straightforward to address and making sure the services are responding to those as quickly as possible. And then finally, we're also looking at the process improvement through some of the service redesign work, particularly through our transformation team, to ensure that we're able to process those as quickly as possible, all of which are contributing to an improvement. All I would say that is we are experiencing, again, a spike in inquiry, and we are experiencing a number of general inquiries regarding FOI, more inquiring regarding council services or council performance rather than specific matters, which is causing some delay in the process, but that's the nature of FOI.
It is, and we won't. No one will be surprised that the electoral cycle will be part of that, but also note the improvement from 29% to 70%, even though it's below the target. Okay, those were all from me, but Councillor Liz Lisham.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a point on freedom of information request, the part that artificial intelligence plays. And I've heard the chair of audit talking about this considerably, so that it is possible for people to very quickly and easily generate very, very complex either statements or questions. And having seen some generated by AI in the area where I live, I'm not even sure sometimes that the questioner understands their question. And I do genuinely think this is a really big issue for councils and other public sector organisations in the years to come.
Indeed, I do wonder whether we'll start having freedom of information requests, questions and answers using artificial intelligence and bypassing all human interaction whatsoever, which will be an interesting world to live in. However, not seeing anything else from executive members. Oh, Diogo, you just beat Lucy. Go on, Diogo.
I don't often come first. But yeah. I've got questions on 3 different topics, Chair, and perhaps I'll ask the first 2 and then just pause for the third topic. Then it's 2 questions on the third topic. That makes sense. Otherwise, it might get all lost.
Okay.
So the first one is they're all on Appendix A, so on the figures presented within Appendix A. The first one is around total staff turnover, so SCRST07. In terms, I've gone on the appendix directly on the. I haven't got I haven't used the full report pack, Chairman. Sorry to be an absolute pain. I'm just interested on that figure, or I'm just a bit confused by it really, because it shows the percentage of staff turnover increasing to 7.93% in the last quarter, but I don't know, because it's gone green. Does that mean staff turnover's fallen by 7.93%, or staff turnover's increased by 7.93%? It just doesn't make entirely great sense to me. And the second question on the other topic is around the council tax. It's actually a performance measure which is not included in the report, and I wonder if consideration can be given to it being included. I've had a few people, recently, well, 2 people last week and more in previous weeks, waiting for updated council tax bills. One told me they moved house twice in the last year. And they've been told they've still got to wait another 12 weeks before their first bill from that first move comes forward. And I'm just wondering, can we have a key performance indicator on the number of days for processing new council tax bills? I see there's one for processing new housing benefit claims, but I think also speaking to other councillor colleagues, it seems to be an issue that we're not reporting and perhaps should be reported to highlight and to improve the service. Those are the 2 questions to start off with, Chair.
Are we able to clarify on the staff turnover question? You quoted 7.93, but I think that's on the staff sickness. Sarah, do you want to Yeah, it's the one below, isn't it? Yeah, sorry, I'm just realised what we get. It's the 9.55 that you're quoting. Sarah.
Yeah, thank you. In terms of the staff turnover, it's a year-to-date figure. So that's why we've got, as at the end of Q1, it was 2.5% target, then 5%, 7.5%, and then 10% for the year end. So I think we need to look at going forwards a rolling 12-month figure now that we've moved on from that April 2025 baseline position following restructuring. So I think, yeah, they decided this year to look at a year-to-date rather than a rolling 12 months. But I think we now change that to a rolling 12 months going forward.
Yeah, thanks for that explanation. Yeah, I can see how you've derived that figure now. And on the council tax processing.
So I can confirm there is a new suite of data performance measures coming in. Now we're all on the one NEC system. Once we've migrated across from being on 4 different platforms to one, which is happening this month, then we will be able to extract data and have the granular data around backlogs with new claims, amendments to claims, change of circumstances and everything. That's something we are going to have. At this point, I would say we do have serious numbers of backlogs in those areas. So I appreciate everyone is getting concerned regarding the length of time it is taking to process that. We do have plans in place and we've just commissioned more NEC support to try and clear through the backlogs. The backlogs have been created due to the new system coming in, the migration, the downtime of those systems, plus also the team trying to now get up to speed with learning a new system. They've gone from very au fait legacy systems to a new way of working. So as they get more familiar with the system, they will speed up. But so we do have plans in place, but we are going to have a further period of downtime while we migrate to the one system. But we do have some plans in place and some additional resource. That said, I am experiencing some staff turnover in that area as well, which doesn't help. So we are doing what we can to try and address, because I know it is a concern for people and very frustrating for members of the public.
Okay, and Sarah, can we include that in the report? Yeah, okay, that's fine. And you have a third question, which is almost like a drum roll now.
I know, it's the third topic, and it's 2 questions on this one topic. It's under the Greener, More Sustainable Somerset, and it's a number of the planning measures. So no one in particular as such. But for example, the number of planning decisions in time for minor and other is down almost 10% compared to the same time last year. Percentage of applications decided within 8 weeks or the agreed time is down compared to a year ago. The planning applications responded to within 21-day deadline is down compared to a year ago. Quality of applications down. You can see there's quite a few downward trends there on a number of those planning key KPIs. And also the percentage of on-hand applications is kind of stagnant at around 140%, which is way off the 100% target that we should be working towards. And so my question is can someone explain why so many of those metrics in planning is in a much more negative state than the same period last year, or even just the last quarter? And the second question, which is around the data presented or not presented, I'm also wondering, is it possible, or is it reported somewhere else in terms of the measures, a measure which tracks the number of dwellings attached to some of these planning applications? Could be interesting to understand how many applications and how many homes are proposed as part of them, and what's in the system to come forward and what's not being delivered. It may be presented somewhere else, but if not, it'd be really interesting to understand that bit of information too.
Councillor Rigby and Mr. Hall, I'm looking in your direction, and you're looking at each other.
Happy to make a start. So, in terms of why are they down, I'd need to go back to the service to see if there's any patterns. But what I would point out is the vast majority, with the exception of one, is still within its current target and therefore is being reported as green. So a downward scale of performance isn't ideal, but it is still meeting all of our performance targets that we have set, with the exception of that one amber. I don't think we do report anywhere the number of dwellings attached to each application. So some of these will clearly be for larger major applications, and there will be a volume of dwellings. Some of these will be for someone who wants to put an extension on their property. Maybe a business wants to put up a permanent sign outside their company. So they won't all be dwelling based. We'll go back to the service and see what we can extract and see if there's something else that we can produce that will be meaningful in terms of that housing growth number, which I suspect is what's driving your question.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I think that's a little bit more work. Duncan.
Yeah, just a general comment, I think, in the spirit of Councillor Rodriguez's question about the generality. One of the things you will see with these measures, because they're an odd measure in a sense, the national ones, they say it's an absolute measure. Was this application dealt with within time or not? As soon as you get into a backlog situation and you start clearing the backlog, that figure goes down, because you're now actually approving a lot more applications, but by definition, because they were in a backlog, we're out of time. So as you actually clear more applications from the backlog, the performance on time will naturally go down. What we need to try and extract is what's the run rate of the applications that are coming in currently being approved on time, and the run rate of the ones that have been in backlog, because all of the ones in backlog are down, and because it's a percentage, it just naturally depresses it. So we'd expect to see an impact as we clear the backlog where that figure goes down. But what we need to understand is the ones that are coming in now, are they getting dealt with on time? And I know Planning Stability Board monitors those figures as well. So we can probably share some of that information too.
Thank you very much for your questions, Diogo. Moving on to Lucy and then Bob.
Thank you, Chair. So I've got a couple of questions now. Councillor Leishon, you mentioned about the fact that this is now going to come to scrutiny after the executive. I wondered if that was now a permanent arrangement, whether this is how you want things done. What I want to know is when it's been done where it comes to scrutiny first and then it comes to executive, our ideas, our thoughts are then brought up in discussion at executive, and we get an immediate sort of feedback on whether those points have been taken on board, whether they have made a difference to anything. And obviously with it coming the other way round, as in item 8, there's a whole list of things 3 months after we last saw it and did that. And I just wondered whether this was now going to be the permanent arrangement, and if so, will we get some sort of feedback as a committee as to what impact our comments make retrospectively, because obviously we're not going to see that anymore. And then I've got a couple of specific questions. I don't know whether you wanted to do that one first and then ask my questions about some of the service related items. What would you prefer?
Let's pick that one up first. I've got both Alan and Liz wanting to respond, so we can do it in stereo or sequence, whichever we prefer. Let's go Alan first and then to Liz.
Thank you, Chair. I think two things really. One, unfortunately, and it's the nature of the system, isn't it, in terms of performance, they're always naturally retrospective as a result of that. We try and make sure they're as timely as possible to ensure that we've got that opportunity to deal with it. So I think that's the first point. The second point, in terms of the approach to scrutiny, that was the part of that approach around the adoption of a new approach to scrutiny that was approved by all members in terms of the approach that was moving forward. So that followed that deep dive scrutiny review by CFGS and the work that was done then with all of the scrutiny chairs in terms of the next steps. What that gave us the opportunity to do was, clearly there will be an opportunity for pre-scrutiny. Of course there will, where it's appropriate and where there are items that scrutiny wish to call in as part of that pre-scrutiny, as part of the consideration of, say, the executive forward plan. In addition, it also gave an opportunity to ensure that scrutiny could then do those deep dive exercises to look into, on this matter, for example, particular performance issues and what was driving behaviour or what was driving particular areas of performance. So it gave an opportunity for more deep dive approach to scrutiny rather than a simple process of considering all matters before they went through that process. There are instances whereby some services have put those reports through because there is absolute value in seeing that scrutiny engagement before the decision is taken. There is also absolute value in having that opportunity for scrutiny to do deep dives as they wish, or as they could be requested to do so by executive, and that was the intent, particularly with performance. So if there are matters that either scrutiny or executive would like further consideration of, that's why this approach of effectively seeing the reports after executive gives you that full and fair opportunity, because you have the benefit of the executive debate in considering the detail of those matters.
Just to add to that, to say we did, of course, agree the calendar of meetings for this year some time ago, and so we're working with that. I just want to say where I have, in my opinion, seen scrutiny working really well in recent months. One was with the budget setting process, where that was all the scrutiny comments were considered and answered at executive. before the executive recommended the budget to full council. There was a recent decision that Heather and I took on children's, where we had the advantage of all of the feedback from children's scrutiny. There is the SEND reform plan, where scrutiny was on Monday, executive today. Absolutely in the right order there, but that was an extraordinary scrutiny meeting, I understand, and it was on a specific and critically important paper that we see today. Also, the CTRS, Council Tax Reduction Scheme, and the work of the Task and Finish group. So obviously we still have to work through that. We'll work through this summer through public consultation. So there are some areas where I am seeing the work that has been brought forward on scrutiny as being of massive value to the whole running of this council. How scrutiny works when you're monitoring things that have already happened, because any monitoring report is always inevitably looking backwards, and then spotting those things that would be of most use for full scrutiny and the deep dive approach. I think that's something where it will probably take some time to change that way of working. And of course, the place where we all see that working incredibly well is with select committees for the House of Commons, where a select committee is a real proper deep dive. So I think it's a really interesting question that you ask, and I think it's something that we will continuing working on all through this year, and then whatever after the election, I'm sure that it will still need further work. I think we've made good progress as a council, and I'm sure there's plenty more to do.
Thank you. My only thought is, if you're saying that scrutiny will benefit from the comments from executive, whereas it used to be executive would benefit from the comments of scrutiny, and it's more what Alan said, then because scrutiny members probably aren't on watching executive today, or many of them won't be, and so you probably need to sort of give, I presume you will be now saying executive recommends that scrutiny does blah blah blah.
Chair, that's not what I meant. I meant that executive has gained from the questioning, the scrutiny that has come forward on such things as budget setting, SEND reform plan today, and all those other examples I gave. If I said something that misled you, I'll obviously apologise. But I don't know. If you could, please.
Duncan, would you like to go?
I think the key point is it's both, Councillor Trimnell. There are some items where it is helpful for executive to consider it first and then say to scrutiny, please could you look at some detail, or what do you think you'd like to pick up from what we've looked at? There are some items where it's helpful if it goes to scrutiny first, and then when executive are debating it, they have the benefit of scrutiny considerations. I think the point that both Mr Jones and Councillor Lation were trying to make was that for retrospective reports, all everyone's doing is effectively looking and saying, well, we should look into that more, or we should do something about that. We can't change the actual data that's coming forward. So therefore, having a benefit of this going to executive and having a debate here, and then scrutiny being able to say, actually, how do we get under the skin of that, is probably much more useful than scrutiny effectively saying what executive will then say a week later. Because we're all looking at the same data, we're all looking at the same information. So the question is, how do we actually get executive and scrutiny working on things like performance reporting, so that performance improves more quickly than if we had it the different way around? And that's where the committee chairs and the system was changed, say earlier this year, to actually change that sequence. So these reports now come here first, then go to scrutiny second. So scrutiny can choose to actually get under the skin of some of those rather than just look generically at the whole report. How do we actually use the scrutiny process to say, well, let's do a deep dive there, let's look into that, and then let's feed that back through the system so we can see quicker improvement. That's the change we've made effectively.
Okay, I won't labour the point. I felt we were already doing that, but it doesn't matter if that's the way it is. I just wanted to check, and so I've got my answer, so thank you. So I wanted to ask page 22, where we've got the adults, we've got ASH 10 and 10A, the Overdue Care Act assessments, they're still red. And this has been an outstanding issue for quite some time. I don't remember when I last asked the question a few months ago, and I was assured that there was more staffing in place now and that we would start to see an improvement, and we haven't seen that improvement yet. And I just wondered if there was a reason, if there was a mechanism that's being employed that's different now, because we've been waiting quite a long time for that to improve and it hasn't happened yet. I don't, you look really confused. Have I said something silly?
No, you haven't said something silly. I just think I've asked that question already and got an answer from Councillor Wakefield, but I'm very happy to go back to Councillor Wakefield. Overdue care assessments. It keeps it's been on a poor trajectory. I thought you'd answered the question when I asked it, but you can. Is it not the same question?
Well, I was asking why that reassurance months ago when it came to us, we were told that we would see an improvement. And that was my experience. I've asked this at adults as well, and that hasn't come through yet. It's not an accusation. It's not a nag. I realise that these are hugely complex and difficult areas. I just want to know what was the staffing was supposed to have improved. Has it? Is it training? What is the reason?
Well, Chairman, it did improve, in fact, over the summer. We got it down to about 200 waiting, but it's gone up again. And that is, yes, it's staffing. They have to be done by a social worker. They can't be done by anybody else, my understanding. And as I said to you, as I said earlier on, they go up in the autumn and winter because more people access care for all sorts of reasons. I don't think there's any overriding thing. I think staffing is an issue. I think staffing is spread too thinly. But we are looking at it and what we can do to get it down. We're working hard to do that. And we are confident that that will happen. But the rising demand is always at our backs. And that's the other problem. It's a demand-led service. And if people ask for a Care Act assessment, they go onto the list. And sometimes people have more than one in a year. They have 3 or 4 if their situation changes. So it's difficult when you've got that happening as well as new people and the demand rising. But we are looking at how we're going to bring that down to an acceptable level, whatever that is. I don't think any level is acceptable really, but I think in reality there will always be a waiting list. So you're right, but it did go down over the summer, got it down quite well actually across the summer, but it started going up again in the autumn.
Thank you. And then I just had one more question. It was page 26, CPE 17. The safety defects performance had decreased quite significantly, but I see that there are fewer defects being reported now and that there are some new methods being applied, some new ideas. And I wanted to ask again, are we expecting to see that improve now so that the next reporting period, we might see that move out of the red? And then also, can we have some more information at some point through some mechanism, through some committee or other, about this resilience planning, what it involves, and also will it involve things like the drainage clearing? You know, when people report drains and it comes back no problem, and yet I can see things growing in the drains. I just wondered, is that part of that resilience planning?
Apologies, you're struggling to find the page at the moment over this.
48. Page 48. And can you just give us the reference number again, please?
CPE 17.
CPE 17, okay.
Was there more detailed information around that item?
Yeah. Sorry for the confusion, but we're just trying to track down which one you're reporting.
I'm starting to wonder if I'm dreaming things. I have some very lucid dreams.
So I can answer Councillor Trim's last question as well. The reason we're all confused is you're quoting the page number from the summary at the beginning of the report, not the page number from the appendices that's actually got the detail in. That's why we can't find the pages when you're mentioning it. So it's page 48 for everyone who's looking at the report, and it is the one Councillor Trimble talked about. I'm sure colleagues will jump in, but this is about percentage of safety defects repaired or made safer in 24 hours. First thing to say is that always gets worse over winter. Second thing to say is, which particularly affects Q4, it got worse massively over this winter with Storm Chandra. So that is the basic answer to the question about why the performance has dropped off so much over that period. You know, we had a really, really tough winter, as you know. We had a huge issue. I think the numbers went to, effectively, was about 50% more in 1 week in terms of number of potholes reported than the same period the previous year, and it got worse again after that point. So performance has gone down. Performance is starting to come back up again. I would hope you would see better figures as we get into the Q1 reporting, but that quarter covers the period where we had Storm Chandra and the real issues with the potholes. So that's why the performance has been affected in that way.
Okay, thank you.
I wondered if I might just come back, because I'm causing so much confusion. Could we have guidance on the documents that we are expected to quote page numbers on? I'm just using the public reports pack, but I don't want to lengthen the meeting by everyone having to look for stuff. Could we have some guidance as to where we're expected to get the information or quote the information?
My understanding is we're using ModGov here. Yeah, I don't believe there should be any difference between the published report and what's on ModGov, though.
Just make the point, Chair, that if you don't use ModGov, you do not have access to the confidential reports that are available to all members. So I think we should all use ModGov as a standard. It's certainly what I've been doing since, I think, 2018, 19.
Okay, very briefly, I don't want to get into a process issue. Yeah. Okay. Let's move on. I've got Bob, Lee, Tom and John. Is there anybody else who wants to be added to that list? Because I want to be able to move on beyond that. Nobody else. That is a closed list then. Bob. Good morning.
Thank you, Leader. It was just to comment on the previous question, if I can, because I'd also got CPE 17. I totally understand the comments that have been made by the Chief Exec. My concern was it wasn't just the last quarter that reflected a drop in performance. It's been a steady performance drop, and totally understand the huge efforts that everyone's made over the winter to deal with this. The other thing I was going to ask was whether going forward we could also just make sure we're looking at the quality and durability of the repairs that are going on. And I see we're using some new technology, and would be interested to know at some later point as to how we're assessing how well that actually works. The other bits I wanted to raise was page 59, which is, hold on, through ModGov, right, FP 15, which is relating to the average number of days for processing new housing benefit claims. Again, totally understanding the report that we've had the changeover of system, but obviously it has been deteriorating, and this is a service that obviously impacts the most vulnerable in our county. So we'd be just interested to get further updates as to how that is now improving and where we are on the adoption of the new system and getting that back up running. And the final one I was going to do, because I've been playing question bingo as members have been going through, most of mine have gone. So page 62 was just relating to the Ombudsman reports, and that obviously is a number that has increased dramatically. Just wanted to know whether there are plans as to how we are looking to address that and how we're dealing with those reports to the Ombudsman.
Okay, so Richard wanted to come in on the highways point briefly.
Yeah, just to say, different machinery will is needed for different types of potholes, if you like. So it's not a one size fits all, and some of the equipment is very, some of the new equipment has a particular sort of range of potholes that you'd want to use it for, but it is being monitored through our highways standards board. So yes, it is being monitored, but we've also had, obviously this is the data of when it was quite at the hardest point of the winter, and obviously we've had an uplift across the board, but we are very much monitoring where different types of equipment is best used, and that's very important that everybody across the highways understand that, so that they are applying the right equipment to the right place. and that's part of what we look into regularly.
Okay, thank you. Nick, on the housing benefit?
I can confirm that the processing days for new claims currently in April stood at 25.1 days, so a vast improvement there. I don't have the latest statistic, but I would hope we're still heading in the same direction of travel.
And Alan, on the ombudsman?
Thank you, Chair. So it's fair to say that the number of LGO complaints is largely driven by a degree of frustration within the system regarding EHCPs in particular. There are other matters that are referred to the Ombudsman for review. I think we need to see that in the context of a wider improvement into other parts of the service areas and ensuring we're addressing those complaints as quickly as possible. But that is what's driving that particular issue at the moment. It's fair to say that we're looking at how we can support the service in terms of dealing with those issues, and that's one of the reasons we had things like investment in modern data and AI, so using some of the new tooling that we have to support and enable the service to address those types of issues. There are responses, there are ways in which we're dealing with those issues, but regrettably there are still a number of referrals going to the LGO, but rather than looking at how we address that particular indicator, actually looking at what's driving it first and then seeing what the fix is as part of it.
Okay, thank you. Lee, good morning, Lee.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair. A few points. I'll be talking specifically to page 53. You won't be surprised to it's children related. I've got two areas to cover. So the exclusions and then EHCPs. I'll do the EHCP second. So exclusions specifically. So talking to CFE 14 at the top, and the bit that I wanted to just clarify is the comments underneath. We're talking, and it surprised me a little bit. Our exclusion numbers I know are high in comparison to others, and I know that there are actions being taken. But the bit that got my eye in this one was talking about exclusions that are rescinded. Excellent that we've got ahead of it and dealt with it. But my question is, what impact on the young people? And are they, if they're excluded, permanently excluded, one would assume they're out of school. How long does it take for us to get them back? And what happens is the question in relation to that. Staying with exclusions, I'll cover them as we go. Obviously, I think I'm right in assuming, so I'm looking at CFE 15 now, which is the next one. So the rolling number over 12 months above is the total. The number underneath are those with EHCP and SEND support. So I'm seeing that 2/3 of our young people that are excluded have additional needs, as one way or another. So I'm seeing lots of that, but I'm making the point because I think it's relevant. So the question I'm asking is that it's disproportionate. So, but are they young people with EHCPs and an identified SEND issue, or are they children that are in the process of? Because it doesn't make it clear in what you're talking about. So, because my concern would be if they're children we already know have issues, what about the ones we don't? They're in the EHCP process coming through. I'll let you answer that one.
Claire, do you want to take that one?
Okay, thank you for the questions. So in terms of exclusions that have been rescinded, that is the good work of the Preventing Exclusions team, which is the team that's been put in place since the restructure last year. They're doing amazing work in terms of trying to support schools to not exclude children and get in there before the exclusion actually sort of is hardwired in, if you like. So the rescinded ones are where a school has said we're going to exclude this child and has gone through the process, and that team is working with the school to put in measures so that can be overturned effectively by the governing body. I couldn't give you the detail of how long those children are out of school, but if you would like that, we could certainly get that information and come back to you before they come back in terms of the exclusion. In terms of the high percentage of children with SEND needs who are excluded, yes, it's about 66% on average all the time. That schools are finding it very difficult to manage children with SEND needs, and one of the routes that they're taking is to say we cannot meet need and therefore those children are being excluded from school. It's a combination of children with both EHCPs, children with SEND support and children who are in assessment for EHCPs, but it's effectively schools saying that the needs that child is presenting with they cannot meet, whatever their status, and therefore they are going down an exclusion route. It's not, in my personal view, that's not the right way to go, that actually it should be about meeting with the local authority, meeting with parents, looking at what they can do, and if they can't do that, if these children in mainstream school, looking at going through the FAT process to try and give the child another opportunity in a different mainstream school that might be able to put in additional support. And that's what the Preventing Exclusions team is working with schools on, in terms of how do we make the processes that we have to use work for children, rather than what feels like against children in terms of pushing children outside the mainstream sector. And obviously the SEND reforms plan and the whole sort of government SEND reform is about inclusion and trying to support children to stay in the mainstream system. So that preventing exclusions work is absolutely critical to keeping children in the mainstream system, to make sure that particularly those children with, who have SEND needs are supported in their local school wherever possible.
Thank you. Just a quick follow-up on that, Chair, just to be helpful here. I'll get to my EHCP. I'll be as quick as I can. But the point that I want, am I right in assuming that I'm saying this to help some parents that are having a little word in their ear from some, let's say, some very rare but inappropriate school staff that might be saying your child might be better off educated at home, or your child might be, that's illegal, isn't it? That schools should be working to keep young people in their classrooms.
That is illegal, and it has to be parental choice. What we're doing at the moment is revising the policy, which will come through scrutiny and to executive for children who are educated at home, to include that when a school, a child is about to become educated at home from leaving a school, that the school will be required to inform us that they are going to do that in line with the Schools and Wellbeing Act that's not being enacted until 2028 in this area, but we feel it's so important we want to get in there first. So they'll be required to tell us that they are going to, that a child has decided, a parent's decided to educate the child at home, and we will then have a meeting with the school and the parent and a local authority representative to talk to the parent about the implications of educating their child at home, so that they completely understand that, and to make sure that if they are unsure about educating their child at home, that they remain in the school setting while further discussions are held. It is very obvious in Somerset and in quite a few other local authorities that you get a peak of children who are becoming educated at home in year 9 and 10, which starts the GCSE years, of course. So there is something there about, which is well acknowledged really, about schools finding it difficult to retain children who may not get the results that they would want them to get, and they feel that educating those children at home might be possibly better for them, or possibly better for the school, or both. So we've got to do a lot of work in that area to try and help schools understand why children should be in school, and help parents where they're struggling with the school environment or the school culture to be able to work with that school environment and school culture effectively, so that their child can, wherever possible, stay in school. We recognise that for some children who are educated at home, it's a lifestyle choice. When it's a lifestyle choice, and parents are saying that, that's absolutely fine, and we support them in doing that. But where it's not, and parents are just struggling with the system and feel this is the easiest way for them to manage a system, then we need to support those children and families to keep their children in a school setting.
Thank you for that clarity. It does help some parents that are struggling at the moment, and we need to get, this is the most public forum I can get to make that point. So I just wanted to do that. The other bit in relation to exclusions, the bit that's scaring me is the fact that in the CFE 15, the explanation there, the mention is an increase in young children 5 to 9 facing exclusion. That's really scary. My question on the HCPs, Chair, I'll get off my soapbox in a second. I'm
very tempted to climb on it with you, but
hello. So CFE 18 is the percentage of education, health and care plans. I know it's been going on about for some, but the question I need to ask, yeah, this cliff edge is going down and down and down. Through my committee, we've scrutinised some decisions that this council has taken. This council is putting in place lots and lots and lots to support that. My question is simple: when are we going to see a change?
So we looked at this in some detail yesterday, actually. So the problem has now changed, I think it's fair to say. So we have got the resource in to support the delivery of education psychology assessments more quickly.
So education psychology assessments on time is now 19% for this quarter, and the previous quarter it was 0%. So there's been huge amounts of work in the education psychology system to try and push those through. The problem we now have is that those education psychology assessments are not sufficient in their own to deliver an education healthcare plan. That plan has to be put together by a SEND caseworker, consultations done with schools, etc., and then that plan issued and finalised. We now don't have sufficient resource, which we knew was part of the problem in the SEND casework team, to be able to process those to the point where we can actually get them issued. So even though education psychology is doing a brilliant job in bringing up the percentage that they're getting done within the timescale, they're not being issued in the timescale because of the casework issues. So we have prepared a business case which with finance to look at additional resource to be able to process those more quickly. But we also have the current issues that we are dealing with phased transfers, which is when children move between different parts of the school system within the HCP. And we've had to put all our resource into phased transfers because I'm not willing to accept that any child does not have a school place or some sort of education provision in September. And currently there are a significant number of those children who will not have school provision if we don't get through these very quickly. And all the caseworkers in SEND have been moved to do that phase transfer work because it has to be the top priority. It's not ideal. In terms of it means that education healthcare plan work is slower in terms of the caseworkers. Largely, education psychologists are not involved in phase transfers, so they've been able to focus on the education healthcare plan psychology assessments, which is why those numbers have gone up. But we haven't got sufficient resource to be able to do both phase transfers and casework for the HCPs at the same time in the volume that is currently in the system.
Forgive me, Chair. The question was, when are we going to see a change?
I suppose the answer to that is when I have sufficient resource to be able to both manage phase transfers and education healthcare plans in terms of casework.
Okay, thank you for the question and answers. And we move on to Tom. Good morning, Tom.
Good morning, Chairman. Thank you. I understand that this question might not be able to be answered now, but I'm going to answer it anyway. But if I could be directed to find out where it is be able to be found. It's just under planning, it's just under with the KPIs. I was really interested to find out how many applications have actually been called in by ward members and have actually just been actioned, because I've called in quite a few and they actually haven't been called into committee. Thank you.
Do we have that data easily?
We don't have the data easily, but it's worth just remembering that the Constitution requires more than just a member call-in. And we've received in the last 48 hours from government a copy of the draft National Scheme of Delegation, which makes that even more difficult. So we will have to abide by that when it finally comes in. And there are some circumstances in which members can request a call-in, but they're pretty limited. And so the opportunity to do that will reduce, not increase.
We get an answer for the substantive question that Tom's asked. Yeah, thank you. And John?
Thank you, Chair. It was a question, we were talking about scrutiny earlier, and scrutiny is a very important part of all these questions that have been raised. And it's about the balance of scrutiny. It seems to me, and I may be wrong, there is much more a heavier weighting on having scrutinies before decisions are taken, whereas scrutinies after decisions have been made scrutinises the implementation and success of those decisions. And I wondered where the weighting is on how we choose what we scrutinise. Are we inputting as a more important, or are we scrutinising the implementation and success? Because there's a lot of dark colours on these RAG registers, and they may benefit from a heavier weighting on scrutiny after decisions have been taken.
Can we go to Alan first? Because I don't want to look at I think that's the context of the scrutiny review. I think it's important there.
Thank you, Chair. I think in short order, Councillor Woodman, essentially both, as the Chief Executive outlined. So in exactly that instance whereby there are items that require a deep dive or would benefit from that further review, the option is there for either scrutiny to take that upon themselves or even for executive to recommend that review. And that was the intent behind those reviews, to be able to give that option of either or effectively. Because you're absolutely right, there are those matters, and we found this through the scrutiny review that was done by CFGS, exactly that point. There were matters that were better served by a review, a deep dive, a consideration, and the points that Councillor Redmond's just raised regarding EHCPs and the improvement plan are those exact items that could go through a review of what is driving those types of matters, including things like school exclusions as well. That lends itself very well to those types of post-executive reviews of performance reports. There are other matters that actually pre-scrutiny is really helpful and productive as part of that review. So both are applicable. It's just where it comes to this report, the point is to try and ensure that executive have the opportunity to review it first, and then scrutiny consider either deep dive matters or also any further matters that they wish to look into.
Thank you. And I did say it was a full lid, but then Francis caught my eye. So I will.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It was merely following on from Councillor Redmond of what are the processes that still have to be got through, what has to be done to get to the point where the resources available to begin to make a difference, so that we can answer Councillor Redmond's question.
Playing past the parcel with the answer.
And when?
Well, I think the thing to be saying, and then Claire will put me right if I get this one wrong, is that obviously no change, whether it's permanent or temporary, if you like, to staffing and to any of our structures or any of our spend of money can be actually done just unilaterally by any one department. It can't be done by finance, it can't be done by the service, it can't be done by legal. You know, this has to be worked through with a plan, and there are many plans in place at the moment, or which are drafted at the moment, which need to be worked through. I think one of the things to say about the resource we're talking about for getting to improve our capacity on EHCP production, but also phase transfer, for instance, we're asking for temporary increases in staffing, not permanent increases in staffing. And there are two papers around on that, which should be being looked at. And as I understand it, I think the EHCP timeliness is slated for the July executive, but we need to make sure that all the I's are dotted and T's are crossed on those papers. There's also a wider issue that we do need to be looking at, which is about whether or not we have the wider structure and permanent structure right, given how hard it is to recruit to certain positions at the moment, and given the kind of changing levels of demand we have. Bit of a waffly answer, Francis, but I think we need to have our thoughts in the service need to be validated and run through in collaboration with our colleagues, and we are doing everything in our power to do that as quickly as possible, because both, I think as people have said already today, both the costs to this council are increasing as a result of not having these things in place, but also there are children and families whose lives are being immeasurably badly affected, let's say, by the performance currently in place. So we're all committed, I think, to work as quickly as possible to come up with solutions, but some may be temporary solutions to get us over a backlog, and others may be permanent solutions of structure.
Thank you very much for that answer. That is very helpful. It is not only children and families, as well as the expense of the council, it's also making life particularly difficult for our schools, which we all know haven't got much money. So that's the impact on schools of this is huge. And I'm really pleased that you're hoping to bring it to the July exec, because your written answer to me a month or two ago said it was going to come to this one.
Forgive me, I just want to say something I would have liked to have picked up and kind of, in a sense, expanded from something that Claire said earlier. We glossed over something called FAP, which is the Fair Access Policy. And I just wanted, I wanted people to know what FAP was, Fair Access Policy, and that has come through our executive process for agreeing the policy. But the intent behind the policy was, as much as anything, partly it was to ensure that all children, no matter how challenged or vulnerable they may be, get an education, because they have every right to have an education, even post exclusion. but also just to say we have not lost sight of the fact that our school members, our school communities are so important to us, and they have been as disadvantaged as many others, as we have been, by some of the changes over the last 10, 15 years and some of the increasing demand. So they're very much our partner. I didn't want anyone to think that we were ignoring them. So thank you for reminding me of that one, Francis, because it's incredibly important.
Okay, and Liz, briefly, please.
I was just going to say, Chair, that we noted the forward plan earlier, and this has been on the forward plan since the 1st of April. So it is definitely on the forward plan, Councillor Nicholson. I understand your concern about timing, and I think we all share that. And I think we all shared it at full council recently.
Okay, thank you. Oh, thank you ever so much for your contributions. On item 7, we are not surprisingly considerably over time, but can I just highlight paragraph 9 of the report, which has all the things that have gone to green, and there's some real success stories there as well. I know we focus on things that are of different colour in the report, but I do think we do need to celebrate some good things that are in that list as well. So we're being asked to review the performance information provided within the appendices A and B and consider referring any matters of concern to the relevant scrutiny committee. Given the matters raised by Councillor Redmond, I wonder whether you could have a word with the chair of the Children's Scrutiny Committee to see whether he'd like to include them on his agenda.
Sorry, Chair, which bits would you like? I've got EHCPs, exclusions, inclusions, recruitment, finance, NEETs, anything else?
I should think that'll keep you busy. Was there anything else that we wanted to highlight for a scrutiny committee to look at that we don't think is already captured? Okay, so we've got the recommendation in front of us. We're asked to review. Does that need a vote on that recommendation? No, it doesn't. Okay. Moving on to agenda item 8, and we've got Liz and Sarah again for the strategic and high scoring tactical and operational risk Q4 update. Liz, to introduce, please.
Thank you very much. So this report outlines the risk profile of Somerset Council following review after Q4, covering all strategic risks and high scoring tactical and operational risks. That is, those risks scoring 16 or above when assessed using our risk scoring matrix. It is a new look report, which I very much welcome, considering that is after considering scrutiny feedback from Q3, and we hope that provides a cleaner presentation of the high scoring risks by directorate. So again, I will hand over to Sarah to provide a summary of our risk profile compared to our Q3 position.
Thank you, Liz. So I'll cover our strategic risk picture first and then go through a couple of the changes from Q3 to Q4 in terms of our high scoring tactical and operational risks. So compared to the Q3 position, it is a very similar position. We have had one risk profile decrease of our strategic risks. That's Org 007, failure to have robust governance and decision-making arrangements across the council to action plans from our annual governance statement, internal external audits, corporate peer challenge and other reviews. So that's reduced from 12 to 8, and that reflects the new corporate assurance dashboard that's in place now and is being used, which aids really much improved regular review and focus where it's needed. So providing an overview of all of those action plans and improvements rather than consideration in silos. I did want to mention the 3 strategic risks that remain at our highest possible score of 25. So that means they're very likely to occur and they would have a critical impact. That's our highest possible risk rating. So Org 002, the council fails to address statutory responsibilities around children, families and education services. That risk profile remains unchanged compared to Q3, with social care demand continuing to rise, combined with national policy changes and also potential impacts of health system changes. And there's a correlation here between some of these risks and the performance information that we've just been through in detail. The thing to add here that you'll see for the next quarter is the work that we've referenced today, developing the local SEND reform plan, which will combine the SEND action plan and the deficit management plan, with a view to submitting that to DFE this month. The other two are Org 11, the escalation in the high needs budget pressures and the cumulative deficit. That remains unchanged given the possible exposure to those deficits. And also Org 009, achieving medium-term financial sustainability. Again, unchanged on the basis that those gaps do remain. And I know on today's agenda, there's also an item on the medium-term financial strategy. After that, the mitigations will be updated to reflect more plans and mitigations throughout the coming year. In terms of high scoring and operational risk, we've got 26 compared to Q3, a fairly stable position. So that includes one new risk, which is CPE IT 017. That relates to the replacement framework contract for bridges. That's in Appendix C on page 151, if you wanted more detail. And one risk has also increased from a score of 12 to 16 and is now high scoring. That is STRCIG 002, which relates to the organisational capacity for management of information requests. Further information is available in Appendix G, pages 165 to 166. And obviously, we've just covered some of the performance data related to FOIs. There are 4 risks that have been reduced now, so they're no longer included in the report, but they are referenced on the appendices for their relevant directorates. So hopefully now the changes that we've made give, we hope, improved sort of navigability of the report, because actually you can look at it for a directorate and look at the change in profile compared to the previous quarter. The risk scoring matrix is also now included as the first appendix, and we'll keep that going for future quarterly reports. This report goes to scrutiny 10th of June and then audit committee on the 25th of June. And executive is recommended to consider the strategic risk profile and the high scoring tactical and operational risks, as well as whether the proposed mitigating actions are adequate and appropriate to manage these. I'll pause there.
Thank you very much. Any points or comments anyone wants to raise?
Yep, sorry, Chair. I
Yeah,
would
go
I'd just
on,
like to
go
say that in the adults section appendix C, there is quite detailed account of what actions are being taken, and I think people should note that in the issues that we've got, there are actions there which are being taken, and there's a percentage completion as well. So I think there's quite a lot of detail in the report, which I hope people will find useful.
Indeed. Okay, nothing else anybody wants to specifically highlight? And Bob beat you, Diogo, that time. Well done, Bob.
Thank you. Got a couple I wanted to ask about, if I could. They were both, I think they were both new risks relating to bridges, CPE IT 17 and 18. The query I wanted to ask relating to them in 18 says, and the write-up says there is no change in assessment, but the little mark seems to have moved down in risk. So I don't understand why, if there's no change, it has moved. And also bearing in mind they're new risks that have come in because obviously they're seen as a priority, I was a little concerned. The latest note is dated the 28th of January and wondered if there was any update on those, because obviously if they are a perceived new risk, then surely we should be keeping a closer eye on how those are moving forward.
I can come in terms of, so CPE IT 018, it's actually the inherent score, the current score and the target score. So the current score has is at 16. I believe, I was just cross-checking the report, there's no change, so no change to the end of Q3. The inherent score is, if we were to have done no mitigating action, it's no action taken. So there are actually 3 different things. In terms of so any risk that is high scoring, we would expect a monthly review So that one is overdue a review, and we continue to work with services to support timely reviews and updates.
I think the only thing I wanted to query in terms of the inherent score and moving forward is on page 83. It states that both 17 and 18 were new risks that are coming into this report. So I don't see, if the report states there's no change, how there can be a move in the score on a new item. If it was one that was rolling forward, I can understand you can move forward from the last time it was reported, but they both say they're new, and that's what confused me on that score element.
Yeah, they're new in terms of being captured. So these haven't been documented on our IdeaGen system. But at the point that they've been captured, actually, it's reflecting that some of the action taken thus far has had an impact, so that it's not at the 20, it is at the 16.
And will that mean that it can come now this report goes to scrutiny? By then, will they be able to see the updated report?
So this exactly the same report will go to scrutiny next week as executive today. It will be in Q1 that we'd pull through the next updates because of the scale of work involved. If we were to update it we wouldn't be able to update it over the next week.
Okay, thank you, Bob and Diego.
Thanks, Chair. All right, I'm going to quote a page number. Hopefully, I've got it right. Page 93 is one I'm looking at, and it's Appendix B, strategic risk overview. I'm just going to pick on ORG 002, which is around children's. So the inheritance score there was 25, and we saw that reduce in the first 2 quarters to 16, which was really positive, and then increase again in the last 2 quarters of the year with a target score of 12. What I want to understand is that target score of 12. Is that a target score of 12 for the end of? Is a target at the end of Q4 that the target score was where you were aiming for 12 at the end of Q4, or is it, for example, when you go to the next page and see some of the actions, or should I say page 95, some of the actions have a due date or potential date of December 2027. So is it the case that you're looking at a target score of 12 by December 2027, for example, because that's a very long way in which to see those sorts of improvements, particularly when you look at, it talks about the statutory responsibilities or failing in terms of delivering statutory responsibilities around children for this authority. So just trying to understand that a bit better, please.
Can I just say, I thank you for the question. It's a really good question. And when I was at audit last week, it was a similar kind of thing happening when you look at the way we're presenting our risks. I'm going to augment it, but I mean, Sarah might have the answer and the service might have the answer. One of the issues is, I guess you put this risk in at the beginning of time when you realize the risk is there, and you make your best endeavors to work out what your target score is. But there isn't kind of a column that says what date that target score is for. And similarly, what we talked about in audit last week, or people did, I was just there listening, was, again, you put in stone, as it were, the time by which your mitigation is going to get done. And then, of course, something happens, your mitigation takes longer or your mitigation changes. And so the notes will say, well, I was aiming for that by the end of March, but actually it's going to take me to the end of June now for this and this reason. And it becomes quite hard to work out which ones you're measuring against. So I think there's just something about the constraints of where the system is. But the kind of questions I often have for Claire will be when we look at them, go, is that 12 realistic? Because you always have to be, is your target score really realistic? And it might be, at one stage it might be, and then 6 months later, because things have changed, it might not be. So I don't quite know how it's a dynamic system. And I think it becomes a scheme for full employment, keeping them populated if you're not careful, because they're quite complex and full. So it's just, I don't know how, I think the dynamism of risk is really what you're asking about, I think. I'm not mansplaining for you, Diego, but I mean, that's what I picked up from what you said. And I wonder how we use the system within that dynamic way.
So the answer directly to the question is 12 is a target score right now. So at any given point, we are aiming to have all of the risks on those target scores. Some of the mitigations will take longer to deliver, and because we manage them as projects, we obviously put timelines against them. But what the team are doing on a daily basis is looking at those issues and saying, how can we make this better? So you may see more mitigations being added over a period of time. The point Councillor Shearer raises is absolutely right about it being a dynamic system. there are a few risks in here that we've started some debates internally saying actually we don't have any further mitigations and the risk is still above the target risk score. So on that basis, the question for the council is, so what else can we do? Do we tolerate the risk at that higher level, change the risk at the target score? Is there something we can do differently to dispose of the risk, manage it in a different way? But the targets on the target risk score are at every single moment. So that's where we want to be at any given point in time, and we're striving to try and get us there. The reason there are times against all of the mitigation measures is some of them rightly take longer and we manage them as projects. But in the process of delivering them, very few of those mitigations are suddenly binary. You know, the process of delivering something by 27 will have a benefit now, but it might not have the full benefit until 2027. But we keep looking for more mitigation to get us to that score.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other members indicate. So we have recommendations to consider the risk profiles and the high scoring and tactical operational risk set out in appendices C through to G. Consider the proposed mitigating actions and anything for scrutiny focus. Is that, I'm looking at that, whether it requires a formal vote. Because we've got Swindoors. Yeah, so we do need a formal proposal. Is there anything specific we wanted to pass on to scrutiny as a result of any of the points here that we don't think has otherwise been captured? Richard?
It's just worth noting that tomorrow in climate and place scrutiny, the rights of way is being looked into. So that's already.
Yeah. So I'm sure that scrutiny have captured a number of these. It's what they haven't captured that I'm just interested in at the moment. Nobody's spotting anything. Okay. So proposal for those recommendations, Liz Lysholm, seconded by Heather Shearer. Those in favour, please. Those against, that's clearly carried. Okay. I'm going to call a 10-minute break there, which we'll call 20 past 12, so we'll adjourn for 12 minutes. In fact, it won't be a country 10 minutes.
Very much to the point. With a page number, please. So this outturn report is good news, albeit qualified good news. So with the reduced services overspend and a treasury underspend, we are still only able to report an overall underspend of 4.163 million due to the capitalisation directive of 43 million. Without that use of capital receipts, we would have had a very significant overspend. A major part of our last year has been the government announcement of the high needs grant that can cover 90% of the accumulated DSG deficit, subject to acceptance of the SEND reform plan, which of course is later on today's agenda. So we have moved from preparing for a likely need for considerable additional borrowing for the DSG deficit to establishing an earmarked reserve to cover the remaining 10%, because we are optimistic about the SEND reform plan being accepted, because we must be. That earmarked reserve was created at Q3 and will now at the outturn be adequate to cover the 10%, which is to the end of March 26. In the following 2 years, before the government's major change to SEND in 2028, we still continue to carry concern, and we will need to build on that earmarked reserve over this financial year and next financial year. But it is good news, and it has allowed us to plan ahead in a more coherent and positive way. I am told that I need to say, and quite rightly I do need to say, that the capitalisation directive is dependent on MHCLG receiving our statement of accounts, publication of which is planned for the 30th of June. So if I may, Chair, I'd like to hand over to Nicola Hicks, our Deputy 151 Officer, for a little bit more detail and then to take questions. Thank you.
You may.
Thank you, Councillor Lation. So just to add to Liz's last sentence about the capitalisation directive, so MHERG are waiting for our statement of accounts for 25-26 now. The team are on target to have these published on the 30th of June. Therefore, this report today is presented to you much earlier than the previous year's report was, because the team have strengthened our ability to be able to get the outturn position turned around much quicker, which is a positive move from where we were when we first were a unitary council. That does come with a slight caveat that as they are finalising the statement of accounts up until the 30th of June, there could be anything could be found as they do their quality assurance of the accounts that could adjust this figure slightly. But we are at this stage not anticipating any movement in this outturn position, but of course if there is, then that will be, we'll report that to the executive in the normal way. Just in terms of the movement that Councillor Lation spoke about, on page 178 you'll see the key variances and movements. Those are the movements from what was reported in Q3. In most cases it's a positive movement in terms of a further an underspend from that was forecast in Q3. We are looking to do some further work during this financial year to look at how do we get our monitoring more accurate in terms of monitoring actually what was the services forecast, what was the actual for that month, and how far out were there, what were the differences. So that's what we'll continue to work on, especially as we move towards a position where we're reporting on actuals as well as forecasts. But it's just as we do the better improvements on our system and our reporting, that will come through. So we continue to strengthen our reporting ability. The table 2 on page 179 shows the service overspend there that Councillor Lation mentioned. So that's a real important factor there in terms of we are still spending more than what we're receiving, and without the capitalisation directive in place we would have been in a significantly different position. At the bottom of the table, you'll see the variance in relation to the use of reserves there, that 10 million, that's largely in relation to the movement of in the creation of the DSG reserve. So that's already been mentioned in terms of us putting aside some money for the DSG. If we just go down through the report, I won't talk about the dedicated schools grant because I think the later send paper talks a bit about that as well and the position on that. Just in terms of the agreed savings for the year there, you can see we didn't manage to fully achieve all of the savings that were put in for the financial year. So some of those will be carried forward into the current financial year to be achieved if they haven't been mitigated through the service asking for a pressure. And that's just shown in the table on page 182. Just in terms of our reserve movement, reserves page there on page 183, I think it's just important to note that we're requesting from MHCLG to transfer the underspend, the 4.163, into our reserve. So that's a decision we have to put forward and present to MHCLG to allow us to have the full amount of capitalisation that we originally requested, with them knowing that we've created that DSG reserve and we've topped up our balance in our reserves. It's really fundamental that that's linked back to the section 25 report that was went forward for 26-27 from the section 151 officer, who identified that our level of reserves at the moment for the size of this council should be about 9% of the net budget. Even with that small transfer going in there, we're running at about 7%. So we're hoping that they will allow us to do that transfer just in order to help our reserves position and try and protect the council's reserves position as we go forward without our reliance on capitalisation directive. Just as we go down, just another one I wanted to point out was just in terms of the capital programme. So you will see there's a spend of 183 million. Really important to note, of that 183 million, only actually 20 million of that was the council having to borrow to fund that. So it's a large amount of our capital programme has been funded either through grants or contributions or another method. So that's really important. For those of you that have studied the appendices for capital in any detail, you may have noticed there is a small admission in the report. So just in relation to the Firepool site, there's currently no budget showing for 26-27 on that, which is an error. and there should be a budget of 700,000 for some remaining works that are happening there. So we will adjust that in the Q1 report to make sure that the capital programme shows the correct figure. I think just in terms of capital as well, just the other thing to mention, you'll see there's slippage on the capital programme of 23 million, and it says net underspends of 20.9. Largely that 20 million there is in relation to Gravity being removed from the capital programme, as we previously had an update at budget setting about that being funded in an alternative way. So that's not us removing kind of a number of schemes from the programme, it's just in relation to Gravity. But I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Questions from members of the executive? Heather?
Forgive me, not so much a question, but I'm just really, I want to pick up on some things that Nicola said, and also how grateful I am for the kind of reports we're now getting all the time. And so first of all, I'd like to say I'm really pleased with the support we've been having from our colleagues in finance around supporting us with modelling and with that financial kind of work as we put budgets together and then anticipating through the year. So I think that's really good. I'm really appreciative of that, and how hard it is sometimes in our service to do that. So I just wanted to also say, the appendix for children's, Appendix B, I think it is, on Children, Families and Education Services, our revenue account. I just wanted to explain that again, just to understand why we set out with a particular budget and ended up with quite a different spend. And a lot of that is around, it's around sufficiency, but you know, we had a different, let's say, a different profile of requirements in our placements than we anticipated at the beginning of the year. So we did have more children who were perhaps placed into, say, family and children's placements at the behest of the court. We had more of those. That's a much more expensive profile. It's not the children's fault at all, but that provision is quite expensive and is at the court's discretion. We had more children coming into residential care, in residential settings rather than in foster care because of the things we've talked about before in terms of sufficiency. But also, all it takes is we can try to guess at the beginning of a year how of past experience or whatever, how many children might need a secure unit of it's a horrible thought, but a particular type of residential program. And when you have a couple of those, that can actually make an enormous difference on your cost for the rest of the year. So we have to learn from this every time. I think we have to just go around it again. So one of the things I've been talking with the service about is that what we do is, so for instance, I suppose what I'm saying is the cost on the placements is not that the placement costs have only got more expensive. We've got more of them. You know, so we've had more people coming through into the system, and of course, if they had greater needs, the cost per week is more expensive. So what I'd really like to be doing is to be sharing, possibly with scrutiny, so there's something for the scrutiny one, is to say, let's have scrutiny look at the unit costs for these various things. So for instance, they could understand what benefits we've made in terms of either keeping down or decreasing our cost per place, so people understand what work's been done. And similarly with Send Transport, which is another area of increase, again, I know work's been done on optimising routes and on minimising the cost of particular transport routes. But if we can understand what's made that overspend, when I know a lot of work's been done on saving, I think that'd be really helpful for people to know. And then they can point us in the right directions if it's things we're not looking at. So I just want to say it is about complexity very often. It is about the numbers of people coming in. But we have to look at the things we've got on unit costs where we can. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Are there any other comments? I'm all right, Diogo.
Thanks, Chair. Just a couple of ones. Firstly, page 245, the collection fund. Just noting that we've collected less than targeted, and I think overall 25 million roughly less than what was collectible. I'm just wondering, in this year's budget, there was a sizable collection fund surplus from the previous year that was added in. And I'm just wondering, trying to read in between the lines, does it look like that will be the case for next year? Because it looks like we've not collected as much, so maybe not, but I could be reading the paper incorrectly. On the following page 246, the council tax arrears, noting the good progress that's been made in terms of reducing the arrears from 47 million to 33 million. But just looking at that 33 million, had it been collected, perhaps we wouldn't have needed the EFS for this year, that would have covered that gap. And I'm just wondering what additional actions, if any, are taken to collect those. Are the actions robust enough? And at what point do you give up chasing those arrears as well? Because yeah, some of it may be a waste of time. And my final one on page 249, which is the MTFP savings monitoring. Just scrolling down. Yeah, noting the good progress made overall in terms of the savings, but also noting the about nearly £6 million in undeliverable savings. Community, place and economy seems to be the main, what's the word, culprit maybe? I don't know what the right word is there. And just noting 2 million of that from community, economy and place is rolled savings from 24-25. I'm wondering at what point again do you give up on that? Because I noticed some of them are undeliverable ongoing in that service. And if you're not able to deliver the savings from 24-25 still, do you find that gap from somewhere else? And how do we track that? Or how do I track that as well to make sure you're doing it?
Okay, so the council tax collection one, who wants to?
Could I just start on that one? If Clive were here, he would say we don't budget for a collection surplus, that it should be zero. There was a much higher than previous year's figure that did reflect things like the second home premium. So nobody would budget for that figure. Clive includes that in the one-off monies. So he talked about 41 million being the 25 million of capitalisation directive in this year. We're of course looking at last year at the minute, but also included the collection fund surplus as one-off monies. On council tax debt, I'd obviously go to Nicola. My understanding is some of that will go back years, and it will include where arrangements are paid for people to pay, say, an additional £5 a month, but the total debt will be included. I think that's right, but I'm going to go to Nicola because she knows a lot more about it than I do.
Thank you, Councillor Lation. So yeah, the council tax debt will go back years. It will include people who have those arrangements through the court to pay a set amount. So that will be included in there. Those arrangements will stay in place. When we did the system consolidation piece, we did go through and look at writing off that legacy debt that kind of had been on the system years, and actually did we have the right paperwork, kind of pack of information ready to send to a court, because obviously to go to court for someone's council tax you have to have the right documentation in place. So we did ensure that we were only trying to take forward the debt where we were deemed it recoverable. Of course, I would sit here and say that every council tax debt is payable, so we do make allowances for some bad debt in there. I think the council tax figures at the moment are impacted by the system consolidation work that we've been doing, and the downtime that we've had, and the fact that we held some of the recovery at certain times because of the system downtime and the backlogs that we had. We obviously don't want to be chasing debt that shouldn't be there in the first place, but all of that is coming back on board now. What I would say is we are in the restructure of the revenues and welfare team. We created a dedicated new debt recovery team. So at the moment we've got 4 vacancies in that team that are being actively recruited to bring more dedicated support in there, as well as the debt recovery manager. So we're going to have a dedicated manager now on debt recovery. So I think hopefully we will start to see that improvement be made as we go forward and get a fully established team.
Okay, and the point on the place and economy saving, Chris is taking that one.
Yeah, I've not been called the culprit for a little while, so I think that's primary school days perhaps even, but certainly infrastructure and transport has been struggling throughout the year with overspends. Predominantly one of those is around a fleet saving that was put forward in the MTFP that is yet to deliver in full. They are behind in the delivery of that saving. The money was extracted from the budget as part of budget setting, and therefore shows itself as an overspend. So that's about £1 million of that overspend was in fleet saving. We intend to deliver that saving. So it is a case of the timing rather than it being permanently undeliverable, but they are behind in the delivery of that. We've also got expenditure and overspends relating to the accessible transport service. So where the council is directly providing transport that we've bid for against other external bodies, we are finding that we are failing to recover, excuse me, the costs of that. And therefore, we're looking to re-procure some of that in the open marketplace. There will be, therefore, a reduction of that overspend going forward. I would, of course, wouldn't I, point out the fact that, on balance, Community Place and Economy has covered all of its overspends elsewhere, but those pressures are real. And if those pressures hadn't existed, the underspend for Community Place and Economy would be sustained significantly higher. In terms of the undeliverable savings ongoing, in Appendix I, so there are a number of those. One of those is particularly large around the household waste recycling centres. So if we are unable to deliver a saving, the requirement upon us is to mitigate that and replace it with something else. There are a number of those that are relatively small, but in terms of the HWRC, so household waste recycling sites, that one was reversed effectively as part of the budget setting for this year. So it shows itself as a pressure last year, rightly so, it was undeliverable. However, it has been reversed in this year, and you won't see that one as a pressure continuing into 26-27.
Thanks, Chair. Just something really good to hear about the new dedicated debt recovery team. I'm wondering if this is an opportunity when they're in place in order to track the success of the collection of that debt, because a lot of that money could do a lot of good, and it may just be an opportunity to link that into whether it's audit looking at how they could measure the success in what we're collecting, and kind of just putting that out there to you.
That's a good point. I'll take that on board.
Okay, thank you. And well, I didn't write you down, Bob. That confused me. I knew it was you, really, Bob.
Thank you, Leader. It was just again a question in terms of Appendix I. It's page 256. Fees and charges increased traffic management, which is down as I think about 1.1 million undeliverable in year, and I'm assuming this relates to the parking strategy changes that we were looking at doing for changing the charging. The query I wanted to ask was why it's down as an undeliverable in year. So does that mean we rolled it forward to next year? Because this year we had the problem in that we went out for consultation and then decided we weren't going to do it. We're due to work out what we're doing and then going out again, as I understand it, for further discussions. So have we built it into next year's budget before those discussions have happened? And in which case are we running risking the same problems we had last year?
If I may, so to a degree it is as you described. So once a saving is put forward and factored into the MTFP, it is there in the base, and therefore it's in every forward year. So that is what happened with the parking proposals. They were put in as a saving, as you say, consultation occurred and the decision of council was not to progress those. However, there is the parking strategy work underway, and that will be coming back through for approval. So what we're acknowledging is that we've been unable to deliver it in that time frame and in that year. So it shows as an under recovery of income or an overspend effectively for the service. But we intend to bring forward proposals, and we hope to mitigate the budget effect in future years. If we can't, then we will need, again, a bit like with the household waste recycling centres, to look for an alternative or to reverse it. But as it stands, it is set within the budget, and we will have to report against that position.
Okay. Not seeing anybody else. So we have recommendations in front of us. There's lots of them. Won't be setting these to music. So we note the final revenue service position, agree the mitigating actions, note the in-year outturn, agree the transfer of that sum to the dedicated schools grant reserve, note the collection rates, note the outturn update in Appendix L, the debt position Appendix K, approve the revenue outturn underspend is transferred to general reserves. Note the recommendation H is approved. The reserves will be 67.363 million, which is 6.889 million, that's 9% lower than the risk-based assessment minimum of 10% of the net revenue budget. Note the capital programme forecast, approve additions of 21.137 million to the capital budget as detailed in Appendix 8, approve the change to the capital MTFP as in Appendix P, and delegate to the Section 151 in consultation with the lead member to determine the funding and accounting treatment of any subsequent changes arising from the finalisation of business rates or other end-of-year adjustments with outcomes reported to a future meeting of the objective of the executive. Oops. Proposed Councillor Leyshon, seconded by Councillor Wilkins. All those in favour, please. All those against. That's clearly carried. And we move on to the Housing Revenue Account, Revenue and Capital Budget Monitoring Report, outturn end of March 2026. Federica Smith-Roberts to introduce.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just do a brief highlight of some of the main points that I've picked up from the report in front of us today. And we've got Kerry here, who has got all the knowledge and detail for any questions raised later on. So overall, the position is positive, that we're coming in with a net underspend of just under £1 million. And that shows that we're maintaining good financial control over the course of last year, which is reassuring because there are still many pressures that we see within the housing service. There are some areas of note that come about with regards to that figure that we've put there. Some of that's linked to our income being slightly lower than expected, where that perhaps is where we haven't been able to build our houses as quickly, so that we're not then bringing in the rent from tenants alongside that, and also where we've got some areas that we need to focus on service charge recovery. Both of those aren't new issues, I think, to us as a service, and the fact that, you know, we're always looking as to how we can build more homes, but also making them run to time alongside that service charge recovery I mentioned. We have got continued pressure on repairs and maintenance budgets. That is around not just our voids, but also around our compliance work, and that has given us a modest overspend in year. On the other hand, we've had some help by some lower borrowing costs than anticipated, which has again made a significant difference to that overall number. In terms of our capital investment, you all hear me regularly talk about a capital programme, about wanting to build more homes, but also the investment that we need to do, whether that's new kitchens, bathrooms, roofs, all of that, so that our tenants live in brilliant homes that we want to give them to. We've delivered millions of pounds this year through the HRA, and some of that, however, needs to shift into next year, which you'll see in the report. So for me, this is broadly a positive report that we're bringing forward, showing the work that we do within the HRA, and we have a plan and will continue to keep an eye on those voids and repairs especially. But I'll hand over to Kerry if there's anything you want to add.
Thank you very much, Councillor Smith-Roberts. Brilliant introduction, and there's nothing else further to add, and in the interest of time, I'm happy to go straight to questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Colleagues, any comments, questions, observations?
I just want to observe that there are very significant amounts against major works, and a lot of that, I understand, is about improving the quality of the homes for tenants and in response to national legislation. Right, isn't it? It's right.
Okay, any questions from other members? Well, that's a good one. Superb. Well done, everybody. Thank you very much, Fed and Kerry. So the recommendations are to note the reported unaudited LHRA budget underspend of 0.047 million in 25-26 be transferred to the reserves, and note the reported HRA general reserves balance of 18.781 million as at the 31st of March 26. Note the HRA capital outturn position of 41.454 million, and approve the continuation of 12.753 million approved budget rolled forward into the 26-27 HRA capital programme as in Appendix B, proposed by Councillor Federica Smith-Roberts, I hope. And seconded by Councillor Sarah Wakefield. All those in favour? All those against? Thank you very much. And thank you so much, Kerry, for a spot-on report. Fully appreciated. And
She's got the right.
oh, indeed, she's and we will try and do. We're going to try and do the MTFS Our guide time says we need to do it in 8 minutes. Obviously we've got a full hour for lunch, so whatever time you take now will be taken off your lunch break. So you have been warned. Agenda item 11. It's like being back in school, isn't it? And medium-term financial strategy update 27 to 28 to 31, 32, pages 319 to 362. Councillor Liz Lyshawn to introduce.
Thank you, Chair. I will start with letting you into a secret that this is much more difficult than anything I did at school. It might have been different for you, but certainly this is a very important paper, and if we didn't have such a long agenda, I would want to spend a lot more time on it. It takes us through to 2031, 32 now, which of course is not just past the next election, but the next election after that. And as we have moved into a recovery phase after our financial emergency, we also need to consider, as we did in 2022, those global and national impacts on such things as energy costs, fuel, and cost of food and cost of living for the residents of Somerset, where some will be very much more impacted than others. On the timetable for the budget setting for 27-28, I know that for scrutiny next week, we have added in the dates for council tax reduction scheme, so the task and finish group reporting, and then the summer consultation, and then the decision through executive and to full council in December. Our section 151 officer is also looking to bring forward fees and charges so that we will consider that earlier than the main budget setting paper. So a word of warning to you now. I think this paper is of particular interest, not just in Somerset, but for those who have interest in local authorities throughout the country. And I'd like to just bring out a few points. So when I give a page number, it is from the Modern Gov version. I hope I've got that right. I've got page 335.2.5 being an explanation of the fair funding review outcome, because that is part of why we have a remaining budget gap in this year, and therefore will have in the year ahead and the years beyond that. So it's a relief that we won't have to go through fair funding review again with those late announcements of provisional and final local government finance settlements. But we do know that following the fair funding review that we had no recovery grant, we had remoteness factor only applying to adult social care, not things like waste collection or school transport, and we had a greater contribution to government following the business rates reset. That all means overall the settlement was disappointing for us, and that leads into that remaining budget gap, which will need both transformation and the savings attached to transformation, and also more traditional savings and additional earned income. So please note in this paper that point 5.3 has been repeated as 5.4, or that please. Point 6.5, which I've got as on page 343, that is a really helpful explainer for me on our use of exceptional financial support, because we have been able to roll over and roll over again where we had exceptional financial support through capitalisation directive earlier than we actually needed to use it. And so I'm finding 6.5 a really useful explainer for members in how we have tackled exceptional financial support through capitalisation directive. On page 346, we have point 7.8, which is a summary of that dedicated schools grant deficit position and the statutory override that's been in place since 2019. And then from point 8.2, which is on page 347, we have our Inspiring Innovation Programme of Transformation, and that has attached to it a very clear table and graphic that I found particularly useful, particularly the table that shows the transformational change and the incremental improvements. So I'll just wrap up by saying the years ahead continue to be challenging. We have been able to increase our resilience considerably by increasing the general reserves, as you've already heard from the outturn, also the business risk reserve and the DSG earmarked reserve. But all of us know, of course, that reserves can only be spent once. So, Chair, if I may, I'd like to hand over to Nicola as Deputy 151 for any further points. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ocean. You've done an excellent job of presenting that report. So there's only a couple of points I wanted to make. So table 1 on page 324. This is shouldn't be a surprise to you in terms of the budget gap for shows up to 2031-32. This is the exact table that was in the budget setting report for 26-27. So all we've done is include that as an update, as the position of where we're starting when we now go through our journey again of trying to balance the budget for 27-28. I think if Clive was here, the only point he would add to what Councillor Lation said was obviously with the financial settlement that we had from government, we've obviously know what figures we've got coming in, and we know that about our council tax, and therefore our ability to raise any further funds through that kind of our set have been kind of taken away from us. So we are looking at trying to balance now with traditional savings and transformation, ideally with more transformation than additional savings. But that's really important because we don't want to have reliance on EFS, or can't really now, because that will kind of we're in year 4. But otherwise, happy to take any questions.
Any questions? Sarah?
Yes, this is obviously a detailed and long thing to take to heart, but I'm concerned about factors that we may or may not have taken into account, such as the situation with oil and the price of oil going up. I mean, apart from using reserves to cover something like that, is there anything else we can do? I mean, I know as a council we are electrifying our vehicles, we're trying to move away from a dependence on oil, and certainly that's part of our absolute plan to get to carbon neutral. But I just wondered if those headwinds, those difficult things, is there anything we can do about that more than we are doing?
Don't know, Chris. That's largely your area, I think, given yeah.
So we are looking at reviewing the vehicle fleet. We are transitioning some of it across to EV. That is very costly in its own right, and it requires electrical infrastructure on our buildings, assets, depots, etc. But we are doing that, and we have had some grant funding from government to help support that through the Levi Fund. It is more complex for larger vehicles. So when you start to look at the waste vehicle fleets, admittedly, we own the vehicles, we don't necessarily operate them, but nevertheless, we are reviewing that, and we've had some trial vehicles in place, and indeed we've got some electric buses now. So we are making that transition, but it takes time, and it is considerably more expensive to replace a diesel minibus with an electric minibus is twice the price. So for context, we're talking about vast capital sums here.
I just wanted to come in and say the obvious, really, that it will affect the cost of care too, because anything that affects a domestic household affects the cost of care, because whether people live in their own home or they live in an environment where they're cared for, factors are still exactly the same. The cost of food, cost of energy and fuel are really significant. And if people are not going out to work during the day, they will have higher costs of running their households. Very much aware of that.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm just looking at section 5 of the report on page 338, 339 and beyond. It says national context. I think it should be international context as well. That there are so many things that are outside of our control that we are very aware that impact our costs, as well as the demand on our services. If we do see that increasing pressure on fuel costs, that will also impact many of our providers. I've never been into a cold care home, and there's good reasons for that. And we know that there will be pressures on our residents and their bills as well. So that will then have some interesting consequences for us. So we await what happens in the Straits of Hormuz with interest. And there is only so much we can do to influence White House policy, which I think is zero. Richard.
I was just going to add on to your long list of pressures in regard to that. Just materials in general. Any builder will tell you the increase in materials, and just on the twice the price for electric buses. It's interesting that electric cars have come right down in price. And I expect at some point the same will happen with electric buses, but at the moment they seem to be holding very strongly, which is disappointing, I think, to be said. But I'm sure in time that will even out a bit more.
Indeed, Federica.
Thank you. I really like the layout of this report, Nikki, and the fact that it gives that clear timescales. I'm wondering whether there needs to be probably further up than, I think it was October, that executives start looking at kind of the pressures and demand management strategies, whether we need to maybe do some work earlier where we have got that 58 million gap coming through next year. I guess my concern is that we have lots of services that might not be statutory, but actually they are highly valued within the community, and that we've taken lots of decisions in previous years where we've cut those or made savings and efficiencies quite considerably. So it would be good to be able to have earlier discussions around what that looks like, because I think I can see that 58 million needing to be lots of transformation ideas and efficiency ideas, but I would not like to see much considerable service savings across that place-based area.
I couldn't agree more. And I think it's, when we look at our council vision that we approved, that prevention comes first line as one of the underlying principles, I think was really important. It just underlines how we use our public health grant wisely to be able to get into that space, but also work with partners as well to be able to reduce the pressure on particularly our adults and children's social care, where we have adults, where we have statutory responsibilities that are funded out of council tax, rightly or wrongly. And I've made my views clear on that. We are in a position where we have to meet those statutory obligations, and if we can mitigate and minimise those, then, and particularly where we can get better outcomes at lower costs, like as we've seen in My Life, My Future and Homes and Horizons, the more we can do inspiring innovation projects like that, the better, I think, for the budget, but also for our residents.
Okay, thank you. I'll take that on board and see if we can tweak the timetable that's shown on page 323. We have already started the work with service directors, so we are trying to, and as you'll see from the table, some of the things you might have seen much later last year, we are trying to bring it forward, so it's before you much earlier. So have a look at that.
Thanks very much, Nick. Nobody else from the executive, so going on to somebody said lunch. But before Diogo, you're like the advertiser, the entree, Diogo.
Didn't realise that you were that way inclined, Bill. Okay. So just a couple of questions from me. Page 344, just looking at that MTFP table, which Nicola referred to. I'm only wondering, on the growth line, when you look at 29-30 beyond, it's pretty much static at 18 million. And I'm wondering, realistically, how realistic is that figure, or is it don't pay too much attention into 29-30 beyond, let's just focus on prior, just to manage expectations. There's obviously the 58 million budget gap for next year. I think we've been told previously that transformation isn't going to cut it for next year's, and talking of cuts, I think savings is actually one of the words which Clive has previously used, savings to the budget, permanent savings, and I think that is also referred to within the report. I think 8 point something. Hold on, 8.11. Let's scroll down. Yeah, 8.11. No, 8.13, where it talks about efficiency savings, talks about service levels, and the need to look at several service levels, what's statutory and what isn't. So just being very realistic about that and what that actually means. And the other thing as well was around the growth pressures. This one is 8.11, where it says no new growth pressures. I wonder again, how realistic is that to expect services to abide by that, particularly when you're looking at children's, which is difficult to manage that demand, and to say that no provision for additional growth unless the service can demonstrate it can be 100% funded from within services' existing budgets, based on experience and history, it's difficult for children to do that for a number of reasons. So how realistic is that as well?
Thank you, Councillor Diego. So I would say the stance on growth and services trying to mitigate their growth by finding alternative methods of covering that growth was the same as what it was for 26-27. That said, you would have seen there was an amount of growth that went into the budget. The 35 that is currently profiled in for 27-28, I would say is largely in relation to the people-based services at the moment. So they are forecasts based on the children or that we have in care, for example. But we will work with the finance business partner and team will work closely with the service to have a look at that projection and see whether the transformation activities that are happening in both adults and children's, whether that is going to help mitigate some of that growth going forward, to try and change that figure. Because as Clive said previously, the thing is, with growth going up and savings staying quite low, we're always going to have that budget gap. So we do need to try and mitigate our growth as much as possible, or look to see whether we can mitigate that growth by delivering a saving in another area. So it's probably is a little unrealistic to say there's going to be no growth, because naturally with demographics and everything you will have some growth, but what we've got to try and do is mitigate it as much as possible.
I may just make a point about that growth figure for 27-28. That's nearly equivalent to the entire budget of 2 former district councils, 2 smaller ones. That is not a small amount of money. That is a huge amount of money for growth. And I think what we have to do is have a look at how that growth can be mitigated, so that that figure actually reduces rather than increases. I think if we have an acceptance, and you'll expect me to say this as lead member for finance, if we have an acceptance that growth just keeps growing, it will. That's exactly what will happen, because it would happen to anyone's personal budget, it would happen to any directorate budget. I think growth of 51 million in the current year and 35 million in the next year. The real challenge is how you go from 51 to 37, isn't it? When you know that more is coming forward. And I really liked the approach in our budget setting, where our savings appendix identified savings that were transformation savings and those that were the traditional savings. And I think we really need to continue that approach if we can, so that we clearly identify where we're making savings by transformation, doing things differently, doing things better, and making savings. And those things where everybody knows that the more years you go on making savings, the harder it gets, because you cut away and cut away and cut away, and all of those things that we all care about, like household waste recycling sites. I heard concerns about that across every political colour. It's not just about the administration being concerned or the leader of the opposition being concerned. It was everyone being concerned. Everyone is concerned about parking. I have heard it say that the by one leader of council that the hardest thing about local government reorganisation was harmonising the parking charges. And I think we'd probably agree with that. Harmonising council tax in Somerset was absolute piece of cake compared with parking charges. Thank you.
And having spoken to a number of councils going through LGR, there are a number of issues that we didn't have that they do. We had relatively consistent levels of council tax. Other areas have very varied levels of council tax. Some areas have different household recycling services, and trying to harmonise those can be incredibly difficult with multiple complex contracts. So there are some savings that other councils can make that we had already made in effect. Anyway, we have Lucy standing between us and lunch at the moment.
Well, hopefully it'll be a fairly quick question. It is on table 1, page 324 on the papers I've got in front of me. And I wondered where you've got I can't see it now. But for example, council tax is on the bottom of the grey line, net income stream. So council tax, is that assumed on a rise every year? And if so, what percentage rise are you factoring into that? And just overall, with the council tax base potentially growing with increased house building, is that also factored into it? Because those are the council tax is fairly, there's not going to be much variation on that. But things like house building, business rates, if businesses fail as the times get harder, cost of living, that's going to affect things. So you've got one thing that you've got control of and other things that you haven't. And I just wondered if they were all built into that expectation.
And so I will hand over to Nicola in a minute. The core spending power increase of local authorities that government always quotes includes the increase in council tax, and that 4.99% of the 2.99 plus the 2% additional precept, that is baked in, and I think it's a massive percentage of the additional spending power of a council comes from the people paying council tax in that council area. It is not from council grants. So the council tax base, there is always a forecast of that. In the last year, we actually achieved more than that. So when we set this budget, it was a bit more. I think in Somerset, we've been hit, of course, by the nutrient neutrality. So as more houses are being built, but then you go to Richard's point about cost of construction. So you might have got past the nutrient neutrality to some extent, although it adds a cost to building. And now the cost of building is so much greater. The only good thing I've ever heard about what's happening with house building at the moment is that the building of social homes is being favoured now as both having a market and having greater support through Homes England. The only good thing I can think about the rising costs of construction at the minute. Do you want to add anything?
I'll just add, so in simple terms, we allow for 1% growth in our council tax base in our MTFP. In terms of council tax increase, we've allowed at the moment 4.99%, but only up until the end of the settlement, because it's 2.99% plus 2% for adult social care. We don't have confirmation of the adult social care element of 2% beyond 29/30.
And also, we don't know when we have new building, we don't know what costs will be associated with the residents of those new buildings as well. So it could be that they are a net deficit on our books if they are a household that demands on our social care services. So it is it's a complex position. Alrighty, nobody else is looking to obstruct us from lunch, which is of course very welcome. So it is recommended that we note the MTFP and MTFS 27/28, 31/32 timelines for reporting to the executive and approve the update to the MTFS 27/28, 31/32 strategy document set out in Appendix A. Proposal is Lyshawn, seconded Sarah Wakefield. Those in favour, And those against, thank you very much, everybody. Particular thank you to Nicola for bringing that report. And we will break now for lunch, reassemble at the scheduled time, which is 2 o'clock. Thank you very much, everybody. We are now on to agenda item 12, which is implications of the school's white paper and SEND reform plan for Somerset, which is on pages 363 to 506 of our papers. And I've got Councillor Heather Shearer to introduce.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just want, I'm very pleased to be introducing this today. I just want to say there are lots of pages. Chair's actually has alluded to that. There are lots of pages in this particular item, but we'll do our best to take you through it as sensibly as we can, so you understand it as fully as you can. I just want to say, first of all, that it's titled "The Implications about the White Paper: The Every Child Thriving and Achieving and Thriving," plus the SEND reform plan. I just want to say the SEND reform plan is something which is incredibly important for two reasons. One is because it lays the foundations for us in a way for the government's white paper, for our response to the government's white paper, and also how we should be delivering and improving on our delivery of SEND statutory duties. But of course, the reform plan also has a very immediate need, or answers an immediate need, which is that, of course, it gives assurance to the government about the high needs block stability grant application. So people will have heard, and it's in the paper, that the government has offered, if you like, up to 90% of the accumulated high needs block deficit that we have at the end of March of this year, which is about £105 million from memory. And so if we are able to put this plan in and it is accepted as an acceptable plan by the government, and this is going out to every single local authority in this position, then we can get up to 90% of that to us as a grant. So it has longer term importance and it has short term importance as well, and both are important for our children and families, but also for our council and our financial position. So it's really important for us to take it seriously. The other thing to say is timescales have been silly tight from the beginning. So we probably got it formally to us from the DFE to say we're going to do it in this way, I think on the 9th of March, but with a deadline to have everything done by the 19th of June. Now that sounds like an awfully easy thing until you see how the complexity of the form of the submission, but also when you take into account this has to be created, owned and delivered by the entire system, it's all of the partners have an equal share and responsibility in making this happen. So that includes ourselves as a local authority, but it also includes all of our school partners in their various forms, our ICB and our health partners, and also the parents and families themselves. And anyone else who touches our system has to have a part in delivering this. So you can imagine, it's also with 3 weeks worth of Easter holidays in that time frame, it's actually been quite hard to get everything done so quickly. But everyone has pulled everything out of the bag they could, and we're in a position where we have this thing moving. The positive thing is also that the DFE, although they had a hard deadline of the 19th of June, also gave us an interim deadline by the 19th of May to say, put in what you've got and we'll give you a steer, which is great. And their doors are also open subsequently so we can clarify and talk. So what you see in front of you on ModGov is what we put in for the 19th of May. Now, what I must say is it's a very dynamic process. So we had feedback within a few days of that. The system, the partners were working on it straight away. So what is now being worked on frantically across the partnership is already different from what you see in the pack. So very importantly, we have, we do need to have your permission, executive, to give us delegated powers, because this is moving very quickly, and our partners also have to get it through all of their governance too. So a few things have changed already. So do be aware of that. Sometimes you may ask something about the form in front of you, and we'll say it's already changed and it's moved on from there. So I was also very, very pleased that we had such a good session on Monday with our scrutiny partners, who gave us lots of recommendations. We'll touch on that, but it was really good to make sure people could give real dedicated time to unpacking what's in there, understanding it and seeing how it works. So I'm very, very grateful to that. I'd also, before I be quiet and hand over, I just want to say that again, this is a partnership issue. So we are joined by Camilla Hutchins from the ICB, Ruth Hobbs from our Parent Carer Forum, and of course, representing ourselves, as it were, we've got Claire here, and also Rowan Griffin. So they will be taking you through what's in this really, really big and complex plan, so that you understand it, because we are looking for you to endorse where we are so far. And I would just like to say a great big thank you. I want to give a big thank you to our partners who have done a phenomenal job very quickly. And I'd also like to thank those our colleagues from Scrutiny as well, who have also done a very good job. So I just oh, thank you. I've got the wrong glasses on, so I didn't notice that also we're joined also online by Hazel Malcolm, also from our health partners, and that's absolutely great. And I could, even without my glasses on, I could see Lee clapping, so that's marvellous, and endorsing those thanks. So I'm going to pass on now to, I'm going to pass back to Bill, if I may, to talk about the scrutiny side of things.
Thank you very much. And I saw the applause from Councillor Redmond. So he was in the room earlier, and now he's like Big Brother watching us in glorious Technicolor, live from the Glastonbury Festival. I thought it was a fallow year, so I'm not quite sure what's going on here, or maybe Bridgewater has evolved more quickly than I realised. Lee, would you like to give the feedback from the Scrutiny Committee?
Thank you, Chair. Earlier this week, the Children and Education, that's a lovely new name, Scrutiny Committee, considered the SEND reform plan in detail. I would like to place on record my thanks to members, officers and our partners for their constructive engagement and the significant amount of work that was undertaken at pace to support that discussion. The committee recognised the urgency of submission, but was equally clear that the plan must be strengthened around financial risk, partner accountability, workforce capacity and ongoing oversight. Our recommendations, Chair, are intended to support a more credible and deliverable plan for the children and families of Somerset. Thank you.
Thank you. And Heather, do you want to come back to you?
Very quickly, in your pack, I think it's Appendix C, you do have all of the recommendations from Scrutiny are there. And I just wanted to again put on record that we absolutely accept those recommendations in full, and would like to thank you again for what you've done and the helpful feedback we had on the 1st of June. The only thing, and I did check this with the Scrutiny Chair this morning, there's only one small change, if you like, to recommendation 3, and that's the one that says the executive requires a detailed workforce and delivery plan for the reform plan and the wider SEND system, including recruitment timelines and mitigation for capacity gaps, and consider experts at hand, which you'll learn about in a second, and SEND legal capacity is included as a monitored priority. And I just want to say in response to that absolutely we accept this as essential. However, we would just like everyone to note that it will take time to define, and that this level of detail is not required in the submission for the Department for Education of the actual SEND reform plan. So it would be our intention, therefore, to develop it we'll develop it in further detail locally following the submission of the SEND reform plan to the DfE by mid-June. I didn't want you to have no deadline on that, but we will take that seriously. But it would be much better if we could do that once we've put the final submission in on the 19th. The more detailed delivery plan alongside wider updates will be shared with the DMP SEND reform panel on the 14th of July as well for further review. I just wanted to put that on record. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Am I handing over to officers? Claire? That's right. I didn't know whether it's to Claire, to Rowan, to a cast of characters. It's I'm not sure what sort of play it is. Comedy, tragedy, romance. Well, let's find out. Claire.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. So I'm just going to give you a bit of context, and then I'll hand over to the other 3 people who are the experts in this in the room. And obviously, you're welcome to ask any questions either during or at the end of this presentation, if that's helpful. So the SEND reform plan is a result of the school's white paper, which was published earlier this year, I think probably at the end of last year now, and the SEND consultation for Somerset. And we, as part of that school's white paper and the SEND consultation, we're required to co-produce and submit this local area SEND reform plan, which every local authority in the country has to do, to the Department of Education by the 19th of June. We've had about 3.5 months, possibly 4 months, to devise this plan. It is incredibly complex. It has to take into account all the different aspects of children's lives in education for children with special educational needs and disabilities. It needs to take into account responses from professionals right through from the early years sector right through to post-16. It needs to take into account the views of children and their parents and carers, as well as schools and all the institutions that work with children in an education setting, as well as the local authority and all the different aspects of the health system. So in a very short period of time, we've had to pull together this report, as has everybody else, to inform this is a plan that we think we can deliver for children in Somerset to improve outcomes for children with SEND in all the different areas of their life. So we have had over the last week or so submitted a draft reform plan, as Councillor Shearer said, and we've had some feedback, which I think we've sent to you from the DFE and also from Children and Family Scrutiny, so that we've been able to sort of develop this plan as it goes. So the version that you can currently see is not the version that is the most current version, because it develops day on day on day. And our last meeting with the DFE is on Friday to look at the draft plan at that point for them to provide any further comment before we finally submit on the 19th of June. There is a lot of funding attached to the experts at hand, which you'll hear about in a minute. And there is £3.6 million provisionally allocated for 26-27, and that allocation has to be shared effectively across the system with health and other partners to make sure that we provide that experts at hand offer across the system, not just in the local authority. Okay, so in terms of what we have to do, so it's quite prescriptive in terms of what this SEND reform plan has to include. So the plan has to include what they describe as a theory of change, which you'll hear about in a minute, and what we think are the strengths and current strengths and weaknesses of our own system in Somerset. We have to be able to evidence that what we intend to do is value for money and will be more efficient as well as more effective for children. It has to have clear milestones over the next 3 years, which is quite difficult when you're trying to develop a plan that you're not quite sure what it's going to look like over a 3-year period and how that's going to develop. And as I said already, it has to be based on consultation and co-production with every single part of the system around children, so professionals and family members as well. And the key areas it has to address, so there are 3 key areas. So it has to address capital funding, which we've already done to some degree. We were a bit ahead of the curve on that in terms of SEND units and other additional resource centres for children in schools. It has to address the experts at hand offer, which is quite difficult because we've been given minimal guidance by the government, and the full guidance will be published after everybody has submitted their plans. So we're working in the dark a little bit in terms of what that might look like. And we also have to address how we're going to manage this in terms of the governance structure for overseeing the progress on these plans and how the partnership will be integrated into that governance. So you'll be able to see all these things as we go through in terms of you've got those documents which already exist, but you'll be able to understand it better as people start to talk those things through. But that's the context for it. It's quite, as you can hear, it's only 4 or 5 points, but they're very broad and they have a lot of detail underneath them in terms of how they all need to interlink to develop a plan that actually works for children, but is also good value for money and works in a partnership way across the whole system. So I'll hand over to Rowan, who will start to take you through what needs to happen.
Hi, so I'm Rowan Griffin. I'm interim here, interim SEND programme lead, and presenting here with Ruth and Ruth Hobbs from the Parent Care Forum, and Camilla from the ICB, as the designated clinical officer. Just on the timeline then. So just a couple of things to add on that. So we have the council executive today, and then the process from there is that a final version is quickly produced with all the feedback from today and from scrutiny by the end of this week, and it is shared with the executive leadership team. And the DfE requires the executive leadership team, the chief executive officer of the council, the executive director of children's services, and also the section 151 officer to sign that off on behalf of the council. That's then sent on to the ICB cluster for their sign off, and then we will be sending the final plan to the Department for Education by the 19th of June. So we are at the end stages of drafting, and yes, not long to go. So the opportunities for this for Somerset are massive. So the high needs block stability grant, if approved, we will receive up to 90% write-off of historical DSG high needs block deficits to March 2026. A significant funding. In addition, we have the 3.6 million for this year for experts at hand, with future funding to be confirmed, but is expected to be of a higher value, to be agreed with the ICB on how we will spend this. And then there's also additional funding for SEND improvement and transformation on top of that, alongside additional capital as well. The risks with all this, of course, are the timescales. The timescales for this have been extremely tight, and that has had an impact on how much co-production we've been able to do. But as we will show later in the presentation, there has been exceptional effort to do this, and there has been a lot of engagement with partners, parents, carers, young people across the system in Somerset. Not all the guidance is released, as Claire mentioned, so the experts at hand, but we have put together some thoughts and some proposals which we think are sensible and hopefully should be in line with what the government expects. Challenges with the time in reaching partnership consensus, but we've done very well with that in the short space of time. And just the capacity for delivery as well. So this is we are expected to move very fast on delivery of spending money in year, etc. And all of these things will be challenges, but we are ready for that challenge. So just on the vision and goal. So the plan is aligned with the existing SEND strategy, and you may recall that children and parent carers coined the phrase when we were drafting that. We want to move through the world without having to force our way through it. So that's a key sort of guiding vision through this, and so. The SEND reform plan seeks, in the context of significant rises in demand and complexity of need, to better support children with SEND. So fewer are looked after, fewer are self-harming or are under treatment for mental ill health, and there are fewer that have that are experiencing a vulnerability factor. For example, not attending mainstream education due to severe absence, EOTAS section 19 part-time timetables, elective home education, exclusion, not in employment educational training. So basically, by supporting them to remain in mainstream provision wherever possible. And through that, we will also hopefully, and we forecast we will, reduce our costs over time as well, whilst supporting children, young people and families even better than before. There's been a lot of work on the structure of the SEND reform plan, and in your papers you have a certain structure that's outlined. We have since we published that, had discussions with the Department for Education, and the Department for Education advised that we used 4 building blocks as the guiding structure for the plan. So we have reconfigured it. A key thing around our thinking is about emotional dysregulation and ensuring that we can address unmet need by supporting emotional regulation. And that's still, and Amelia Walker, who's unfortunately not here today, has been very keen on that, and as the partnership, and that's still a guiding principle throughout. But we have now used the four building blocks that DfE have asked us to use in clarifications, and they are strength and inclusion across education settings. So that's about practice, but how we strengthen in a multi-agency way in inclusion in schools and settings 0 to 25, and a key delivery mechanism that will be this experts of hand funding that we talked about earlier. The second one is systems leadership, local partnership, collaboration, and co-production. So that's about partnership working and co-production. And working in localities as well is important there as well. And then the third one is access to specialist support and local placement. So this is building upon, with additional funding, the very good work that's been ongoing related to additional special school places, additional SEND resource bases, SEND units in mainstream schools, and also new initiatives, so expanded initiatives such as ALP and ELP as well, and other ways to support children and young people to remain in mainstream settings inclusively wherever possible, close to home in the local communities. And then the fourth one is when there is some overlap with two here. It's about encouraging inclusive cultures and behaviours. So that one is, this one is about partnership working and co-production, but it's also about us sharing our resources and developing things like joint commissioning with the NHS, improving our data sharing and data systems, and our disputes and resolutions processes. And so what we have is we have a plan on the page now, which can be made available after the presentation. And it explains this. And then we have some work streams. Then we have a number of projects, some ongoing, some new, which we will practically deliver. And we think that all of these things together will help us turn the curve in terms of financial, the financial forecasts and mitigate cost in time, and also reduce EHCP numbers and help us prepare for the new individual support plans as well. So that's a very short overview of what we're trying to do through this collective approach, through these many projects. We will hopefully turn the curve, and we anticipate that will take some time to deliver. We think it will take up to about 2028-29, but our projections and forecasts, which have been highly commended by the DfE so far, suggest that it will in time turn the curve. And so what the next stage, once we've got this plan in place, this plan agreed, will be to deliver a really robust project program discipline around this, and monitoring, so that we can actually make sure this actually happens. So that's hopefully a short overview. Ruth, is there some other things you'd like to talk about related to education places and experts at hand? Sorry, or is
Camilla.
It's Camilla. Just.
Yeah, close. Sorry.
Hello everyone, I'm Camilla Hutchings. I'm the designated clinical officer for NHS Somerset, and been pleased to be working along with other of my colleagues on the SEND reform plan, particularly on the bit around the experts at hand. Rowan has already touched on the increase the education places issue around the SEND reform plan. That's part of that is around generally new schools, for instance, in the Taunton area, in the growth of population there. But also the inclusion paces, looking at alternative provision, outreach from special schools, special school places. So that's all part of the work that we need to do. But the main bit I want to talk to you about is what you hear this funny phrase, experts at hand, which is it's an unusual phrase, and what does that actually mean? And as colleagues have said, we don't have the detailed guidance for this, but we do have a really clear vision for it. So that's what we've based our proposals on. And we've actually been working on them this morning, several of us in a room, based on some of the feedback we got on Monday from scrutiny, and trying to pull together and make a more coherent offer for Somerset. But the vision for it from the government is about expanding access to multi-agency support. They mention educational psychology, speech and language therapy, but also other experts. It's about partnership with special schools and alternative provision. And it's absolutely 0 to 25. It's not just about our school settings that we know absolutely need this support. It's about early years and getting in there early, and our post-16 education settings. It's all about early support without needing a referral, and it's really focusing on, it should focus on the setting, context and support, not on individual assessments of children, although they may work around a cohort of children. It's very clear from the national model that it shouldn't just be a training offer, because that, is one thing, but actually it's about going in and embedding approaches, modelling, coaching, working alongside our colleagues in education settings who face quite challenging situations, quite a wide variety of children's needs that they need to include, and actually helping them with really practical ideas, resources and support around that. And our current services, a lot of them are quite individual child-led, and the idea is that experts at hand will not duplicate any of that, but it's very much about complementing that by actually supporting the settings to be more inclusive of a wide variety of needs. So in Somerset, we've kind of used our expertise of current teams, we've used the feedback we already have from our schools and settings, and things like the Best Start in Life and family hubs that are already happening, thinking how is this going to fit alongside those. So we're looking at a neighbourhood delivery in the 12 neighbourhoods. We looked at localities, but actually those are still very big, so neighbourhoods are probably better for schools to come to and settings to come together. We'd want it to be really evidence-based, so we're based on learning that we've had from things like our partnership of neurodiversity in schools and pilots that have gone on in other areas of the country, things like the early language support for every child, which really shows what is effective and how can we do that. We're going to have an outline offer, which then will be refined through co-production. We're having to do this really quickly, so we're not doing it all without people. What we're doing is thinking of some broad themes and then refining. So we have to do a detailed plan for our first year, and then we will be working with others to co-produce for years 2 and 3. We're going to have a strategic working group sort of overseeing all of that, and we're really keen that that although we're required by the government to tell how many more children have we reached with support early through this, we don't want to just be counting numbers. We want to be saying what is the impact that we are having, so having really clear measurable impacts. What do we need to add? Okay, so Ruth's going to tell us about the co-production and engagement.
Okay, so as Heather mentioned at the beginning of this, the timescales are immensely tight. So we found out that this needed to be produced probably about the middle of March time, and our first draft had to be in with the Department for Education 8 weeks later. Taking into consideration 3 weeks of that was actually taken out by school holidays. You can see how tight it's been. We've literally had 5 weeks to work with families and our schools. So in your packs, you've got a list of all the engagement that has taken place so far, and you can see we have covered across all different phases. So our early years colleagues, schools, and post-16. We've also had sessions with families, and we've had feedback from our children and young people. So we did a survey for young people, which I'll talk about the results in a minute, and that was over 200 young people got involved with that. And we've also had over 160 parent carers that have fed their views, and we've used intelligence that we already had in the system as well. You will purposefully see in the packs that there are dates that are post-submission. We've included those because we want to be really clear. Engagement does not stop once this is submitted. This is a continual, ongoing form of engagement that will happen across the whole of the 3 years of the plan. So just taking you through the high-level results that came out from children and young people. None of these hopefully will be a surprise for you. The things that they told us that mattered really the most to them was being prepared for adulthood, having good communication and access to information in a format that they can access, support that's personalised to their needs, so not generic, and being truly listened to and their needs acted upon. Some of the things that they identified as things that get in the way of that were physical and financial barriers, complicated processes and having to repeat information. That one I found particularly interesting, bearing in mind that we are now going into a second reform in the time that I've been doing this, and the first reform was meant to stop that from happening and people not having to repeat the same information. They also talked about a lack of SEND education for services, schools and employers, so that whole career pathway and being able to access that. They said the things that needed to change was that sometimes young people and parents felt like they were being left behind and not included in the decision making, and that there were less options for them once they had left post-16 provision. So feedback from parents and families. I think the biggest feedback about the SEND reforms is the lack of information. There were a lot of gaps, but based on what we do know, they were positive about the expert at hand offer. However, they had significant concerns about where the workforce was going to come from. The point was made on quite a few sessions by parents. I'm pretty confident that EPs, speech and language therapists and OTs are not sat at home waiting for somebody to phone them up and offer them a job, which I think is a fair comment. How are the local system being asked to implement something before national guidance has come out? And that would lead to inconsistency and uncertainty. Again, I think that's a point that we would all agree with. Joined up working across education, health and social care is going to be really important for this to be seamless. Again, linked into what Camilla's already mentioned and how we've adapted our expert at hand offer, is success needs to be measured by impact on children and young people. It's not about access or activity. So it's not just a numbers game. It's about actually what is the change that's being made. They asked for a better understanding of masking, different presentations of needs and demand avoidance. So they felt that that need to be strengthened across our system, and that's where we link in with the stuff that Amelia was talking about around dysregulation. Something that's coming back from not just families but also from our settings is one of the biggest challenges for them currently. And one of the significant things that you will have seen, because unless you've hidden away from SEND reforms over the last few months, you will have seen all of the noise at a national level about legal accountability and the watering down of the EHCPs and the removal of tribunals. So those are the things that are the biggest concerns for parents at the moment. Professionals fed back to us and they said that they are finding the delays in our systems challenging, and that we need to be pragmatic and find workarounds for those and manage situations collectively. They asked for a qualification and career progression routes for learning support assistants. We are seeing that it's really difficult to recruit learning support assistants. So actually, what can we do to tempt people into that profession? Stronger links between our mainstream schools, our special schools and our SEND units. Looking at our training and development for our SEND units to play a role within that wider development and support across. There was also conversations around specialist support for early years and that being insufficient. Some of the challenges that our earlier settings have is that they do have very minimal funding, so accessing training is a real challenge for them. And also if we do put on training for free, being able to release staff to be able to go and attend those training sessions. They talked about inclusion bases being able to be accessed both at a targeted and targeted plus support level. So you'll see in the new reforms that we are moving away from and into different levels of support. So it'll be targeted and targeted plus before we get into specialists now. It was felt that we needed a more proactive approach to state-funded alternative provision, and that alternative provision should be seen as part of the overall workforce, not as something separate and unique that we use when we need to call on them, but actually that they're involved in that whole strategic workforce planning. And also for greater collaboration with the FE sector, particularly looking at that career progression for our learning support systems. So if you take all three forms of co-production and voice that we've heard, we have a shared goal in Somerset, and that is that we want timely, consistent and joined up support that empowers every child and young person to thrive. I'm going to hand, are you doing the DFE feedback?
Yeah, just really briefly.
Yeah.
And just briefly, just aware of time. The DFE have fed back on the plan. I touched on it in the introduction earlier to use those four building blocks. So we've responded to that. They've also clarified that it's really important that we focus on all of SEN 0 to 25 in our plan. So we've responded to that as well. That was already included, but we've brought it out more in the text. They wanted us to provide more detail on our delivery plans, in particular for year one, and metrics. So we're trying to do what we can. Some of this will need to be co-produced, but we've responded to that as well. Yeah, just basic sort of, making sure we've got clear roles and responsibilities, ensuring that also emphasising early help, transitions, early years and post-16 outcomes a little more as well. Overall, very positive. They're very positive about our financial forecasting and that side of things as well. But there's a number of different things they will be checking off and making sure that we've covered before they approve the plan. If all goes well and they approve the plan, then we'll hear by September of the result, and hopefully that will be good news for Somerset, and we'll be starting delivery before that point. Just also note on terms of the governance, I won't touch on this very much because it needs to display a governance diagram with you, but it will be overseen by a board with an independent chair. So this will be the SEND Improvement Partnership Board, and then that will be reporting through to Children Transformation Partnership Board. And that will be meeting regularly. There'll be sort of rigor with the dashboards and ensuring that we have highlight reporting and plans in place, etc. So there'll be a lot of support and rigor around that to make sure that this is a delivery plan as well as and not just a statement of intent. So that's everything. So just to confirm, the request for decision by executive is to endorse the overall direction of the plan and approach, and to delegate authority for final amendments and submission sign off to senior officers in consultation with relevant elected members to meet the DfE deadlines. So we're looking to meet with the senior executive leadership team on the 8th of June, subject to members' approval.
Thank you, Rowan, and thank you, Camilla and Ruth. Assume that concludes all presentations. That is, Liz.
Thank you, Chair. I had the advantage of being able to attend scrutiny on Monday of this week, just 2 days ago. And as part of the presentation at scrutiny, I recall a slide that showed the 4 building blocks, and I found that incredibly helpful in my understanding of actually how this whole plan was put together and what it would include. And I really wouldn't want my colleagues here today to be taking decisions without the advantage of also seeing that slide, and I wondered if that was possible, please.
Has anyone got a slide up?
Okay, sorry, Rowan, are you able to share that one, please, if you wouldn't mind? Just going to say for those people as well, people listening at home, but on the 4 building blocks are also on page 406 on your pack. But what this slide does, it gives the 4 building blocks down the left and then extrapolates out all the good work we're doing under those headings. So this is a much fuller one, but certainly the 4 building blocks, if you can't read them on the screen there, the 4 building blocks are also on page 406 just as blocks, but this is more useful as a slide.
And just to come back, will this slide or something similar to this slide form part of the plan that we submit to DfE?
Yes, absolutely. We have structured the plan, the plan response around this. It's included within the draft, and all of the breakdown is based upon this structure and includes further detail, of course.
Chair, if I may, this is just something I brought up at scrutiny and had very welcome assurance on it. This is not a competitive pot of money from government. This is available to all those upper tier authorities with DSG deficits. I just want colleagues to know that we're not in a competitive environment here, but clearly we do have to have a SEND reform plan that meets DfE's expectation and that is approved. Thank you very much.
Okay. Sarah, do you want to have Richard, do you want to go first, and then I will mop up if you've got the stuff on my list that you haven't got.
Well, I really welcome hearing from you, and I can see the huge amount of work that's gone on to get this on the table at this stage in this way, and I'm very proud actually of everybody in the team for how hard you've all worked. So thank you for that. It seems to me that ultimately this is about trust and confidence. We want our parents to have trust and confidence in the service that we provide. It's a little bit analogous to some things we do in adults, actually, particularly in housing, that you're looking for trust and confidence. And what we want is parents in Somerset to be able to say, I'm happy that I live in Somerset because my child will be looked after, whatever gifts or other abilities they have. So I'm really excited about this in a way, although I think that quite a lot of what you have said is must be things that you're probably already doing, but not actually focusing them in this particular way, because obviously you're making a big effort with our children already. So I'm interested in inclusiveness and also the education of the whole cohort of children to understand what's happening and why the schools are changing and why they're having SEND units where they didn't have them. So I want to be assured that the whole cohort of children will understand that everybody is welcome in our schools and should be welcome. So that's my first point. You've just said that you're going to hear from the Department of Education by September, but waiting for the detailed guidance must be a bit of a kind of tied leg situation to actually finalise what you're doing. And I think that's, you know, very cart and horseish, and how do we actually work with that? So we're going to have to be flexible when we get the guidance if it's much different from what we expect it to be. So I'm just aware that that's an issue for you, and also your capacity for delivery. I just wanted to ask, my question really is these: the Department of Education feedback, which is in the pack, how much of that have we been able to incorporate? I don't know when you got the feedback, because there's a lot of detailed things, and you did mention it, but I'd just be like to know that we are in a situation where they won't be able to say, well, you haven't incorporated our feedback. We don't want that. That's my first question. The second one is that whilst we all want improvements immediately, my feeling is that it's the early years and prevention work that's actually really the you know, the golden thread, or whatever you like to call it, because that is how we're going to get these numbers under control, get the confidence of parents from an early stage that their children will get the help and support they need. My final question is, my third question is, at full council, there was a motion about SEND, and there was a commitment made. It did include some amounts of money, actually. Have those commitments that we made at full council been incorporated in what we're doing now? And perhaps it's just so much bigger than that, I don't know, but I just wanted to be reassured on that. Those are my points.
Thank you so much. I'm just going to say a few things and then hand over to Claire. Certainly, just touch on the first things you were saying. Absolutely, this is about trust. It absolutely is. And what we all want to be able to do in the system is to be able to work with families, whichever partnership we sit in, work with families so that that trust doesn't break down, or even just with families. We want to work with schools so the trust doesn't break down. So you're absolutely right. And that's about doing that preventative work. It's about doing things differently from the start and making sure we pool our resources to do the best we can. So trust is spot on. There are examples in our schools, in our school environment, where that inclusive work is already happening, where it's really good, where the entire school benefits from the fact there are children who have, you know, differently able, different challenges, whatever, but they work it very well. What we need to do is make sure that all of our schools, we support our schools so they can all do that. It's a different approach to education. That's my very layperson's thought about it, I think, in terms of that's really important to do. It's being inclusive isn't about shoving somebody in a room over there, because it doesn't feel very inclusive. It's about being part of something and everyone approaching it differently for those children. So I think that's very important. I did want to say, and Claire may well touch on more about early years and prevention, but a lot of what's been coming on from we've been wanting to do, and the government's asking us to do, around Best Start in Life, around Families First hubs. It's all about getting that very early doors support, and then finding things before it becomes a problem and supporting people. Of course, the experts at hand offer is a big part of that, and we're kind of making that up as we go, but we're thinking, well, what would we want? How could we do this? What's the best thing? In the absence of guidance, let's put our collective professional brains to work out what would be the best use of that time and that money. So I take my hat off to them. And right now, I wouldn't want the guidance to come in before the 9th of June, 19th of June. That'd be the last thing we want. I'd quite like to have it on the 9th of 9th of July maybe, but certainly not on the 19th of June. So we're all ploughing forward with, trusting in our professional instincts, their professional instincts about how to do it. And I think the other one I was just going to go on to say about the timing and how long these things take. There is a slide that has been shared elsewhere, which explains that the government have been quite explicit about the fact that this is like a 3, 4, 10-year program. They want this white paper to be supporting children and families through our entire system, and that the first year, although money is attached to it, there's less money in the first year than there is in the second and third, because the first year is about sorting ourselves out. So, hitting the ground running as much as we can, but there's something about a prep year, which is part of getting our ducks in a row. We still have to do things, we have to get people involved, but when you're changing things around, it will take time to actually get that change embedded. So those are the bits I thought of. Claire, do you want to say any more on? And certainly, I think the motion at council looked at one through one lens on one thing. This is a very wide issue that we're talking about, and this is part of a very wide issue. Sorry, Claire.
So I was just going to respond to the questions that you asked. So how much of the DFE feedback is in the plan?
Yes,
most of it.
Yes,
so far, and it will all be in there by the time we've finished. We're just constantly adapting the plan, and we are meeting with the DFE again finally on Friday to get any further feedback they want to give us. Early years, yes, completely agree. If we get in there early enough, then those needs don't necessarily develop to the same level, and we've got that trust and confidence from parents if we can get in early. We have got these 3 major sort of reform plans from the government for children. So we've got family hubs, which is all about early years and getting into reception to have a good level of development. Families First, which is about social care and need being identified early, which is relevant sometimes to children with SEND needs. And then you've got SEND reforms. So the whole thing is focused on prevention sort of early in a problem and early in a child's life, so chronologically. So yes, you're right, early years is the golden thread to this in terms of trying to get in much, much earlier. And the full council commitment around EHCP timeliness is included in the plan. So we've got a very clear line about improving our EHCP timeliness so that they do come in the right timescale for children to get the resources that they need at the right time.
Hey, Richard.
Thank you very much, Liz, and what an incredible piece of work under such a tight time scale. What is really great is the focus for the outcome of our children across Somerset. It's vital that is what the focus is on. I really appreciate that. Firstly, just following on from Sarah's initial question, how are you actually going to highlight these changes that you've made in relation to the DFE guidance that you've received? And my question on that is that you highlighted that the DFE highlighted to you year 1 delivery as needing more detail. How are you going to ensure that you put the right detail in, given how vague we know sometimes? Yeah, I think you get the gist of my question.
Okay, so we have across the region shared our feedback from the DFE between all the different local authorities. And I would say that ours is some of the clearer feedback. So everybody's got different advisors, and ours is much clearer than in other places. And we've seen a couple of other local authorities nationally, and again, our feedback is clearer. So I'm pretty confident that the clarity of that feedback gives us a real opportunity to actually deliver what they're asking for and to put that into the report in a way that will be understandable and acceptable, which I think is helpful. In terms of highlighting that feedback, I think what they want is it integrated into the existing document, and they have had at least one version, if not 2 versions of this report so far. So we'll just highlight it in the next iteration when we send it back, that this is the areas that you commented on, and these are the things that we put into it. And we have a meeting with them finally on Friday to go through our final version with them effectively to say this is what we've integrated that you've asked us for. Is that what you're expecting? Is that what you want us to do?
Just quickly, it's interesting you say that we have clearer guidance and other. Now, I can't tell whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. Okay.
Okay, Chair, could I just say as well, of course, Appendix C, which is a supplement to the paper, which in ModGov, Supplement C has both the scrutiny recommendations, but then what follows on from that is the feedback that we got. So you can at least see it for yourself as well if you've not spotted that. You might have thought it was just the scrutiny, but it's underneath as well.
Thank you. My question was around the governance. We had some sort of explanation of governance systems. Just wonder where member involvement is in that governance and where scrutiny is going to be involved in that going forward. Because I'm very appreciate that we've got an awful lot to do at base, and also there is accountability, particularly on those of us from Somerset Council.
Yeah.
So I think in the pack you've got the governance, the draft governance diagram. We have taken that. We took it last week to the Children's Transformation Programme Board, it's called now, which we're going to extend to being a multi-agency group. And one of the key questions there was about, well, you've got all these member bits down the side, but actually how does it integrate into the main system? So I think that draft governance chart had two functions. So one of the functions was to explain to people who didn't work in the council what the council processes were and what members' involvement in the council process was. And what we have omitted to do is to link those two things into the central chart, basically. So we need to pull that together. We know what that should look like. We just haven't linked them in the right place. So clearly it will go to scrutiny on a regular basis in terms of the progress of the plan. And as Lee Redmond's already said, he's very keen to have a sort of a description, a data chart that explains what the progress is, what we're doing, how we're doing on it, what the progress is, what we expect the progress to be over the 3-year time period, and how close we are to achieving that. So I think it will go to scrutiny on a regular basis. If executive wanted a regular report on how we were making progress, then obviously we're very happy to provide that, or in any other forum that you think would be helpful for members.
Yeah, indeed, and yeah, obviously we'd be delighted to have a regular report, maybe quarterly, on where we are with that. Fairly obviously, I've restructured the executive to add in a specific SEND portfolio because I felt that was needed under the context of both performance data and also these reforms coming forwards, that we needed that extra member involvement at an executive level. So that's all wrapped in there. Not seeing any other lead members or associate lead members, so I'll go to Francis and then to Lucy.
Just to say, I too very much welcome a specific focus in the exec on SEND. It adds capacity under the lead member for Children's Services, who carries the can, but it is well worth having the extra capacity to support that. The other thing is that in terms of oversight and scrutiny, as you will remember, Mr. Chairman, or leader, that the DMP member oversight panel was set up in the autumn, or rather it was agreed in the autumn. It has just been set up in order to work on this. You will have seen in the papers earlier, the financial papers, that the DMP work is rolling in with this work, and the chairman of audit, who is chairman of the member oversight panel, was very anxious to understand that the financial parts of the council were aware of this change and that it would be integrated rather than just abandoned. And I know that that is in place. Particularly the focus of the earlier papers today has been helpful in that one. We have just started to meet. We are developing the way we work. At the moment, I know that we report back to Children's Scrutiny because we were set up under them. I know that the chairman of Scrutiny has said to me that he thinks a slightly larger panel rather than just 3 members would be helpful. I think so too, and I want no pressed men. I'm not, it has to be people who are interested. There are people who are interested in being involved. I think it's a very
important group to feed into scrutiny, which will then feed in here. And of course, you will have all your own mechanisms for oversight.
Okay, thank you. There wasn't a question, just a whole contribution, I felt.
All right, I'll put the question in then. The question is, this is going to work if we build trust.
Yes.
This is going to work if we can do the work to make it work. This is going to work if the budget is there to do the work. So the question is, can we be sure that the budget will be there in a timely way and the work can be got on with?
There's no shortage of desire and intent to do that, is what I'd first off say. And I think collaboratively, the people around this bit of the room will be holding each other to account to make sure that we get all the right answers that work for the entire council to make that work, because we cannot afford for this to fail. And the council can't really afford for it to fail. So we will find a way, I think, to make this one work, would be my hope, my intention. And just while I've got the mic, I do honestly, I really appreciate the idea, more people coming to support Francis and Mike and Ewan with their work on the oversight of this. I think would be really important. Thank you.
Do you want to add, Claire?
So we do have a version of this chart. I don't know if you can find it, Rowan, that has the DMP links in it.
Yeah.
That might be helpful for people to see on the screen. So it's exactly the same as this picture, but we've just linked the elements that are in the DMP to this diagram so that you can see that they are integral to the plan that we've got here. We just find, I don't know if we can do it quickly enough.
Yeah.
Is it imminent, Rowan? Is it okay if we move on and come back to that? Yeah.
That later if need be.
Absolutely. And it was Lucy, then Diogo. Sorry, I didn't write down Diogo. I couldn't remember. I didn't write down. Lucy.
Thank you. So I've just got a couple of questions around some of the sort of technical stuff, I suppose, rather than the plan itself, which I've looked through is incredibly complex, and something that's, to turn that around in such a short space of time is amazing. But I was online on Monday, but I think when you're at home, the distractions of dog kept barking, my daughter kept coming in to ask me stuff, and so I may have missed it, so I do apologise if it's been covered. But I wondered about recruiting extra ed psychs, because it says that for this extra help at hand, or whatever it's called, that requires ed psychs, and we know that we're struggling to recruit them as it is, and so I wondered whether there was confidence that we will be able to secure enough people. I don't even know whether our difficulty in recruiting them is down to there not being enough in the country or not enough in the area, if you see what I mean. And then I wondered also about the funding for this. Are the family hubs funded within that 3.625 million? Because I think that parents are desperate for support, and there's a fair bit of information about what schools need to do, or how we will be working on this as the council, the ICB, etc. But not much mention of parents, which is fine. But the family hubs, I think, is where that comes in. Is it funded within that? And then also, I did notice on page 374 there was something about a legal officer. And we don't have a legal officer. We're now we've tried recruiting twice. And obviously it's going to be costing us if we're having a locum and interims and things. And I wondered if there's a reason that we're struggling. Is it a sort of an unusual speciality, I think is what I'm getting at. And is that going to be funded within that budget, or have we got to find that from the council's own budget? Is it a new role for this, or is it something we should have always had?
Okay, I can answer those, I think. So extra education psychologists. Education psychology is quite a difficult job to recruit to because of the level of qualification that people need. So to be an education psychologist, you have to have a PhD. So we can't just go, we'd like some education psychologists, can you come in next year, please? Because actually the training for people is such a long process. So there's quite a limited pool of people. A lot of education psychologists work from themselves in consultancies because it's better paid. They can make more money from it effectively. And local authority work is not as well paid. And there is no consistent national formula for payment for education psychologists in local authorities, so pay rates are different. And we are not near the top in terms of pay rates nationally, and we're probably middle to bottom in the region. So it's difficult to recruit for some of those reasons, although our support offer is much better. So it's just trying to balance all those things out. In terms of family hubs, they are not funded from the 3.6 million. They are funded from the Family Hubs grant, which is a separate grant for the whole Family Hubs project. And there is, I can't remember how many £1 million a year, but it's a consistent amount. Is it seven a year? I think it might be £7 million a year for the next 3 years to roll those out across the county, which we intend to do in a hub and spoke model, because we don't want to forget the rural hinterland effectively. And the legal officer, it was agreed in full council in September last year in the DMP funding that we would have the funding for a lawyer who would specialise in SEND. There are very few lawyers who want to specialise in SEND for lots of very obvious reasons. Yeah. It's a really difficult job. And we recruited a locum at one point to take this on while we tried to recruit permanent staff. They stayed for a very short period of time, and we are currently recruiting a further locum to do this work while we continue to try to recruit a permanent lawyer in our legal services to do this work. So yes, it is funded, but it's funded from the DMP funding that was agreed at full council.
It will be brief. So with the educational psychologists, are they employed by us? Are they employed by the ICB? And if they're employed by us, will they be able to help with the workload on EHCPs? Or will they be ring fenced for this particular help at hand model?
So education psychologists are funded by the local authority. So posts in education are either funded by the local authority revenue grant or by the dedicated schools grant, and there are very detailed criteria about who can be funded from which grant. Education psychologists come from revenue grant. The SEND reform grant does not allow existing roles to be extended and funded from the reform grant. So education psychologists' role needs to change to focus on early help for them to be funded through the SEND reform grant, which is when they become experts at hand in that sort of early help setting. So we have statutory roles for education psychologists who do education and healthcare plans assessments, and then we will have a separate group of education psychologists who will work with the SEND reform plan in the experts at hand group, with their role being quite different so that we meet the criteria for using the funding from experts at hand. It's quite complicated, sorry. Yeah.
You're good.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of questions from me. Just looking at the SEND reform timeline on page 366. Once it's submitted, what happens between then and September? Do we sit tight and do nothing? I'm sure it's not the case, but just some information on the work that continues to go on in terms of trying to sort this situation with VHCPs and everything else as part of that. And also just on the timeline, if it comes to September and we find that we haven't been approved, obviously we hope we will, the expectation is that we are, and we have to then possibly wait till spring 2027 for the approval and then funding in that second tranche. Again, how does that impact what we want to do, and then the additional pressures on the service if we're not able to start getting on with the job that we would hope to be able to have done sooner? Is any thought being given into that, or will thought be given into that once you've submitted this and then you can worry about what if after? And my last one on page 399 on the executive summary, I'm just intrigued and interested to know the figure of 3,192 children. Where did that figure come from? Some background behind that. And it says from Somerset in 2025. What if there are more children between 2025 and I don't know what month that was you've used that figure from? Are there people in the kids in the backlog, I don't know, that would actually increase that figure from here in the next 12 months? Because you've put in your summary, you've talked about reducing that figure by 20%. You've specifically said 650 children. And I'm wondering, could that figure actually be much larger if we get behind some of the backlog as well? And could that Could that impact the success of this if that's not really looked into or explained further? I don't know.
I'll ask some of it and then come back to Rowan. So the submission date till September, we will carry on with doing all the work that we're already doing. And we will expand where we can with the resources that we've got. The money that comes through, if we get it in September, its purpose is to reduce the high needs block deficit. So there are two different things. There's the SEND reform grant, which enables us to do the experts at hand, which comes through anyway, I think, doesn't it?
So.
Yeah, so it comes through whether we get the deficit reduced or not. And then there's the 90% deficit money, which is nearly £100 million, £90 million. So they're two separate things.
Yeah.
So the September timeline tells us whether they are going to give us our 90%, our £90 million to reduce the deficit. They will anyway give us the SEND reform grant to carry on doing the work. Because even if we don't get our deficit reduced, we have to carry on doing this work. Because the SEND reform plan is a government directive. If we don't get approval in September for the SEND for the 90% deficit to be removed, we get another opportunity to do some work, and then in November we can resubmit, and they might give us the money after that. But it doesn't affect the work we've got to do, because the SEND reform grant will already have been given to us to do the work, so we carry on doing the work. Although I'm glad Clive's not here, Nicky will probably hit me as well. But the 90% is almost a side issue in terms of the work we need to do. But obviously it's absolutely critical to the council to have that 90%, which is like 90 something million pounds, to reduce the deficit, the burden on the local authority. But they're two sort of separate things. Do you understand what we're saying? And the 3,192 children question, I'm going to pass to Rowan because it's technical detail.
There's only so much I can answer on that. It's our colleague from Business Intelligence who's pulled that together, but it's I understand it would have most likely come from the centre to submission and the various data that they produce on an annual basis. There's been some quite detailed forecasting ongoing about this. Both new, including the business intelligence team, but also an expert in finance who's been working in this kind of area for a very long time, who's supporting on this. And so they are projecting, and we are projecting that costs will rise costs will rise in the short term. The volumes will rise in the short term because of the impact of the white paper, and that's been recognised by the Department for Education nationally as well in their projections as well. That, but what we are projecting is through these interventions that will steady from 2028 to 29 onwards, and then it will start to reduce slightly. So we're currently forecasting this may change because we are, as colleagues have said, working to the wire on this. But we look to be maintaining costs at 25,241 per EHCP instead of rising to 28,517 should we have done nothing. And we anticipate that EHCP volumes are expected to rise from 5,623 in 25-26. So that's the total cohort, not just the ones with the vulnerability criteria. That was the figure you referenced earlier, to 7,435 in 28-29. But then growth should stabilise afterwards as these impacts come into effect. This is a very challenging situation, and the curve will be turned, but it will take time.
So just to come back on that 3192 figure then. So the 3192 figure is probably based around using the 5,000 EHCPs, right? And so if you're looking at a growth of up to 7,000 of EHCPs, is it fair to suggest that 3,192 figure could therefore also grow? And is that something that you have presented within this report, that actually the figure could be greater, and the number of children that you would have to, the 20% figure that you're looking to reduce in that is actually going to be greater in number? And does that have to be presented within this report or not? Because I don't know what the criteria from DfE is.
It doesn't need to be presented in this report, but the logic of what you're saying does. If we did nothing, it definitely plays out. We are hopeful and we are planning that through the experts at hand model and the interventions and the additional support, that we can bring down these vulnerability criteria through that. We can't at this stage forecast that in any detail, because as you can imagine, it's very complex to forecast something to that level of detail. But we certainly will try and develop metrics, and part of our plan is to make sure we've got a really clear dashboard and monitoring around all of this. So we'll try to be as robust as we can with that.
Can I? Just to come back, I think it's helpful for committee to know that we have asked for modelling from the Department for Education about what they expect the growth of EHCPs to be, because they have indicated that they are expecting over the next 5 years to see a significant growth, and they can't model that, so it's very difficult for local areas to model it based on that.
And thank you, Chair. And if I may just come in really, really quickly, because we're always thinking about what could scrutiny do for us? You know, what we do for scrutiny. I think actually perhaps to some time in the next year, if we do in our next year plan, our work plan is to do a workshop on how we do modelling. So I think if we could actually explore both, if we get anything from the DFE about how they model things, but I think if we could share with our scrutiny colleagues just how we do it in a workshop environment, so we can look at it and people can feel some confidence or understanding about how we approach this, because it is really complicated. I think it'd be a helpful thing to suggest to Lee.
Chair, I've just thought of this. We have an improvement advisory board for our transformation programme, and we have a children's specialist on there. Edwina Grant. Is she able to give us any help and reassurance on this process, because she presumably has a view across the country in her remit as a specialist?
Yeah, I've been speaking to her regularly, and she's looked at various iterations of the draft and against other people's as well, because she can see other people's too, because of the work she does in other places. So yeah, she's been giving us advice about any tweaks or changes, but I think her general view is that we're on the right track.
Okay, I think that concludes questions and debate on this. Alan is wanting to tell me something.
Apologies, Chair. Just a reminder to executive members, if you're intending to endorse the recommendations that have come from scrutiny, you'll need a proposer and a seconder for that recommendation.
Okay, Heather, would you like to propose that?
I'd be more than happy to propose it, bearing in mind that little caveat that was on there that I read out earlier on, but yes, please.
Okay, as proposed, as with caveat, seconded, Evie? Okay, so that's proposed and seconded to accept that. Is that an amendment to the substantive?
No, it's an additional recommendation.
Additional recommendation. So we vote on that additional recommendation and then on the substantive.
Vote on the additional recommendation, please, Chair.
Okay, so all in favour of the additional recommendation as proposed by Heather and Evie? Those against? That's clearly carried. And then we move on to the substantive recommendations that are in the papers, to note the implications of the school's white paper and the deadline, to consider the contents of the draft plan in Appendix 2, and note the plan includes assumptions relating to funding for experts and etc. Note the DFE plan requires to be signed off by the Chief Executive, the Section 151, the Executive Director for Children's, Families and Education, the Chief Executive of the ICB Cluster, and well, that's going to be a cast of people, isn't it? Endorse the plan and proposed approach for the plan submission, and agree to delegate approval for any final changes to the Chief Exec, Section 1.1, Executive Director, in consultation with Leader and Deputy Leader of Council. That's good, isn't it? And the League Member for Children's. So we're going to we'd hire a big hall for that one. In order to meet the DFE's timescales, which are, as always, tight. Happy to propose? Happy to second? The proposed Heather Shearer, second Evie Potts-Jones. Those in favour? Those against? That is duly carried. So remains for me to thank Claire, Gareth, Ruth, Hazel, everybody who's been involved everywhere. Do please, Rowan, please do pass on our thanks to everybody who's been involved with this. I know it's not been a straightforward process meeting these deadlines. Thank you so much. And we're now up to Item 13, which is the Health Determinants Research Collaboration Programme. And Evie, I've got you down as introduced.
Keeping the best to last. Well done. So agenda item 13, good afternoon. Introducing this agenda item, the Somerset Health Determinants Research Collaboration, the HDRC. The HDRC is a strategic 5-year partnership between Somerset Council, Spark Somerset, the University of the West of England and University College London, which is funded by the National Institute for Health and Care Research, NIHR, which I'm learning quite quickly. The programme is strengthening research and evaluation capacity across Somerset Council and the voluntary community, faith and social enterprise sector. Its aim is to tackle the wider determinants of health and reduce the health inequalities by building skills, culture and capability needed to use robust evidence and research to inform decision making and improve outcomes for Somerset residents. As we approach the halfway point of the programme, this report seeks to reaffirm Somerset Council's commitment to the HDRC and its NIHR approved business plan, support the Council's ambition to become a more evidence-informed and research active organisation and adopt the proposed 2026 research priorities. These priorities focus on housing and place, economic activity for the working age adults, children and young people, and emerging community themes which aligns to our new council vision. The recommendations ask members to support the annual reporting to the Executive Committee, continued collaboration and inspiring innovation programme and endorsement of the 2026 research priorities. I'd like to thank the officers and partners involved in developing this work to date. So Chair, I formally move the Executive Committee considers and endorses the recommendations set out in the report, and I now hand over to Brittany Strange, Programme Manager for the HDRC, to present the detail and to take questions from members.
Welcome, Brittany.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Councillor. This will be a verbal report. I don't have slides for you today, but hopefully you've been able to review everything. I think the councillor has summed it up really well, so I don't feel that I need to spend much time on going through all of that again. This paper follows a key decision taken in 2024 when we agreed to be a collaborative partner in the programme in the HDRC. And now, as we're further into implementation, we are aiming to strengthen and further define Somerset Council's role in our partnership. And so what I'm asking for today is for endorsement of our recommendations. And as the councillor said, the first is to increase visibility and accountability as a partner organisation by reporting annually to the Executive Committee. And this ensures that you as members are informed of the work undertaken by the HDRC and to ensure that we are delivering against our agreed business plan that was outlined with NIHR at the beginning. Secondly, the report asks the committee to support the collaboration between Somerset HDRC and the Inspiring Innovation Programme to better create a culture which supports the council and its officers as it continues to define its new identity to become an evidence-informed, research-active organisation. So you'll be pleased to know, I hope, that we're already working closely with HR and OD colleagues and Newton colleagues as well, and we continue to hope to strengthen that partnership. And finally, we're asking for your endorsement of our 2026 research priorities, which, again, as members said, you'll have noticed, I hope, that they're closely aligned with the recently approved council vision. And those priorities, just to reiterate them again, are economic inactivity for working age adults, children and young people. So we're specifically focusing on 0 to 2, early attachment, and ages 12 plus, looking at educational attainment, school absenteeism and belonging, housing in place. And we're doing a lot of work around that already, and emerging community themes. So we, just to clarify that bit, that particular priority allows us to review emerging research themes that are identified by our communities, the communities that we aim to serve. And I hope that this report will highlight and emphasize that an anchor of our programme is to include lived experience and community voice in the council's approach to decision making, and that should be a key part of our improving our evidence base. So with that, I'll hand back to the chair for comments or questions on the reports or on the recommendations.
Thank you. Are we seeing any comments or questions? Okay.
Hi, thank you. I think this is really good work, and I'm very supportive of there being this evidence approach, to the work that we're doing. and it's probably not for here and for now, but I kind of really like to understand a little bit more about the, this is on Appendix 4, where you've got your research priorities. You describe children, young people, best start of life, and also the school absenteeism and belonging. At first, I was thinking, how do you evidence belonging? And then I read the document and went, oh, I need to understand a bit more about that, because I would just like to know more. I don't, it's not going to stop me from endorsing what you're doing, but it was just something I'd really like to see what that looks like, and then how, how I can see that in our service, and in the work we do. So it was just, things, talk about the Mother's Object Relations tool, and I'm going, oh, I just needed a bit more time. So if I could have some time outside of here, I'd be really grateful. Unless there's something you can tell me in 2 minutes, probably not. My guess is more complex than that.
Yeah, I think it probably is more complex, but it's leaving some of these things a little bit generic, because what we recognize with school absenteeism is that it's far more complex than just not going to school, and that a part of that attaches to people's experience of that environment and school generally. So there's a level of work we want to do to get underneath that, but that isn't linear or straightforward.
Sarah?
Yeah, I just wanted to say I welcome this research. I think it's absolutely important. Without that, we cannot describe or refine what we're doing going forward. So it's really important to us, and I'm delighted to see this collaboration, and I wish it well, and I'm looking forward to some of the results coming through, further results coming through, because I know you do a lot of work already, but thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I likewise endorse comments of Heather and Sarah, and thank you for this this level of research, and to our partners at UWE and UCL. Great to see. Yeah, since we started this, we've also been working on the corporate, the civic university partnership with Exeter and Bridgewater and Taunton College, or the University College Somerset group now. I did notice one of the, I can't find it now, so I can't refer to the page, but it did talk about a coterminous system. At some point, we seem to have lost that accidentally somewhere along the line. It's curious. Is there an impact of that we will see?
That's a very good question and a good observation. Yeah, how quickly things change in local government and in statutory systems, hey? But well, right now our focus is on working specifically with local government, and that's NIHR's focus as well. They want to see, there's a lot of funding that goes towards the health system, and there's not funding that goes towards local government in terms of understanding some of these challenges, especially as they pertain to the social determinants. And so I don't think it disrupts our focus and what we're trying to achieve. I guess it's yet to be seen what the impact will be. We do link with ICB colleagues, for instance, and we're waiting to understand what that landscape is going to look like, particularly in terms of their research approach. But we'll pivot as we find out more. We're just waiting to know.
Okay, thank you very much, Brittany. Any other members in the room? Oh, sorry, Alison.
No, I was just going to back up what Brittany said, and I think a lot of NIHR funding actually goes into the acute trust system and that bit of the NHS. So the fact that the commissioning system is changing, I don't think necessarily will affect too much of our research doing it, because we're all focused on the same population. We're also still focused on the population of Somerset. So I think we'll just leave the reorganisation of the NHS commissioning function. But in terms of service delivery, that is still very much focused at place.
Reassuring. Thank you. Any other? Diego.
Thanks. Thank you. Thanks, Chair. My question is just on page 577, around your research priority areas, and one of those being the economic inactivity for working age adults, which is great to see. Just noting in the context, you refer to the population being older than national average, and I'm just wondering, does that necessarily mean that part of this work is focusing mostly on those older people at work, or my particular interest is those areas of economic inactivity in some of the most deprived parts of Somerset, and there's a few in Bridgewater that I can think of, and I'm wondering what piece of work, if any, are you looking or hoping to do in those most deprived areas when looking at economic inactivity as well?
Yeah, great question. And I think Alison might want to speak to this as well, but what we know is that while we have an aging population, the impact of having then our core working age population, economic economically inactive has a significant impact because we have a smaller working age workforce, maybe than the general population. And so we are still focused on the 16 to 64 range. And what we're doing, without getting into the detail in this space, but I'm really happy to talk to you outside of it, but we've done significant work on this area with Mel Thomas in Workforce and Skills, and that's involved doing a lot of mapping to understand where those pockets of economic inactivity are. That's included a number of reports to understand where those pockets are and interviews with those with lived experience to understand what the barriers and challenges to accessing work are as well. That's continuing, so although we've done an initial report, we're expecting to let that evolve over time, and we've got a piece coming up that's focusing on Highbridge and Burnham in the coming year.
Not seeing anybody else, so we'll move to the recommendations. Thank you very much, Brittany. And the recommendations are to for the annual report to come to us, support the collaboration, and to adopt the 2026 research priorities. Can I see proposer, please, Evie? Seconded by Sarah. All those in favour, please. All those against? That is clearly carried. Thank you very much. And that moves us on to the Public Health Budget Programme of Work 26-27, and once again, Evie to introduce.
Thanks, Brittany. I'm pleased to present and fully endorse the Somerset Public Health Programme work for 2026-27, which sets out how we will invest the ring-fenced public health grant to improve health outcomes, prevent ill health and reduce inequalities across our communities. For executive approval, this agenda item clearly demonstrates how we are meeting our statutory responsibilities as a council who are in receipt of the Department of Health and Social Care grant. Despite Somerset being generally healthy, there remains an alarming gap in health expectancy between those living in our most privileged and least deprived areas or communities. These inequalities are unacceptable and have a significant impact on individuals, families, communities, and public services. Our continued focus is on helping people to live healthier, longer, and more independent lives. This programme demonstrates our commitment to addressing the wider determinants and underlying causes of poor health through strong focus on prevention and early intervention. It supports the delivery of our statutory public health responsibilities whilst also contributing to a range of locally identified priorities, including substance misuse, treatment and recovery, stopping smoking support, sexual health services, children's health and development, physical activity, healthy weight, oral health and mental well-being. Through this approach, the programme aims to improve health outcomes, reduce inequalities and promote healthier communities across Somerset, whilst also helping to reduce the future demand on our health and care services. I welcome this programme of work. It reflects our ambition to improve public health, narrow health inequalities and ensure public resources are used effectively. I will now hand over to Alison Bell, the Director of Public Health for Somerset, to present the detail and to take any further questions from members.
Thank you, Councillor Evie Potts-Jones. Before I go into the report, is it possible someone could share the slides? I just wanted to acknowledge the support from my previous lead member, Graham Oakes, who has been a tower of strength, and look forward to working with Evie on this agenda. So, the aim of this report really is to increase transparency of reporting around the public health grant and also to free up valuable decision makers' time to focus more on the outcomes we achieve for our population rather than the process of taking decisions. So the aim of this report is to delegate a lot of the decision making to Evie and myself so that you can scrutinise and look at the outcomes we are achieving for our population. Next slide, please. So just a quick refresher for some of you about how the Public Health Programme of Work is funded. It's a ring-fence grant. It's now a ring-fence grant with two other ring fences and an additional bit of funding, just to complicate the accounting. But it totals £27.9 million. And the additional ring fences are for drug and alcohol and for stop smoking work, and then there's some money for gambling harms prevention. And this grant comes from the Department of Health and Social Care and has to be used where the main and primary purpose is improving public health. There are a range of conditions related to this grant and a set of expectations about what we must deliver, which I will highlight as part of the report. The spend of this budget is subject to an annual return to the Department of Health and Social Care and an annual assurance visit, which happens in the autumn of most years by the Regional Director of Public Health. And the leader of the council, the lead member, and the Section 151 are usually present alongside myself at that assurance visit, and it went very well last year. Next slide. So in terms of our programme of work, we don't get much discretion about the service area we can spend the public health grant, and these are nationally prescribed functions. And if you think that they meet the whole range of local authorities from Tower Hamlets to us in Somerset, so we all have to deliver the same set of programmes, but obviously we differentiate those according to the needs of our population. So the prescribed functions are NHS health checks, which identifies cardiovascular disease risk, sexual health services ranging from contraception to genitourinary medical services, public health advice to the NHS, health protection assurance across all the immunisation, all the screening programmes, all the emergency planning responses and incident response, and oversight of things like Hinkley Point offsite plan. We also have to ensure that we weigh and measure every child in reception and in Year 6 as part of the National Child Measurement Programme. In terms of non-prescribed functions, there's a bit more flexibility with these, but we still must have a service in place. And these are drug and alcohol services. These are largely treatment services, a stop smoking service, a focus on oral health. It's listed as obesity, but I think it should be more about healthy weight rather than obesity. Promotion of physical activity and promotion of good mental health. So those are all the things the £27.9 million are supposed to cover. And what I've done, if we look at the next slide, is just to detail the percentage of spend according to each of those areas. And what I wanted to flag on this slide is that about 70% of our spend is on largely clinical services. So on sexual health services, on drug and alcohol services, and public health nursing service, which is not purely clinical, but does have a strong clinical element. So that doesn't give us much flexibility with the remainder of the grant. And we'll go on to the next slide. So I've tried to be really transparent and present that on a pie chart and help you see that even though about 2/3 of our adult population are overweight or obese, we only spend about £368,000 on the prevention of that, because of that pull of the treatment services and because of the pressure that those create on our budgets. If we go to the next slide, I also wanted to illustrate what that money converts into in terms of activity. Now, I'd much prefer this looked at outcomes, but I thought this year we'll just look at what it buys you in an average quarter. And so on the left-hand side, as you're looking at it, in the bolder teal colours, you've got our prescribed services and the activity. And then on the right-hand side, you've got the non-prescribed services and the indicative activity. That's only one indicator of activity in those services, but it just gives you an idea of the types of things that money is buying for our population in Somerset. So I deliberately kept this presentation brief. I know that you will have all read the papers, and those of you in scrutiny gave me quite a lot of questions actually. So I would welcome any questions that you have, but we are seeking, as Councillor Potts-Jones said, for executive to endorse the programme of work and the associated public health budget, and delegate authority to myself in consultation with Evie to implement the approved programme of work.
Thank you so much, Evie and Alison, for that introduction to the report. And I've got Federica first.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you, Alison and Evie. This is really, really interesting. My first questions, and excuse my ignorance, is I know that it's mandated by government. Are those percentages mandated by government, or we choose how best to spend that? And how do we make that choice that those are like it's 14% for one and 25% for the other? And then I've got a follow-up question.
Okay, so the easy part of the question is no, they're not mandated in terms of the percentage spend. The reality is that's what those services cost to deliver for our population. And with the drug and alcohol service, even though it's a non-prescribed service, as you know, we've received additional funding, and it's incredibly prescriptive what we have to deliver within that. So by the time, you can't turn away someone who requires contraception. You can't turn away someone who has an STI. So those treatment services, it's just like we see in the other services. The demand-led services do tend to mop up the majority of the cash. And so then we do the best we can with the remainder of the money around services that are more preventative. And that means that it's really hard to deliver that council vision of investing more and more in prevention, which obviously with my job title, I support.
My follow-up question leads on to this, and I think I talk about this at the Policing Crime Panel as well as here. It always feels like Somerset is slightly the poorer relation when it comes to funding, and people don't quite realise that. So I'm wondering whether we've done before or whether we can do moving forward. Use of our MPs writing to ministers to say, why is it that Somerset gets significantly less than other areas? Because surely it's a per population spend or based on need, but it just feels like I want to shout about it more, because to only give 0.88% to mental health, and I know, like, the Walking for Suicide walk that you do, all those things that raise that awareness and the preventative agenda and mental health alongside obviously physical health and obesity. I feel like I want to give more money to those areas. And if we were receiving more from government and on an even playing field with some of the London boroughs or Blackpool and other places, those areas of deprivation and all those links that we've heard of in that report before, there may be better outcomes for all residents.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to disagree with that, am I? I think the thing that I didn't mention that many of you are aware of is, on average, the spend in the UK per capita for public health is £75 per head of population, and Somerset is given £47 per head of population. If we were in, I think it's City of London, you get £400 per head of population, and Westminster 200. This grant was allocated in 2013 on a historical basis and has never been rebased. And we have raised this as every opportunity. This executive and every lead member has raised it with MPs and has raised it with Professor Chris Whitty when he visited us. And we raised this unfairness issue at every opportunity. The Southwest is particularly disadvantaged, and what's not factored in is we might not be as deprived as other areas, but the cost of delivering services in rural areas is far more. We know we lost that rurality factor in the funding formula, and I think that's really significant. That said, just picking up your point about mental health, the way public health work is we don't have a big service with a front door and people come in and see us. A lot of our work is through partners. So we fund a lead for children, young people's mental health in Spark Somerset, and they convene a lot of the work and they mobilise and work with the Open Mental Health Partnership. So a lot of our work is influencing the work of others. So our reach is much further, I believe, than probably the pounds and pence you see on your screens. And in terms of that mental health work, we are an outlier for suicide, and we have been for a long time, but the rates are just beginning to come down, which is good. And I know you came to the Taunton Dean building where we had the quilt, where people had stitched a square on a quilt to remember the people that they'd lost from suicide. It was really powerful. And I think what I get from this council is an enormous amount of support for public health initiatives. And actually that means we reach into every community, and that's not exclusive to the administration. It's all elected members get behind public health initiatives and take them to our community. And that's how we have to work, because £75 per head of population doesn't go very far.
Thank you. I would like to thank you and your team for the work you do, particularly when you come to the adults and health scrutiny. We get some very good reports and very interesting things told to us there. So thank you very much for that. From what you've just said about the budget, though, you basically have to give quite a lot of it to the NHS, don't you?
We don't give it to the NHS. We go through a procurement process, and so our sexual health service is provided by the NHS. Our drug and alcohol service is provided by a third sector partner like voluntary sector, and our public health nursing service, we took the decision in 2016-17 to bring it in-house. And so actually I think we have quite a diverse range of provision. I think the point though is we do spend a lot on what you would call treatment services, and that's the challenge we have, is that we don't give it to the NHS, but we are investing it in drugs. You know, £750,000 goes on contraceptive prescribing. Now, Claire is not going to want me to disinvest from contraception, because we'll have more, you know, and nor would anyone sat around the table. You know, well, because we, well, no, not, you know what I mean? So the contribution that those services make will have impacts for every directorate in this council.
So really, what I was going to go on to say, and again, I don't wish to upset anybody from the NHS who is either listening to this or on here, but the NHS, when we see them, talk a lot about their sort of healthcare in the community, but we're doing that, aren't we? I thought we were doing more of that than they do. I mean, they do the GP service and people that see people in the community, but actually the promotion of health and healthy outcomes within the community is done really by public health, isn't it?
I think we have a real opportunity with the new NHS plan around neighbourhood working, because this divide or this line between what is a council service and what is an NHS service is artificial. You see that we see that in children's services, we see it in adults and in public health services. There isn't a line where someone suddenly tips into NHS or is in council. And if we can get teams working around meeting population need in a locality, in a neighbourhood, that will remove the barriers and hopefully make us more efficient and help us make us more patient friendly. So I think, I know I've probably ducked your question a little bit. We certainly, you know, all the community mental health services are provided by the NHS. As Councillor Frederica Roberts said, you know, our spend on mental health is a drop in the ocean. I think our whole public health budget is smaller than the dental budget in Somerset, but don't quote me. So that sort of puts it into context.
Yeah, I've got a sort of question about the health checks. On page 602, you show 1,400 health checks a quarter. And from the NHS health check website, they say there's about 33,000 people eligible if they have a check every 5 years. So you're assuming there's about a 75% uptake. You're only hitting about 20% of the people that you should be doing. And I had a look at the history here over the past 5 years, And it's the amount of health checks that have been done has dropped dramatically, and the price per health check has doubled. Is that, you've got a commissioning problem there?
So I'll start at the beginning. For those of you that were here this morning all that time ago, and you looked at our health checks performance, we did have a really significant issue with our health checks performance. And we had been, the provision of those health checks was done by an external provider, and the model wasn't delivering the number of checks we needed to. So the price that's published on the performance dashboard nationally was very high. That was based on, I think, 23-24 data. It might have been 24-25. We took a decision to bring that service in-house, and we have a mixed model of provision. So we do an outreach model because we know lots of our target population don't go through the front door of a GP surgery or a pharmacy. So we actually take the health checks model out to communities. So that's an in-house service. But we also rely on delivery through general practice and through pharmacies. Our pharmacy offer, because of the pressure on pharmacies, has completely collapsed. Our GP offer, we've got some areas where it's very good and some where it's less good. So you're right to flag that we are not delivering the number of checks we should be. In the last quarter, we did 6,000, I think it was. And that was out of a target of 8,000. So we are getting better, but we've still got a lot of work to do.
Yes.
And hopefully it'll be cheaper because we're doing it in-house.
Okay, thank you. And Tom.
Thank you. I think I raised it a while ago. I think it was either at exec or actually at the adults and health scrutiny. It was with the drugs and alcohol policy, and I mentioned about targeting schools and sixth forms because I think that's a really key point where to start. And I just wanted to know if we've had any work happening with the schools and if we've actioned anything and how we're going to do it over the next year. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom, for the question. I haven't got all the detail in my head, so I will provide a written answer. But we do have an offer of PHSE support to all schools, and we have a particular drug and alcohol toolkit that teachers can use. But what we know is that some of the children most at risk are not attending school regularly. So we need to develop an alternative model of provision that reaches those in alternative provision, but also those that are being homeschooled. And the other part of it is to build teachers' confidence around that. I think I mentioned this at scrutiny, but we've been doing some work with the urologists in Somerset because actually a lot of people don't realise the health impacts of some of the newer substances such as ketamine. And we've got really young people that are probably in the frame for a bladder transplant in their early 20s because of their use of ketamine. So it's really significant issue. And I think it's a mixed, it's using schools to reach people, universal approach, but it's then using social media and communications to actually amplify that message with stories from people that have had bad experiences, because they're far more powerful than me standing up going, don't do drugs, because that usually doesn't work very effectively.
Can I just quickly, just really quick? Yeah, I completely agree. But it's very good that the teachers doing it as well. But I think as I'm a governor of my old school at King Arthur's, I think it's really good for governors to also understand the impacts as well, so that everyone's all working from the same hymn sheets, basically.
I might take that offline and see if we can provide some input, because I agree governors can really create the environment, and also they help by having an inclusive approach, because often the first port of call for a child that's caught with substances on site is exclusion, and that actually isn't always in the child's best interest. So if governors understand why we want to keep children in school, they can really help with that agenda. So I'll take that offline.
Yeah, and having done that job, the most effective scheme we ever used was an outreach scheme from Broadway Lodge in Weston-super-Mare who's drug rehab, and they had an outreach scheme which brought in recovering addicts into school to tell the story about how their addictions had impacted lives. It was phenomenally powerful. Unfortunately, it's very difficult to do that because recovering addicts don't generally pass DBS checks these days, which makes it an absolute safeguarding nightmare to actually manage. So I've just looked at their website. Don't think they do that program anymore, but it is really interesting how some of that experiential learning, because a short fat old history teacher saying don't do drugs is going to have no impact whatsoever. So there you go. Anyway, Mark Healy was waving.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman, and thank you for the report. I'm going to be very supportive about this. Why wouldn't it be? Because people have got problems. Where I'm going to come from through you, Chairman, is the fact, like what Steve said, like what Tom said, etc. We look at, if you like, the alleged success rate of this, that, and the other. And I know, Alison, we've had this conversation, and I think we agree with each other. Is the fact, does it need a fundamental change in the way we deliver, not only in Somerset but nationally? There must be a national pattern developing. Have we come to an impasse now in the 21st century with young people, as Tom's mentioned before, where we need to look at a different dynamic way of delivering, so we get those people to want to come in, not to want to go out? I'm looking at AI now. I'm looking at different ways of looking at things. Young people, as the chairman well knows, as a former teacher, get turned on by things they can physically look at, play with, etc. So why can't you? And I know I don't want to make light of this, Chairman, at all. I've done this. I've tested, as you know, nationally with the fire service. When we started gamifying things, and there's nothing more serious than death in fires. When we started to gamify, it was young people that took it up, young people that told their parents, you've got to come and have a look at this because this is good. And that changed the whole dynamics. And not to blow my own trumpet, we did an app with a very large housing association called, I won't name them, Orbit. It attracted 400,000 hits in 2 months. And Orbit got a national award for it. So where I'm coming from, not that I'm anybody special, but the change of dynamics, the change of direction, totally may have, somewhat of a better success rate.
Councillor Healy, you are special.
Okay, I'm going to try and answer the question. I think what we know from our training is it takes about seven times a person hears a message to actually even take any action on it. And actually, when you look at the public health challenges that we faced in the last century and how we've created change, you just doing one thing doesn't work. So usually it's a combination of legislation. Look at fires, fire safety, the legislation around electrical equipment, all of those layers of legislation have really helped making smart choices or healthy choices the right choices. And that's where we're at with tobacco at the moment. I think we are going to see a smoke-free generation because they won't be able to buy cigarettes. And they're really expensive. So I think it is working with national government. I think you're referring specifically to the drug and alcohol agenda. And the question is often posed, if alcohol was discovered today, would it be legalised? And there's a range of views. But with drugs, particularly because it's illegal, it creates us really difficult problems. And I would love to have a drug testing space in Somerset so that people know if their drugs are contaminated. We had contaminated heroin in Somerset last week. We had contaminated cocaine this week, and people are addicted, so they're using substances that will kill them. We can't set up drug testing because it's illegal, because possession is illegal, and therefore the Home Office don't allow us to do that. So if any members can put pressure on a debate nationally about what we're seeing with our children and young people, it is really terrifying. Drug use is now becoming very much normalised amongst young people, and it will take us a long time to see it in the statistics, but I get reports from all of you and from all of my team that actually in schools it's incredibly prevalent, and we do need to think about how to do it differently.
Okay, and Councillor Claire.
I think it's really important what you're doing and that you're asking for an endorsement that is based on outcomes. So that you can, you know, you're delegating the decisions to you so that you can focus on the outcomes. So what I know, and please correct me, with suicide prevention, you're seeing the data's presenting itself as going in the correct direction. So your work is helping people. There's a lot more to do, obviously, in our communities on that, in that area. But you are having an impact. So if the executive does back you with the decision, my question is, can you just give me a bit more information briefly, please? Because I know everyone doesn't want us, you know, we want to finish today, don't we? How it will make you be more outcome driven, and does that include being able to get more funding? Because this funding, there's not a parity, is there, with the funding you get compared to other areas within the council? And I think the work is so fundamentally important to our residents. So yeah, so those outcomes, does it include trying to get more funding for projects? And why are you inhibited at the moment with the current way of working?
Okay, I'm going to look at Alan's face whilst I answer this question. I want to free the team up. They're trained public health people to do public health work, write bids and get more money. We won't get more money from the Department of Health and Social Care, but actually there is quite a lot of money, research money and bids that we can put together. So by freeing staff time up so that we've made the decision-making process easier, our constitution allows that, it means staff can be liberated from doing that and do public health things. He's putting his hand up, but I'm just going to answer the second thing, is that by freeing staff up from bureaucracy, then hopefully they will have more time to do outcomes. And I have an idea that in my annual report next year, I actually include some indicators that are going in the right direction and indicators that are going in the wrong direction, so that I was thinking about this last night, so that we can actually, as a council, have a bit of a stock take annually, because I'm supposed to advocate for the health of the population. And actually, I should be giving you an update each year about what is going in the right direction and what is going in the wrong direction. So I hope that answers your question.
Really briefly, Chair, thank you. I think the critical part to this decision overall is seeing this as an overall programme. Previously, before Alison's leadership here, we saw individual decisions come through, and I think what we saw was, whilst good decisions were taken, we didn't see them as a whole. And I think in addition to that, there is also the administrative burden of making individual decisions, which Alison's referred to. What this does is give you as members sight of the entirety of the programme for the year ahead and the commissions that are coming, which I think is quite critical. It ensures that there's absolute oversight right from the start. So it's also it gives you an opportunity to test and challenge. How is the money spent? Why is it spent this way? Is there a way of doing it differently? Are the outcomes the right things? Before those individual decisions come through. And I think that's the governance from a member perspective thing, which I think this decision significantly improves. I think the other side of it is once the decision is taken, it does free up a significant amount of time and resource, which is put through processing, the procedures associated with it, the testing, the governance, the approvals, the checking, all of those things which take time and effort. And what we wanted to do was look at where were the team spending their time, and could they spend it more on those public health outcomes rather than the governance? And was there a way the Constitution could help them? And there is, and it's this decision in front of you.
Really quick follow-up then. So might this be a good practice for other areas within the council?
I think the expression is, I can bring the horse to water.
Let's not open up that one. Okay, well, I'm not seeing anybody else indicating, so we've got our recommendations in front of us that the executive endorses the proposed programme of work and associated public health budget agrees to delegate authority to the Director of Public Health in collaboration with the relevant portfolio holder to implement the improved programme of work. Proposed by Councillor Evie Potts-Jones, seconded by Councillor Frederica Smith-Roberts. Those in favour, please. Those against, thank you very much. We've been going for 2 hours. I'm going to propose that we have a 10-minute break and then back at 4:10, please. June executive meeting, and we're on our final item, the final mile, which is the celebration mile, item 15. And I think we'll be celebrating when we get to the end of this executive meeting. Oh, I hope we will be anyway. Who's kicking off? Is it Richard?
Yeah, go on.
Go on, Richard. You kick off.
I've always kicking off. Yeah, I'll keep this very brief because it's been a long day. But so at full council on the 17th of December, we decided to do a review of traffic flows in Bridgewater. This was following the adoption of the Celebration Mile scheme, and in particular the road layout in Salmon Parade in the East Quay. And I'll just directly hand over to Mike Adele-Jones to present the report.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Councillor Wilkins. So I'll just introduce you to the report. I've got a colleague, Dave Simmons from Stantec, who is the consultancy who we've commissioned to undertake this review with us, here to answer or help me answer any questions that we have. And just quickly looping back to the previous item, obviously one of the things we can do as a council in terms of promoting public health is to give public health really strong consideration in the decision making that we make at every opportunity. So there's an opportunity before us, I think, to consider implications for public health and physical activity in the consideration of the Celebration Mile scheme, as that's one of the key purposes for the current layout. So following on from that, the scheme is a pedestrian priority route running from the rail station to the docks, delivering a high quality public realm, and it seeks to integrate Eastover with the town centre and reduce traffic flow in the area to create a pleasant and attractive area which should benefit residents and businesses. So following a petition and a motion on the 17th of December, full council agreed to put back the parking on Salmon Parade, to monitor the traffic situation and to review options to change the one-way streets on both Salmon Parade and East Quay. So parking was reinstated on the 18th and 19th of May, I'm pleased to say, so that's all up and running. So the technical reports for the review have been published and are part of these papers. Appendix B is Somerset Council's real-time traffic monitoring report that's taken place between November and the beginning of May. Appendix A is Stantec's technical review of the options, and it should be noted that an updated version was published last week, which includes an additional option D and the testing associated with that. And Appendix C was published this morning and is footfall data from Bridgewater Town Council, which, whilst it was published this morning, has actually been discussed within the stakeholder sessions that we've held recently. And we also circulated a non-technical report prepared by Stantec around the stakeholders to aid stakeholder discussions. Those stakeholder meetings included a meeting with Bridgewater members, a meeting with the Town Deal Board, which included representative from the MP's office and business representation, and a meeting hosted by the Town Council yesterday took place with members and partners, including the town team. So the review concludes the following, and I will be brief about this. There's obviously a lot of technical information, but I will sort of boil it down to some key points. So the key points are: the real-time traffic monitoring does not show that there is acute traffic congestion in Bridgewater, which could be characterised as gridlock or traffic chaos. The town is busy, of course, in traffic terms, and delays happen from time to time, but they are generally caused by specific events on the network and are not specifically attributable to the Eastover scheme. Footfall in the town centre has reduced. The data does show that when comparing the last 6 months
to the same period in previous years. So without going through the figures in detail, you have them before you, but excluding Northgate and including High Street, the footfall has reduced between 2004 and 2005, then recovered to an extent, sorry, 2024 and 25, yes. And recovered to an extent in 2026, but not to the 2024 level. And then when you exclude High Street and focus just on the New Road and Binford Place data, footfall has reduced between 2005 and 2006, but 2025 and 2026, apologies. The options review assessed 4 options for changes to the one-way streets, and the modelling concluded that the changes are not going to transform the car user experience of the town. However, option A, which reverses Salmon Parade, has some benefit for journey times, particularly northwards along Broadway in the morning, but does increase traffic and journey times back through the town centre around Binford Place, and would remove the dedicated cycle connection running from the station when heading into the town centre. Option B, which is two-way traffic on East Quay and Salmon Parade, is the most effective at reducing traffic delay and would reduce journey times on several routes in the morning, with smaller benefits in the evening peaks, but would increase vehicle dominance in the area that the scheme is aiming to improve. And it will reintroduce people and vehicle conflicts by the town bridge and would undermine the placemaking benefits and integration with the town centre. Option B would also require removing the cycle infrastructure entirely to create that two-way traffic flow, and would likely require pedestrian crossings to manage the conflict point. And options C and D, we feel are relatively neutral, don't particularly perform well under any criteria. So having concluded the stakeholder engagement, the feedback is mixed. And I'll just go through the points. There are consistent concerns that business and the public haven't been consulted in the process so far, other than the business representatives on the stakeholder groups that we've had. And that's the case because the evidence base has really only recently been produced, and we've just recently had those stakeholder engagement processes. Nonetheless, there is a concern about that. There are strong concerns that footfall has declined, and this is affecting local business. Broad acceptance, I think, has arisen from the work that there is no acute congestion or gridlock that has arisen from the scheme. I think most people accept that now. But some feel the scheme has increased people's journey times by car to a certain extent. And there's broad acceptance that the scheme has delivered on its pedestrian objectives, but that has been at the expense of access by car, particularly from the south of the town. There's no agreed consensus on a preferred option. Option B, the two-way traffic, has support from some stakeholders, where a preference has been expressed, including the MP's office and some town representatives. Few stakeholders have explicitly stated support for options A, C or D. Others favour on balance retaining the current arrangement, with concerns that increased traffic on Salmon Parade, East Quay and the town bridge would undermine the placemaking benefits. And then finally, from the stakeholder involvement, there was concern from the town deal board that using the remaining funding for traffic changes could actually displace investments in public realm improvements such as street furniture, and their preference would be to prioritise use of the town deal funding for completion of place-based improvements rather than further traffic changes. So we would need further dialogue with the town deal board on use of the grant funding were a decision to be taken to implement further traffic changes. And so we cannot assume their endorsement for use of that funding at the moment. So the recommendation, so on balance, my recommendation is to leave the current arrangements in place and monitor the situation, given that there is no evidence the scheme is causing acute congestion, which was the key concern raised. We have just reintroduced the parking and would ideally wait and see if this addresses business concerns. And whilst footfall has reduced, we don't have the evidence to conclude that changing the direction of traffic flow would actually improve this. The limited traffic benefits associated with the options don't represent a strong case to remove the placemaking benefits of the current layout, or to remove infrastructure that's been put in place for other road users such as cyclists and pedestrians, and which creates a much more balanced transport system, which is what we're trying to achieve. So thank you, Chair. That's all I wanted to say by way of an introduction.
Thank you very much, Mike. Dave, did you want to add anything before we move on, or are you here just to answer the excitement of your technical report?
Yeah, nothing to add. I'll just pick up some questions.
Okay, thank you very much. I've got two questions. One of which is it seems slightly pedantic, and one of them is probably very strategic. Mike, you said option A would remove the cycle route on Salmon Parade.
Yeah, so what I said is it removes a dedicated cycling link. So what happens at the moment is people cycle up from the station around Cranley Gardens and up Salmon Parade on the dedicated cycle route. If you switch that round, there wouldn't be a traffic-free route heading in that direction, because cyclists coming down Eastover are coming towards the station, and the cycle route, if you flipped it around, would also be heading towards the station. So if you're heading out of the station up into town, there is no dedicated route, or there would be no dedicated route for you to be able to follow. There would still be a cycle facility there, but it would be going the wrong way.
But it would. Yeah, presumably if you flipped the direction of travel on Salmon Parade, you'd flip the cycle route the other way, wouldn't you?
It just means there's no option when you're travelling from the station towards the town to have a dedicated cycle route, because if you've got traffic travelling up Salmon Parade, you can cycle with that flow of traffic, but you're in traffic. So and if you left the cycle route where it was, there's no opportunity to legally cycle down Salmon Parade then. So we would want people to have the ability to cycle on the road still. And I think what we're trying to create with cycling is a permeable network, which gives people options rather than funneling people down into one specific route.
I mean, certainly having cycled on numerous, I used to cycle into work in Bridgewater when I worked there. I wouldn't have described Salmon Parade as being the road on which I felt unsafe at any point, even with two-way traffic. That would be my perception, but that's anecdotal. I'm reading through all the reports and going back, and I've rewatched the planning application on this one as well. And listening to our public speaker this morning, Mandy, all our analysis and policy seems to go back to the 2009 Bridgewater Vision. I'm thinking back to 2009 and what's happened since 2009 in both nationally and in Bridgewater. And nationally, we've seen Brexit, COVID, etc. We've seen significant changes in availability of online shopping. Locally in Bridgewater, we've seen the Lega shopping area expanded as well. I'm looking at the Bridgewater Vision from 2009 and wondering, are we actually basing everything on a policy document that is actually obsolete?
Yeah, so this does flow from the Bridgewater Vision, and it has been through a range of stages of policy and plan making. So it features in the core strategy, which is the local plan for the area, the town centre strategy, which is the adopted strategy, and there is also an adopted piece of planning guidance for Eastover itself. So these are sort of hard baked into more recent planning documents, and those still exist. They haven't been replaced. So obviously we're trying to be compliant with the existing policy framework. I appreciate time moves on, but nonetheless, that's the policy framework that's in place. I think there is still a very strong policy steer from government and from our own council around economic growth, but obviously also sustainable and active travel. And that our most recent vision talks about active travel as being one of the key things that we're trying to promote. So I think it's still, whilst time has moved on, I think there's some very core principles that are still very relevant now. I don't think there's any firm timetable to revise or review the town centre strategy, but I agree it probably does need doing because it is a bit long in the teeth.
Yeah, I was reading through the technical report and just seeing it tested against the Bridgewater Vision priorities and thinking, are these still the priorities? And when I went back and looked at the planning meeting, I could see the Bridgewater Town Council supporting this road layout. The views are slightly different now because all local members supporting it. That perhaps we've take a different view. And in terms of a planning decision, the planning context of which it was based would have been that town vision, and that's where I'm just I've started to go to a more strategic thing: is have we actually got that right? So I see that the recommendation that's been drafted is to stick with what we've got. Look at the extra, obviously the extra parking's gone in Eastover, and then you talk about further stakeholder engagement. What would that look like? Because I'm very aware that Mandy, and I think the question we didn't have from, what was it? It was Carol, wasn't it? Carol, this morning. Both of them talked about you haven't spoken to X, Y, and Z. Yeah, part of that was because the response was from the noise from X, Y, and Z to the council at that point. So are we talking about doing some stakeholder engagement with the local businesses on top of what's already happened with local members, the town deal board and so on?
So as it stands, and I brought a few options about how to deal with this to the town deal board back in December. And one of the options I put forward was a longer term process, which would involve creating this evidence base and then consulting on it. The steer, a very heavy steer at the time, was that we needed to get on and make some decisions, and we were under a lot of pressure from a wide range of parties to actually come to some conclusions on this. So it was felt at the time that a more consultative approach wasn't going to get there quickly enough. So at the moment, we don't have any further stakeholder engagement or public consultation or business consultation programmed. So as it stands, we've concluded the stakeholder engagement that was planned. Obviously, you may want to take a view as an executive on what further you might want us to do, if that's something that you would like us to look at.
Okay, thank you. I think that's everything from myself. I'll just go around. I'm really keen to hear from Bridgewater members, so please don't feel that I'm not. But Fed, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, thank you. Really grateful for the report and the information that's been put into this, as well as obviously listening to the public questions this morning. I think from my perspective, and you shouldn't compare two towns, every town's different. I guess I come at it wearing the experience of doing some pedestrianisation in Taunton and the benefits that has brought by closing off St James's Street into Taunton Independent Quarter. So I know that this is slightly different, but what I have seen evolve over the past, I think Mike's, it's 5 years, isn't it? 6 years, let's say. There was pain in the beginning, and now that area is flourishing beyond anything that we probably could have ever dreamed of, with the kind of different businesses and what that brings to the experience of wanting to shop there. And so the reason I mentioned that is around also bringing up, we've heard Alison talk today around public health and the need for people to be more active, our town centres for people to be more healthy. And so I find it interesting that by people saying that cars driving past the businesses means that people are going to stop in them, because I don't quite correlate that, and I never correlated that in St James's Street, that people were going to jump out of their car and visit Granny Smith's. That's not in my head how I particularly shop. I may be different than other people. What I think we've done as an interim measure, which is the fundamental thing that I see supporting businesses, is bringing back the car parking, so that for those who need access to those shops, those who have got blue badges as an example, are able to access those shops. What I'd like to see moving forward, if we move forward with these recommendations today, which I'm comfortable with in the fact that we can revisit this once we've seen that parking bed in, is what our economic development team, or within highways, some form of
linking across can do to support those businesses nearby? How is it that we do social media or we do things to celebrate the different eclectic shops that are within that area, and the wider Bridgewater team working with the town council as an example? Because I think we can then see, if we've got evidence that Stantec have done for us, that the traffic is moving as it should be, that this isn't necessarily causing that chaos in Bridgewater. I'd like to see this bed in and then use those funds, probably, if there were any left over, or it's up to the town deal board, to invest in promotion of that area and that street furniture approach. But I'm guided by other views as well.
Okay. Richard and Mike are indicating.
Yeah, I just want to, you know, the data on the traffic movements. Obviously, there is an impact on the wider network. I just want to understand whether that was understood at the point of planning when this first was put in. I mean, was there modelling done to suggest that there would be an impact or there wouldn't be an impact on the wider network around Bridgewater?
I'll ask Dave to answer this one. I think you were involved in, or certainly Stantec was involved in the planning application at the time.
So when the modelling was initially undertaken, I think there was a belief that there would be some marginal impact on traffic flow within Bridgewater, and that was the accepted position during the planning process. And that was agreed by all parties at that stage.
I just do a follow up on that one, because I've heard it suggested that planning modelling included amendments to the Cannon roundabouts. When I went back and looked at the planning meeting, I thought it was explicit that it didn't include that. Can I just check? Can I clarify that, please?
Yeah, the original modelling didn't include any improvement scheme at Cannon Rifles roundabout, so it was done as a worst case on the current network.
Okay, so what is there now on the ground is what was given planning permission for, which was the transport modelling. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that. Mike.
Thanks, Bill. Can I thank Mike and Dave for the work they put into this in pretty quick time. I think it's worth just remembering that all schemes that alter traffic flow tend to generate a lot of heat initially. And, you know, those of us who've been involved in this sort of thing before will have seen that repeatedly. But that's not to say that new schemes shouldn't be subject to review. That's good practice. And we've agreed to undertake an evidence-based review of the schemes, and that's what we've now done. That review, including current traffic data and modelling, shows that none of the possible changes, none of the four options examined, will make any meaningful difference to traffic congestion in Bridgewater. We also know from the modelling done at the planning stage that this is exactly, we've just heard, as predicted. The scheme was specifically designed to improve the public realm in the area and to create a more pleasant and better connected shopping environment, and that's been achieved. Admittedly, at the cost of fractionally longer journey times on some routes, all of which was known about when the scheme was devised and approved. I accept the recommendation as put forward in terms of having replaced the parking on Salmon Parade, that we leave the rest of the scheme as delivered. I think it is worth just having a look at the recommendation. So I wasn't sure exactly how this was going to work, in that the first recommendation, or the second recommendation rather, suggests that we maintain the current traffic arrangements with no further changes, and then recommendation 5 delegates any changes to the appropriate lead member and the service director. So I'm assuming that if we accept recommendation number 2, recommendation number 5 isn't required, but I'm not entirely clear about how that works. Perhaps we can come to that when we get to that particular part. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Oh, Sarah.
Yes, I welcome the report and I question the questioner who said, why would you spend this money on it? Because if you want something independent, you have to get independent people to do it. And it's a scientific process that has to be done properly and reliably. And I therefore welcome the fact that we've had an independent report. And I know there's a lot of emotion from people who are directly connected, but looking at my experience of Taunton, I don't know Bridgewater very well, but the shopping area in Taunton has moved around. There's more shopping, probably shops now in East Street than there were, and perhaps less in the main street, because it's moving around with the times, the size of the shops, what's available, and I suppose people's ability to get to them as well. So I feel sad that a plan devised in 2009, I think you said, Bill, that's more than 15 years ago. That's a long time for things to remain the same. And shops and shopping habits do change in that time, as I think you've already mentioned. So I think this is interesting to see this. I do not think that an expensive scheme on, I think, with town deal money should be thrown in the bin because it's unpopular with some people who didn't seem to realise when it was being built that it was going to affect them. I don't understand why they didn't realise it was on the stocks for a very long time that it was going to have some different effects on parking, on ability to get to shops in the way they had done in the past. But I believe that we should give it longer, and I'm happy to accept the recommendations because this has been done independently. As you said, Bill, not necessarily the people who've complained, because we know what they think already. They don't like it. So I welcome it. Thank you.
And in fact, we did go back and look at some of the celebration mile consultation boards, and it didn't have the elements on Salmon Parade and East Quay on those consultation boards. And I can understand why people may not have picked that up through later through the process, but that's, not everyone picks everything up during any a consultation event. I'm sure we'll people can be forgiven. Not all of us pick up every single little detail as things go through. I've got Diogo who's indicated, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, Mike, for the stakeholder engagements you've had with county members and Bridgewater Town Council members too, which I've been a part of. Just a few things within the report that I'd like to bring to your attention. I did have a look at the Bridgewater vision, managed to find it eventually somewhere on the website.
Please tell me the link. I can't actually find the original.
I'll send you the link. Yeah, I was reading through it the last couple of days. And I was also very conscious that the recommendation within the report is heavily leaned based on that vision. And what I also read within the vision was there was lots within the vision that actually we have not done, or we have not done in a way that was originally envisioned. And so the argument that I would put to you is that a decision shouldn't be wholly based on the Bridgewater vision when we have not done a lot of what has been in that vision in the past few years anyway. So just putting that to you. The footfall counters show along Eastover, New Road and Binford Place, that footfall is down compared to the previous 6 months. And the whole point of the scheme was to increase as well footfall along Eastover. And a point that I would like the executive to also note is the previous period, the footfall from the previous period was already down because that was during peak construction phase. So footfall today is lower than what it was during peak construction phase when people couldn't really walk or cycle through Eastover because it was all being constructed. So just please do bear that in mind. And the walking and cycling, what I do want to say is walking and cycling can go hand in hand with driving. It's not a matter of one or the other, in my opinion. And I appreciate the points made about Taunton, and Taunton is unique and it's different to Bridgewater. And the point made about the pedestrianisation in one part of Taunton, there have been parts of Bridgewater that have been pedestrianised as well, which have worked for that part of Bridgewater. In Taunton, the difference in Taunton, if I may say so, is you can drive up through Taunton, left through Taunton, right through Taunton, down through Taunton. You can literally drive through Taunton, past all the shops, park outside the shops. In Bridgewater, the well, compared to Bridgewater, it's a lot more accessible, the town centre for car drivers, and there's obviously an issue there as well. Dedicated cycle link being removed along Salmon Parade. The point that I'd also like to bring to your attention is that there is a cycle route or a cycle path that was put, for those that know the area, builders, at the top of St John Street. That was 2 lanes there at the top. The cycle lane was put on there. My assumption was that was to allow people to cycle from town, the train station, up St John Street through Eastover. So in my view, that is a dedicated cycle link. And so removing what is on Salmon Parade, if the choice was to remove it, there would still be a cycle link for cyclists to use to enjoy that celebration mile. And it's also just worth pointing that the town council yesterday in the stakeholder engagement said that they would prefer option A or option B, and just, that's not been said so far, but that came from the development forum. The recommendation. Oh wait, hold on. Just one other bit before I go to the recommendation and my thoughts on that is the report shows within it a couple of things I've copied and pasted, is that option B, which is the return of 2-way traffic along Salmon Parade and East Quay. It says word for word, option B performs strongly in terms of network performance and resilience, achieving the lowest delays, fastest average speeds and quickest journey times across the model scenarios. These benefits are consistently recognised within the appraisal. And just a point that I want to make is in terms of traffic flow, which has been the biggest concern for people in Bridgewater, the report shows that overall option B is the best option, but I feel that there's too much weight being given to the Bridgewater vision, which is out of date. And Munchkins, just for example, because it's not just about the businesses in town, it's about people getting to and from town and around town and people's lived experiences. There is a business called Munchkins, for example, and they're a food cart business. They bring their food cart in and out of town. They've got 4 or 5 around Bridgewater, and what they've said to me is they now have longer journey times in the morning, so he's got to get up earlier to move his carts in and around town because the journey time is longer, and also he's got a higher petrol cost as well at the end of the month because of the extra journey. So there's different aspects as well. It's not just those bricks and mortar businesses to consider. So just on the recommendation, Chair, what I would like to see is some sort of date for option 2, because I do think businesses must be engaged with, because they haven't been engaged with in this process, and they should have been from the outset. And in order to allow that stakeholder engagement specifically for businesses, I think that's important. But there should be a time in which you do that and report back, in my view. And I would say a month should be plenty of time to talk to businesses along Eastover that are mostly impacted, and come back for a final decision to be made. And I would hope that the executive would give weight to the wider picture, not just an outdated Bridgewater vision, which I think most Bridgewater members no longer perhaps sign up to in the way it is as it is at the moment.
Thank you very much, Diogo. I think we might have agreed about the Bridgewater vision is out of date there. Let's try not to make a habit of agreeing too much. Bob.
Yeah, at the risk of getting boring and agreeing with everybody else, I tend to come from a similar point of view. I think in terms of all of our visions for Bridgewater, it is to see a stronger town centre and to see that become a better place for people to visit and spend their money in. With all of these things, it's always a balance between that sort of use of active travel, the placemaking policies, and also the commercial activity. And it's the key thing for this council and previous councils wanted to support the vitality and viability of the town centre, and particularly its small businesses and the unique offer that they give. We've heard today that there are different views on whether there is congestion being caused or not. I think whether statistically it says it's congested or not, there is an understanding from locals that they find there is congestion happening, and it is it makes people less likely to want to go to Bridgewater. Thank you very much. That was the word I was looking for. It is a disincentive for people to go to Bridgewater if they believe that there is going to be congestion on the way in, and that certainly is the feedback I get from a number of people who tend to now be looking to go elsewhere rather than to Bridgewater. The consultees report is clear that option B is the one that has the biggest impact on the traffic modelling, and that would alleviate some of the pressures. And I think my view would be to ask the executive really to listen to what the experiences are of local people and the businesses, how best we can support them, and to look at reintroducing the two-way traffic option. I think further delay may be too long for some of those businesses to actually survive. If, however, we do go down the line of the option as it is, I would agree with Councillor Rodriguez that there needs to be a very tight timetable on that, because businesses are really struggling at the moment, and the sooner we can get a decision on this, the better.
Thank you very much, Bob. Councillor Lee Reverend.
Thank you, Chair. Forgive me, I'm at home now. Thank you, Chair. I think your points around the historic data is valid. I'm glad that you raised the Bridgwater Vision's age. As you know, I'm one of the local members for the division that Eastover sits. I have been constantly raising concerns about this element of the system before implementation and in recent weeks as the review has come to this point. I want to begin by, again, following you and acknowledging the work that has been gone into the review of the Celebration Miles scheme and the efforts made to respond to the concerns raised and the points set out in my motion. However, I remain concerned about the overall conclusion and the options presented. In particular, I was able to secure the inclusion of option D, an option from the original one-way review that was not included in the original plan, an omission that matters. While I accept the assessment that the scheme is not causing acute congestion in a technical sense, that does not mean the system is working well in practice. What we are hearing constantly from residents, businesses and town centre users is that their lived experience tells a very different story. The current one-way arrangement and direction of travel is adding pressure to an already busy and constrained network. It's contributing to delays, confusion, and importantly, a perception that the town centre is more difficult to access. That perception matters because it is actively discouraging some people from coming into that part of the town to shop or visit. At a time when we should be supporting our high streets, this is another real concern. I also do not think the recommendations before you today fully reflect people's expectations. More importantly, the consultant's report does not capture the full range of practical alternatives available, including enhanced road markings and other changes that could improve how the scheme works in practice. There is a missed opportunity here to explore an option that better balances pedestrian safety with the need to support vehicle movement. It is right that we prioritise pedestrians, especially in enabling safe and easy movement between Fore Street and Eastover. That should remain a core objective. However, we need to achieve this in a way that works with, not against, the wider traffic movements. Because this is a local issue, I make no apology for offering this example, a practical alternative that I believe deserves proper consideration. The option would see reinstating two-way traffic on the short stretch of East Quay, reversing the current arrangement on Salmon Parade, and then introducing raised crossing points at each intersection around the town bridge, applying a yellow box marking within that area. This approach would maintain clear pedestrian priority, particularly through raised crossing points, while also allowing traffic to move more naturally and addressing some of the negative impacts currently being experienced. Crucially, it would respond directly to what residents and businesses are telling us, that the current system is not working, and our own data confirms a massive reduction in footfall. We should be clear, local people are not simply resistant to change. They are identifying real problems in how the scheme operates day to day, and their lived experience should carry significant weight in our own decision making. Their concerns were not given enough weight the first time round, and this review has only happened because those concerns were raised again. Parking on Salmon Parade is now reinstated. I would suggest a safety audit for this, as concerns have been raised. And resurfacing works are scheduled. So we have a short but important opportunity to get this right and ensure the lining and layout reflects a better solution. In short, the system in its current form is not delivering what was intended. The options in front of you today are not as binary as it seems. The people who live, work and use our town centre are right to expect that we listen and respond. It seems clear from the recommendations in front of you that the two-way option is near the bottom of your preferred choice. I would therefore urge the executive to use the short window between now and the resurfacing works to consider carrying out a fuller exploration of additional options, including those not currently set out in the report, so that we can arrive at a solution that genuinely works for Bridgwater. Thank you, Chair, and sorry to take so much of your time, but this is important.
Thank you, Lee. No, I'm more than happy to give you extra time because you're obviously the ward member for that. I think you've introduced an option E, if I understood correctly, of two-way traffic on one part and one-way traffic on the other part, just to help clarify. I'm sure that the resurfacing works could be rescheduled should we need to do that. They're not a limiting factor. Would I be right in saying that, Mike?
I would need to check. Obviously, there's a program and it can be challenging to move things, but I'll take it away and see if there's any opportunity.
I can happily offer roads in North Petherton that need resurfacing as a higher priority if it helps. But yeah, I take Councillor Redmond's point that we don't want to delay unduly. But we need to do some more engagement work with the community and look at whether we can improve that junction a little bit better and get the two-way or part two-way reinstated. Could be an option that we could look at. Councillor Brian Smedley, please.
Yeah, okay, thanks for letting me speak. I'm sort of speaking as the leader of the town council and also referring to what has been mentioned earlier, the meeting of the Town Development Forum, which was held only yesterday. We also had one in January, and that is a body that we use as the town council to link in with partner groups in the town. So there's a wide range of views in that, but of the ones that are pertinent to your decision today, I would say that we do think there needs to be more engagement with the community, as Councillor Redmond has just said, because not all facets of every option has been considered, and I just want to highlight some of those now. For instance, I think maybe the two-way traffic coming in would be the maximum traffic option, so I don't think you're likely to support that. But consideration of option A, which restores a sensible direction of less traffic into the area, is worth considering. Although, as was said, members generally supported either A or B yesterday, but there are also many members who support the new changes. But engagement with the community, there didn't seem to be enough consultation with businesses, particularly in light of the footfall outcomes, and they were taken rather randomly and in rather random areas. More detailed effect is what you need to think about, because we're not talking about 2009, as you started by saying, we're talking about now and a post-COVID environment as well. So a better system for the flow of traffic through there is important. Not much has been mentioned about enforcement in the Eastover area. That's quite important to make sure that the system that we have and the changes there are enforced. The reintroduction of parking is supported. A crucial thing mentioned was the bus routes through the area, and the key bus route to think about is the one that comes up from station end of town through Eastover and that right turn before the bridge, which takes you to the bus station transport hub, and that particular area around about the bridge junction, which is the original concern, which provides that connectivity between town centre and Eastover, which is often claimed to be neglected. That needs to be of paramount safety. And the other thing is the elements of the public realm which haven't been completed or were held back from the original scheme, and the town council has offered and has access to funding streams to help with that, I believe. And I think that all those things are still slightly on a back burner, with what has been hinted at earlier as a bit of a rush to get to where you are now. So I think that's just want you to take into account the views that were raised at the Town Development Forum yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Smedley. I think today we've been told we've been too quick and too slow on this, so it's always a pleasure to know that we can't go at the right speed on anything. Is there any points that have been raised that Dave or Mike wants us to respond to?
I'd just like to respond to a couple of the points, Chair. So I think there's a point that Councillor Rodriguez made around the fact that the cycle path at St John Street enables you to go up Eastover. It's physically possible to cycle up Eastover, but the cycle route runs in the opposite direction. So what I'm talking about is dedicated space for cyclists that we're trying to create. So I think if you didn't have the flow in the direction of travel it is on Salmon Parade at the moment, you wouldn't have dedicated space for cyclists running from the station towards the town. They can, of course, cycle in the traffic, but that's what we were trying to avoid in creating a more balanced environment for all road users. Just on the point of extra options, and whilst we can certainly test extra options, I have a strong feeling, having looked at this, that we're not going to come up with a radically different answer by testing more. I think the issues that have arisen from this work, I think, will be the same issues that will have in front of us, even with slightly different options. And also, I'd like to be very clear, if we do further work, what is the problem we're trying to solve? I think we've had a number of different issues put into this. I think, the gridlock situation was the key point that was made, and now we're talking about other things, which is how do you access the town and the shopping facilities in the town more generally. So I think if we do some more work, I'd like to be very clear on what the question is that we're actually trying to answer. So I'll just make that point. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Redmond, you've indicated again.
Chair, it's only a quick point. It's just that if you were to consider a delay, then I would support a delay that has a time limit on it, as indicated by Councillor Rodriguez. I'm conscious that sometimes the speed of our highways team, with all the different safety reports, audits, etc., may be long, and we've got an election next year. I'd like to have something in place before then.
I'd like to never talk about it ever again as well, which is an interesting one. Thank you very much, Liz.
Thank you. I don't have enough knowledge of how the roads in Bridgwater are used. I do have a bit of knowledge about things that we did during COVID time, and we made lots of changes to roads in lots of towns. Take on board the point about the independent quarter in Taunton, which looks to me like a wholesale success. I also oversaw some changes to direction of travel on roads and even blocking roads and marketplace in Wells during COVID. Some of those have endured and been really successful, and others we had to change back as soon as we possibly could because of the impact that they had on other roads. And much of our town centres, of course, they're Victorian, if not earlier, and they were designed in the time when people were lucky if they had a horse and cart, and they were more likely to walk. So the one thing that hasn't come over for me at all yet is what demand there is for cycling and walking from the station through to the docks. Actually, do many people use that? Because the one thing that I really need to understand better is what demand there is for change, or whether indeed the demand from people who are in business in Bridgwater actually is the impact on them is more important than the opportunity for another generation to grow up with greater access to walking and cycling. And I really don't understand that, and I don't personally feel comfortable on voting on any of these options
this afternoon, because I don't feel I understand the demand enough. I don't feel that I understand the relevance and the validity of the options. And if there is an option to go back and look at that Bridgewater vision again, without running out of time on the town deal, because all of that money has to be committed before the end of this financial year, otherwise it will be lost. So there is a real pressure on time here. And I still don't understand enough to want to vote on this, I'm afraid.
Okay, thank you very much. Go on, Mike.
Just on the vision issue, I mean, these aren't quick things to fix. That's not going to get done in a month. If we want to rewrite the Bridgewater vision, that's probably going to take us a year, realistically. I don't know who's going to do it. I don't know where the budget's coming from. I think the chances of that happening anytime soon are very slim. I'm a bit concerned that some of the same people who've been criticising us for not getting on with this fast enough are now saying, you know, no, slow down, because they don't like the evidence that we've got. But we do have that evidence, and it can't be ignored. I think we've got to get on with you know, putting this to bed.
Yeah, and I think for me, it's to review the weight that's being attached to the Bridgewater vision. I don't think we're going to be able to review the Bridgewater revision by August. You know, let's be realistic, and then we've got the wider piece of the whole Somerset Council plan to go through. It's clearly being given considerable weight, and I think that's the point that Councillor Rodriguez and I and Councillor Filmer are making, is are we giving it too much weight, given the age of that document?
And I think that's a fair question to ask, but I think there's nothing in recent national legislation or guidance or anything locally that would suggest backing away from the direction of travel that this is part of. You know, what we're looking at is trying to nationally encourage more walking, more cycling, to provide more pleasant shopping spaces. And this does all of that. I don't think we'll find anything, if we're looking for it, to hang our hat on in terms of residing from the direction of travel of the existing Bridgewater vision. It might have some different details in, but at the heart of all of this, and Liz touched on this just now, is the fact that our historic towns have grown massively, particularly in the post-war period. And we've got two options. We can either do the American thing and demolish great swathes of the central cores to allow dual carriageways to run through our towns in order to reduce congestion, or we can find different ways of travelling. This isn't some kind of anti-car crusade. This is about finding ways of modern life fitting within historic town cores that are in many cases 1,000 years old.
Indeed. Councillor Rodriguez, and then I just want to go through a slightly amended proposal.
Thanks, Chair.
That's very kind of you, Chairman, and thank you. I'm not always in the dark, of course, but before I start, on a serious note, I have to declare an interest because, as you realise, I do own properties on St John Street and Monmouth Street and the surrounding area. So I wanted to get that out of the way first. Where I want to come from, Chairman, if I may, and I've heard a very good debate. I've heard the officers explaining why they've done what they've done. Let me come from a human being perspective as a local businessman in the area, talking to local people. It is not just a rant from people that don't like change. That's not the point. Let me go through the semantics of what it is. Okay, I walk up Eastover on a regular basis. Problem number one, people park willy-nilly on the one-way system. They park to offload, load. It causes a traffic jam. It causes people to get quite excited, blowing the horns, etc. People then look to the right because the traffic comes from the right off Monmouth Street. Then they don't look left. That's where the cycle route is, which causes a bit of a problem. Then what happens then is people then, if I may start again, come from down the A38 from where Morrison's is, go over the bridge. They now can't turn left, as we all know. They can't turn left in St John Street. They haven't done for Eastover for a while. Then they compound the problem at the Cannon roundabout, of course, which has always been a bone of contention for years, as we all know. Then you have to turn left, go to the next set of traffic lights. You can't turn left again because you can't get down that road. You have to then go all the way through Bridgewater, buy the new cinema, go onto the A30, whatever it is, and come back. So people are going in a massive circle. Now, to compound that problem, we have, you know, with the greatest respect, workers from Hinkley Point at certain hours of the day. Then we've got in the summer, we've got the massive traffic going through to Minehead, etc. That compounds it again. So when a lot of people are saying, it's intolerable, it's taking me so long to get through Bridgewater, I have myself, and I'm sure you have, Chairman, I'm sure fellow local members, it's taken over half an hour just to get into Bridgewater, and I only live 3 miles away, by the by. So where I'm trying to come from is a human aspect of it, that people aren't just having a moan. It's not that they don't like change, because change is inevitable in every walk of life. What I'm trying to put through to the officers and other people is this human element. It is causing problems, and I agree. I think it was Councillor Smedley that said about enforcement. I agree with him totally. That does need, when I say policing, that's in a metaphoric state, you know, people going down there and moving people on, you know, because people are just parking there willy-nilly, double yellow lines, etc., etc. And I say people just cannot get through. So there is a problem. I understand where Councillor Rigby's coming through and the officers about how much more money you're going to throw at consultation. I mean, why don't we just do what Councillor Rodriguez did and go back and said, after this meeting, this is what we're formulating. What do the people of Bridgewater think? And if it's only a few people, clearly you've got your answer. But if it's a massive amount of people saying this is correct, not looking, they've got to look at things logically. So whoever writes this piece of information out, these are the logical approaches. What do you think? That'll give you the answer. It'll save a lot of time, a lot of effort, and I think people will get used to it quicker. That's from a human being point, from a local business point of view, seeing it every day of the week, Chairman. And thank you for giving me the time.
Thanks, Chair, for the second opportunity to come in. Just to say, when you do read the Bridgewater Vision, which I have sent to you, it mentions East Quay and East Quay being one way. It doesn't mention Salmon Parade direction of travel being changed at all, just East Quay. But something for you to look at when you're looking at those changes, suggested changes within the Bridgewater Vision. Option B, in terms of the two-way traffic, it does state within the report that if option B was pursued, then there is also the option of including additional pedestrian crossing on Salmon Parade and East Quay by the Town Bridge in order to ensure there is that safe walking access. So it's not one or the other. There is options that has been identified to be able to deliver option B. And in terms of the cycling being unsafe if you're cycling on the road, I personally would just suggest that it's not unsafe to cycle from St John Street up Eastover if you're cycling on a road that is slow one-way traffic up a one-way street. Personally, so just some more consideration. And also, in terms of timescale, Chair, my suggestion would perhaps be if there is resurfacing works coming in October, then maybe the focus could be for a decision to be made, if any decision, so that anything is implemented in October in order to give focus and just to get this out the way, whatever that decision is going to be. And the very, very, very last thing, Chair, that I will add is having run a business, a restaurant, the way that I will explain this to my residents is if I change a menu option on my menu, because I think with all good intentions, this is what my customers want, and I think it'd be better. But then they all turn around and say to me, what an awful thing you've done. We want the old option back. Then as a business, I'm going to say, okay, on balance, this is what my customers want. So fair enough, hands up, error made, put it back as it was, and everyone's happy. I just want to put that to you because I think this is the same situation, I think, having spoken to residents with this particular scheme.
I just wanted to say, I don't think that's a sensible metaphor because this isn't just changing a menu. This is hundreds of thousands of pounds of town deal money that have been spent on a programme which was adopted and known about. People can't say they didn't know about it. They just don't like it. Now they've seen it in practice, but those works to that road were happening over many months. And I just find it difficult to believe that people think, oh, it's fine, we'll just put it back as it was then. But there's been curbing put in, there's been all sorts of things put in, road signs, it costs hundreds of thousands of pounds. You do not abandon that. Design, these things are worked out by traffic engineers who have qualifications in this sort of thing, just because a few people don't like it. I'm sorry, I don't accept that.
I just clarify a point, Chair, as well. That the public consultation that took place on the scheme in 2022 was explicit about the changes to one-way traffic flow on Salmon Parade and East Quay, as was the traffic regulation order consultation in 2023. So those were matters that were consulted on prior to the scheme going in. Just I thought it's worth clarifying that.
Indeed, and they were part of the planning application as well. And yeah, very. I don't want to go back, but I know people that were in the room who perhaps now take a different view from how they voted and spoke then. But we're all entitled to change our minds, aren't we? Right. I mean, if I were a dictator, I would turn around and just say option B and walk out the room. But that's not how I like to work. I'm tempted though I am, because we are in a difficult situation here. I'm also very aware. In fact, in the 1970s, when they pedestrianised 4th Street in Bridgewater, my roots go back that far. I remember a campaign, Stop the 4th Street Farce, that was being run at the time when they did the first bit of pedestrianisation there. Nobody in their right mind would put traffic back onto 4th Street now. It does take time to bed in, similarly with other schemes that have gone on in Bridgewater as well in the meantime. I do think there is the need for a little bit more of a review of what this is, but I do take the point that we don't want to spend a huge amount of time doing this. So we've got the recommendation in front of us, which is to note the technical assessment and stakeholder engagement that's carried on so far. I would suggest a slightly reworded 2, maintain the current traffic arrangement with no further changes at this time on the basis of the evidence presented until such time as further stakeholder engagement with businesses and residents is completed, after which a final recommendation regarding changes to the scheme can be made by the August executive. Okay, is that? Then we would lose, I think, 3, 4 and 5. Yeah, is that? Can I have your advice?
No, of course, just absolutely, executive can make that amendment to recommendation 2. Just to go to Councillor Rigby's point about if 2 is agreed, does 5 fall away? The intention would be that if 2 is agreed, under these recommendations, if you adopt them today, you are delegating authority to Mike and to Councillor Wilkins to implement the scheme. If you don't want to do that and want to hear it back at executive, as you just suggested, wipe 5 out essentially. So it would delete 3, 4 and 5 as those recommendations if you wanted to hear it back at executive. If you didn't, then keep 5.
Okay, so I would suggest we delete 3, 4 and 5. Okay, I would like also to add a new 3. Would it be 3? Yes, it would be 3. To review the status of the Bridgewater Vision document as well. I'm not talking about a rewrite. I just want to note about the weight that we attach to that Bridgewater Vision document. If I couldn't find it online, I bow to Councillor Rodriguez's infinitely superb skills at being able to find it somewhere in the midst of the archives of the internet.
The links in the chat,
forward to reading that later. Hello.
Sorry, Councillor Redmond. The links in the chat to the Bridgewater Vision document.
Oh, fantastic! Thank you, Mike. You want to come back?
Yes, Chair. Could I make a technical point about the proposed timescale? In that, my consultation colleagues will advise me that the council's consultation policy involves certain timescales for doing a proper consultation, which I think is 12 weeks. And also we have the time taken to get the outcome of that consultation and prepare it for you. This particular executive has involved quite a lot of drip feeding of information, and I would really be keen to avoid that in the future, just so that we have one kind of very tangible outcome and we can circulate it and consider it.
I'm very happy to have a suggested alternative date.
Sorry, could we say the October?
I would need. I don't have a problem with that, but I would need assurance that we ain't going to resurface the road and then have to check.
Yes, subject to me clarifying that we won't resurface the road before
Yeah.
we have the outcome.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I would prefer we can get it in September, but October would be preferable. Yeah, go on, Liz.
With regard to town deal funding, I wonder if we should have still a recommendation about noting that town deal funding must be committed by the 31st of March 2027. I think that's really important if we're looking further ahead.
Okay, can we add that in? Okay. Is everyone clear on what has been proposed?
What was the Liz bit at the end?
That was just to note what the town deal funding finishes, because we don't want to make a decision and then find out where all the money's gone.
So proposed and seconded for those two amendments.
Okay, so
Sorry, there was suggestion that the town board would like not to use it for anything else. I think we should stop them using it for anything else.
So the town deal board is an advisory board.
Okay.
They're not a decision-making board.
Perfect.
So just to clarify their role in this. Okay, so we've got, can we composite those amendments? You're just trying to composite them now.
So an updated recommendation 2 is maintain the current traffic arrangement with no further changes at this time on the basis of the evidence presented until such time as further stakeholder engagement with businesses and residents was completed, after which a final recommendation regarding the changes to the scheme could be made to the October meeting of executive, is recommendation 2. Yep. And recommendation 3 is to review the status of the Bridgewater vision.
Okay, and an additional one to note the.
And recommendation 4 will be to note the town deal funding must be committed by the 31st of March 2027.
Okay, so I'm happy to propose that from the chair, seconded. Councillor Federica Smith-Roberts, those in favour of the amended recommendation, those against, that is clearly carried. Are we happy that we've done that correctly?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you. Oh, I didn't want the process to trip us up. Mike, Dave, thank you so much for all your work on this. I know it's a complicated, difficult and controversial one, and there is no right answer here. We absolutely know there's no right answer, but if we can get an answer that more people are happy with, it will make all our lives so much more happy. I do wish I could be a dictator and just say we're doing this, but that's not how it works. Okay, take care, everybody. Have a safe journey back. Oh, can I just remind people? There was a fantastic video about Bridgewater done by the town deal called Brick by Brick, about how positive a community Bridgewater is. I see a lot of moaning about Bridgewater. Let's talk up Bridgewater. It is a fantastic place to be, please. Okay, safe journey home. Thanks so much, everybody.